Well, hello, everybody. My name is Samantha with Missing PNW, and today is June 3rd or June 4th. Hold on one second, you guys. I am so sorry. I am so sorry. Hold on. Okay, I need a thumb up from one of my mods that you can still hear me. I just had to turn down the volume on my computer. For whatever reason, it's deciding to play back to me. Oh, it's coming from my phone. Oh my goodness, that is not how I wanted to start this live. All right, my telephone. I thought it was the computer. Okay, let me fix this. I am so sorry, you guys. This is not how I wanted to start my live. Okay. Hello, everybody. I'm Samantha with Missing PNW, Crimes Revisited. Today is June 4th, 2024, and today marks 14 years since Kyron Horman's disappearance. 14 years, too long. Absolutely too long. We are having an all-day live for Kyron today to help bring awareness, to hear other people talk about Kyron. I have posted the link for people to join me on panel. If you'd like to come up here and say a prayer for Kyron, if you'd just like to come up and talk about him, let us know what you know about him or have any stories to tell, or, tell us what you think may have happened to Kyron or anything. You can grab the link. When I see you, I'll bring you up. And yeah, that is what our plan is today. I am shooting for at least 6 hours. If everything keeps going well, I could go longer. Um, yeah, today's live, the ultimate betrayal. When will Kyron's day of reckoning come? 14 years missing. It's a very heartbreaking day. I know I've been super emotional since our event on Saturday and after meeting Desiree Young. Um, it's just been so long. I'm going to jump over here to the comment section. Hello, Just Me. Hello, Sally Mae, Mermaid. Thank you for being here. Miss Barbecue is here. Avi, thank you for being here. Kaylia is here. She is at work. That is why she's not on panel with me right now. She'll join us later after she does get off work, though. Nice to see everybody here. Susie was here earlier, I know. Hello, Britt. Thank you for joining. Miss Barbecue is also working, she says. We've got Side Chick. Yeah. Thank you all for joining today. On the hour of every hour, and if my mods could help me remember when the hour comes, we'll be replaying Kyron's video. We are going to be kind of everywhere today, all over the place. First, I want to show Desiree's Facebook post from this morning. Of course, because we know that she is absolutely heartbroken today. This is what she posted a few hours ago. I have no words that can really truly express how I feel today. I'm so heartbroken that we still don't have Kyron home 14 years later, and Terri still refuses to tell us what she did. Come clean, give us answers, and clear your conscience, I think is what that's supposed to say. I miss my son every day. I cry over the loss of him every day. 14 years later, I still feel like there is a hole in my heart. I could not even imagine how Desiree feels. That would be completely heartbroken. You know, her son has been missing for 14 years. Kane's son has been missing 14 years. Kyron's siblings miss him so much. Kiara was almost 2 years old when this happened. And I want to say Quinn was a young teenager at the time. We know that his family is hurting today. They're probably reliving every moment of June 4th, 2010 in their heads. And I couldn't imagine suffering like that for an entire day. MCSO did something really cool today. That's the Multnomah County Sheriff's Office. They put a link up. I've never seen a link before for Kyron. It says the investigation into the disappearance of Kyron Horman continues at the Multnomah County Sheriff's Office. This year, we have launched a web page where the public can find information on the case and send us tips. And there it is, https www.mcso.us/open unsolved cases Kyron Horman. You can go to their webpage on Facebook to see this. It says Kyron was last seen the morning of June 4, 2010 at Skyline Elementary School in Portland, Oregon, attending his school science fair. He's not been seen or heard from since. At the time, he was 7 years old. Kyron has brown hair, blue eyes, and wears glasses. He also has a distinct V-shaped strawberry birthmark on his forehead. On the day of his disappearance, Kyron was wearing a black t-shirt with CSI in green letters and handprint graphic. He was also wearing black cargo pants, white socks, and black Skechers sneakers with orange trim. Kyron may have had his glasses on at the time. The DA, Mike Schmitz, the current DA, not Nathan Vasquez, that will come into office in 2025. He writes, Kyron's disappearance continues to have a profound impact on his family and our community, said Sheriff Morsley O'Neill or O'Donnell. Our detectives continue to work closely with our major crime team partners, the Multnomah County District Attorney's Office and the FBI, to pursue all legitimate investigative leads. My tongue is not working. Investigative leads, and will continue to do so until Kyron is located. To support and advance their work, investigators are using advances in software, digital forensics, and geospatial technology. This is from the DA. I am sorry. That was from the new sheriff that took over in January of 2023. And I just said the new DA. This is the old DA, Mike Schmidt, the one that's still in office. Okay, let me just recollect. Here we go. On behalf of the entire Multnomah County District Attorney's Office, our hearts go out to Kyron's family and the dedicated community that has Kolaskid. I cannot even pronounce this word. I tried even looking it up around his disappearance. We have not given up. The investigation related to Kyron's disappearance remains open, and my office is committed to working collaboratively with law enforcement to investigate any new facts and evidence that may surface, said District Attorney Mike Schmidt. A $50,000 reward is available for information leading to the resolution of Kyron's disappearance. You can help us by sharing any information relating to this investigation. You can do so by calling the MCSO tip line at 503-988-0560, emailing tips@mcso.us, or contacting the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. Tip line is 1-800-THE-LOST, or providing an online tip at the NCMEC Cyber Tip Line. And then I just wanted to share I believe I have some pictures on this thread. Nope. Okay. All right. So that is what Desiree and MCSO put out today. Let's hop over to the comment section. I'm going to try to pay as much attention to you guys as possible today, because you guys will help me talk about things throughout the day. Sally Mae says, I still remember the day. It was an eerie feeling in Portland, Oregon. It absolutely was. Mermaid is saying hello to everybody. Miss Barbecue, she came out with Bigfoot Barbecue on Saturday for a really special event, our flyer event for Kyron Horman Saturday. And let me tell you guys, we painted the town with flyers. We put up so many flyers that we were starting to run out of places to put up flyers. We had a huge turnout of people in the community that showed up. It was absolutely amazing. And she says, my heart hurts for his family today. Just Me says 14 years too late. It is so late in the game, and we're just hoping and praying that Kyron will be found. Mermaid says, thank you so much for doing this. You have brought so much light to this case. Thank you so much. We appreciate you so much for being here. Mermaid's parents live in Eugene, Oregon when this happened. I was taking a road trip from San Diego after he went missing and saw all the flyers at every rest stop. I still see them in my head. Oh, wow. I can't even imagine seeing all of those throughout the day. I remember seeing everything all over the news. The news coverage was just going crazy when he came up missing. Just absolutely crazy. I wonder what their motivation for the new link is. I wonder if they are curious how much traffic it will get. I don't know. Very cool. Seeing the official times listed and list 8:45 last seen by Terri. Absolutely, Kaylia. I saw that link and I was like, wow, 14 years, I've never seen a link that Multnomah County Sheriff's Office has ever put up. So I think this is pretty cool. And I'm wondering the same thing, like, what could their motive be of having this new link? But we all know that, it's a good thing they did to have just more information out there. We'll have the tip line up several times throughout the day. I don't run it throughout the entire show because my computer gets hot, but my husband really rigged me up. He made something to lift my computer up off of the flat surface. I got a little small fan going. I've got 64 ounces of sweet tea. I got chapstick in case my lips start getting sticky. I'm sure I'm going to have to take a lot of potty breaks, but I have put together an amazing show for everyone, but mostly an amazing show for Kyron. I think it's super important not only to have his face out today. I think it's super important to talk about him and to tell everybody, grab a flyer off of social media, share his face today. Just even if it's just one time. You don't even have to say anything. Just throw his flyer up and let everybody see it. I stood outside Fred Meyer's on Saturday when we were handing out flyers and started running out of places to hang flyers. I went and stood with a stack of 100 flyers, and I stood out in front of the first Fred Meyer's that Terri went to off of Embry Drive, and I stood there and passed out flyers. And it had Terry's face on it. People noticed it. People and Kaylia made up these flyers, these new ones with Terry's face on it. And it was amazing to hear so many people, oh goodness, he hasn't been found yet. So people aren't forgetting about him in that community at all. Some people didn't know who he was. I asked everybody to go get their car washed at Desiree's car wash that she does, her annual car wash for Kyron. She did that on Saturday. I got to go meet her. I donated, but I refused to let her wash my car. And yeah, hearing everybody talk while passing out flyers was absolutely amazing. What other comments do we have here? I have a little video that I made of our event that I want to share. Mermaid is listening while she's working. She said no parent should have to ever experience this pain, let alone 14 years. It's absolutely heartbreaking. It really is. Kyron cannot see well, hardly at all, without his glasses, just me. He has a very, very hard time seeing without his glasses. A matter of fact, his mom said once that he doesn't even like wandering off away from anybody because he can't see well even with his glasses on. That's how bad his eyes were. I want to show the car wash. What is the address of the first Fred Meyer's? It's the Fred Meyer's in, I believe, Beaverton, Oregon. I don't have the address on hand now, but it's on Embry, Imbrie Road, or Drive. Embry Drive in Portland, Oregon, Fred Meyer's store. You should be able to just Google it. It should pop right up. So let me share my screen. I want to show you guys a video clip from Desiree Young's annual car wash.
Kyron Horman was last seen this week.
A car wash was held this afternoon in
elementary school, and this weekend his parents held their yearly car wash to help raise money for future searches and potentially hire a private investigator. Kyron vanished after reportedly attending a science fair at Skyline Elementary back on June 4th of 2010. We spoke to his mother at the car wash Saturday. While she says she is optimistic that this year could be different, it's still hard.
It's very challenging to know that we're here 14 years now. I truly believed that it would be solved and we would have Kyron home within a week. You know, it's not a stranger that took Kyron. We know what happened for the most part. So it is a little disappointing that we're here. 14 years later. I don't want to be here in another year, but I say that every year. And the clock still keeps ticking through.
The case remains active with Multnomah County detectives working it along with help from the district attorney's office and the FBI.
I want to go ahead and play another one.
A car wash was held this afternoon in Medford to raise funds for the search for Kyron Horman. Wednesday marks the 4th anniversary of the day investigators say the boy was dropped.
Whoa, that's the 4th. We don't want that one. There were several put up, though. Let's see what else we got. Actually, it would be interesting to see that one. We'll go back to that one here in just a second.
Well, John, Kyron's mother, Desiree Young, is still fighting to bring her son home while also helping other parents with missing children. Today, she held her yearly car wash to raise money for his search, hoping to have a more aggressive approach, like hiring a private investigator and even creating a specialized task force.
I can't even explain it. He's a part of me, and it's just something in there that just yearns to touch him and hold him.
More than anything, Desiree Young just wants to see her son Kyron again. The last time she saw him was almost 14 years ago, disappearing from Skyline Elementary School in Northwest Portland after presenting at a science fair. Kyron was dropped off by his stepmother at the time, Terri Horman, taking a picture of him within an hour of him vanishing. Last seen wearing a black CSI t-shirt. Young says Terri has told multiple versions of that morning, but has yet to be charged.
The fact that we trusted this person to take care of Kyron, and she not only betrayed that trust, but she also victimized all of us.
Young admits being angry at Terri, but it hasn't distracted her from the bigger goal, putting as much effort as possible towards finding Kyron, organizing a car wash in Beaverton to raise funds for an even more aggressive search. With hopes of hiring a private investigator, law enforcement approved K-9 teams and a specialized task force.
Doing flyers and bracelets and buttons, and we're constantly spreading the word, and our volunteers are awesome. And, raising money to provide some support in that arena is really important in a missing child case too.
Young is using her pain and platform to educate other parents of missing children, hoping to inspire them to continue to fight no matter how much time has passed, emphasizing the importance of working with law enforcement.
You need to bring your child home. And so whatever you have to do that, do it.
Now, if you have any information on Kyron Horman or would like to donate money towards his search, you can head over to bringkyronhome.org. John, back to you.
All right, Sydney, thank you.
Yes, and this is like one of the most heartbreaking interviews that she did was, breaking down about Kyron. When I met her, she was going strong and everything. I knew it was going to be a hard day for her, but you know what? She is strong. She is going to do what she has to do for her son, no matter what. That's all she's been doing. That's all Kane has been doing. And I just want to mention here too, this link that the news mentions, the, .org, that link to donate money goes to the Kyron Horman Foundation, which is what Kane Horman does for Kyron. So 14 years later, these parents are still working together. It's amazing to see that they're supporting each other. I just want to point that out because their signs for the car wash actually had the same link to donate money. And that's going, in the first interview that we just showed, she is talking about all of the stuff. She's saying we think we know what she did, which is Terri Horman. And that's also very telling to just hear her say that. It's crazy, Here we are 14 years later. They think they know what Terri did, and yet there still has not been any justice for Kyron. But we are all, you know, keeping the hope that Nathan Vasquez is going to do something for Kyron Horman. He said that's what he was going to do when he came into office. He's already made phone calls to Desiree over the weekend about the car wash and asked her how things were going. So he's already checking in, you guys. So I found that very interesting. Let's go back and let's look at the car wash from 4 years after Kyron disappeared.
Well, John, Kyron's mother doesn't.
Car wash fundraiser
last year first.
Car wash fundraiser returns with the money going to search efforts for Portland's Kyron Horman. Now, Kyron was just 7 years old when he went missing. Tomorrow will mark 13 years since he was last seen at Skyline Elementary School. He was leaving the science fair when he went missing. His mother, Desiree Young, holds that car wash every year to help keep searches going and private investigators on this case.
Right now, we have a goal in mind, and we want to move the case forward.
Right.
And so whatever I can do to help do that at the moment.
She says even though it's hard, she is grateful that volunteers come out to help her raise money every year. And she also thanked the people that showed up today to get their cars washed. The car wash is happening again tomorrow at the Les Schwab on Southwest Walker Road from 9 to 6.
Well, John, Kyron's mother, Desiree Young, is still fighting.
So there you hear it from last year. Desiree trying to earn money for more searches and a private investigator. She hasn't told us that she's gotten that PI yet, but because she hasn't searched for the last couple of years, we're just going to assume that's probably what she's done, you know, but she doesn't have to let us know that. She doesn't have to tell us that she's already hired that PI, or maybe she's still saving that money to get the PI, but she's definitely been out there doing searches every single year and sometimes multiple times a year. It's truly amazing what she has done for her son. Out there putting foot on the ground, canines, searchers. They come from all over the country to search for Kyron. All over the country. Every time she has a search, they're coming from everywhere. I do want to find that one, though, just after 4 years of him missing, though, because that's going to be a pretty telling. So this was 9 years ago.
A car wash was held this afternoon in Medford to raise funds for the search for Kyron Horman. Wednesday marks the 4th anniversary of the day investigators say the boy was dropped off at a Portland elementary school and was never seen again. Detectives say Kyron's stepmother at the time where he went missing, Terri, is the last person known to be seen with him.
The fact that we're even here is disgusting. I have a real hard time with the fact that we know who did this and we're still 4 years later and don't have the answers because she refuses to talk. And
the next search is scheduled to start the 20th of this month.
Wow. So much, so much that we could sit here and go over and talk about, because when you look up Kyron Horman, you know, you have the searches, the news conference, you have all of the times that Kyron Horman and Desiree Young sat in front of the news and, you know, spoke about Kyron, begging people to, you know, if you'd seen him, please let us know. I'm just going to play the search pictures that I have while I'm talking, just to give you guys some perspective on the search that happened for Kyron. You know, we had 18 counties looking for Kyron. even investigators from Washington and California. We're talking the largest search for a missing person in Oregon's history, the largest criminal investigation in all of Oregon's history. Kyron was huge. His face was beautiful. Desiree Young believes that her son was so absolutely captivating that the world just, decided to love him so much. And in that news conference that they did, Terri just was not expecting all that attention to be on Kyron. And you know what? I agree with Desiree, because I know that it was his smile, his beautiful, loving face that absolutely captivated me and drew me in. Let's go over some comment here. We are very, very familiar with the area in Linton. My dad went to Skyline School 50 years prior. I am now school bus driver for Skyline School. Wow. Well, thank you so much for being here. That's amazing. Yeah, one of the witnesses that saw Kyron leaving the school, walking behind Terri to the road where her truck was parked that day, because she borrowed Kyron Horman's truck, was a bus driver, Kyron Horman's bus driver. She is, I think, one of the most important witnesses in Kyron's case, because bus drivers know their children. Don't you know your children, psych chick? I mean, you know your children. And if she said that she saw Kyron leaving with Terri, she knew who Terri was too, having to pick him up and drop him off every day. I know my husband's cousin is a bus driver. I know she knows her children. She also says, psych chick says, so my dad was afraid to take him out that day. Take who out that day? Sorry. I remember it so clearly. His face all over the news. It was June 5th, my son's 6th birthday. He was, your son, taking your son out. He's turning 20 tomorrow. He wears glasses and has light hair. Could have easily been mistaken for Kyron. Oh. Yeah, so many people in that area affected, and the way that the community came together. They literally donated so much food that they had to start being turned away. That's how the community showed up for Kyron. Okay, so the first Fred Myers is in Hillsboro. Thank you so much, Sally Mae, for looking that up. So I want to show everybody our event. Well, first, I want to talk about Kyron just a little bit. Kyron was born on September 9th, 2002. He disappeared from Skyline Elementary School in Portland, Oregon on June 4th, 2010, 14 years ago today, after attending his science fair. The local and state police, all along with Federal Bureau of Investigation, the FBI, conducted an exhaustive search and launched a criminal investigation, but have not uncovered any significant information regarding the child's whereabouts. Horman's disappearance sparked the largest criminal investigation in Oregon's history. To this day, his whereabouts are unknown. Kyron Horman's mother and father is Desiree Young and Kyron Horman. He is an engineer at Intel, and the couple divorced about 8 months into Young's pregnancy with Kyron, and it was in irreconcilable differences. The two had been granted shared custody of Kyron until 2004, but then Desiree was diagnosed with kidney failure that it required extensive medical intervention, and Kane took over all custody. at that time. They agreed to let Kane have custody. Kane did not want any child support from Desiree in the court paperworks. We've talked about this in one of our live shows. We've went over the documents for their divorce. Both Quinn, which is Kyron's other brother, and his father and Kane did not ask Desiree at all for any kind of child support. They both knew how sick she was. They even talk about it in the court documents. They knew that she owed a lot of money because of all of her health issues. So she went to get help in Canada. She was there for a few months and she came back, and her and Kane pretty much decided that, you know what, Kyron's doing good right now. We'll just go ahead and let him stay with you. Desiree does say that later on she did try to get custody of Kyron and get him back. Not really sure when that happened. In 2007 is when Kane married Terri Moulton. She was born March 14th of 1970. And she was a substitute teacher originally from Roseburg. Kane became romantically involved with Moulton around 2001 when he and Desiree were in the midst of divorcing. We all know Kane cheated on Desiree. All people make mistakes, and that was his. They married in 2007 while visiting Hawaii. In December of 2008, Moulton gave birth to Kiara, which is Kyron's younger sister, who was almost 2 years old when Kyron came up missing. Meanwhile, Kyron was a student at Skyline Elementary School that is near Forest Park. Forest Park is huge. Let me look right here. I'm pretty sure it's going to tell me how big Forest Park. Forest Park is a public municipal park, Tualatin Mountains, west of downtown Portland. It is part of a rainforest, and it has 5,100 acres. Just to give you guys a perspective on how big Forest Park is, it's gigantic. It's so big. I have taken so many videos. Excuse me, tickle in my throat. I have taken so many videos in the area to give everyone a perspective, just so people understand how difficult this search actually for Kyron has been throughout the years. And let's see, where am I? On June 4th, 2010, Kyron was taken to Skyline Elementary School by his ex-stepmother, Terri Horman Moulton, who then stayed with him while he attended the science fair. Terri stated that she left the school about... Let me get a drink here. I got a tickle. All right. She said she left the school around 8:45 a.m. and that was the last she remembers seeing Kyron walk down the hall to his class. However, Kyron was never seen in his first class and was instead marked absent that day at 10 a.m. in the morning. The reason for that 10 a.m. absence, and the reason why Skyline Elementary School never decided to make the phone call that originally the school would call the parents, let them know, hey, you know, Kyron isn't at school today. What's going on? Terri Horman emailed Miss Porter. She also told Miss Porter on June 4th, 2010, that Kyron had a doctor's appointment that day. And that's why they never called. Desiree Young has mentioned that there was never a doctor's appointment. When Desiree Young got into town after Kyron came up missing and didn't get off of the bus at 3:30 p.m. on June 4th, 2010, She actually spoke with investigators, and the investigators had her sign some documents to release the doctor paperwork so that they could find out about the appointment. And that's, I think, my personal opinion is when some red flags started going off, when they realized there wasn't a doctor's appointment. That's just my take on that. But yeah, I'm over here reading, so let me jump back on to my StreamYard because I would really like to look at some more. Yes, there is lots of forest, lots of bodies of water. Psych Chick says absolutely she knows her students on the bus. She absolutely does. Again, everybody, there is a link at the top. If you'd like to come on and talk about the experiences that you had when this happened, how you found out about Kyron Horman, let me know. You can click the link, come on up, and we can have a discussion. Otherwise, I'm just going to keep going with the news that I have and the conversations that I have put together. Right now, I want to take the time to put up the news conference. The very first news conference that all of the parents did. I want to say it's about 8 to 10 minutes long. So if you haven't seen it, stay tuned. This is where a lot of people look at Terri and just say, something's just not right about the way she's acting during this news conference. And where Desiree Young says that one of the people that worked with law enforcement had to walk Terri off and away from Desiree Young because she could just see on Desiree's face that Desiree wasn't too happy with the fact that Terri Horman was hanging all over her.
Hello, my name is Tony Young, and
Oh, no. Let me just try again.
hello, my name is.
Okay. Why isn't it wanting to play? It's playing, but with no sound. Can everybody else hear it? Hold up, got a question for you guys. Can you guys hear this playing? Just give me a thumbs up. All right. I might have to look it up on YouTube. Let me hop over here real quick. I will put some more search pictures up. I have no idea why that doesn't want to play. Thank you guys for being patient. I found it. Now I'm going to share the screen. And yeah, let's remove this. Thank you, Zane. Yep, I got it fixed. I don't know why that video doesn't want to play. I've had it loaded onto my computer for a minute. I actually decided yesterday to just load up all of the videos that I've ever made and load them all into one file to share. But yeah, I did find it. So here we go. Is this one it? Nope. Here it is. And it's only 4 minutes. I thought it was a lot longer. So here we go.
Thank you. As you all know, this has been a very, very difficult time for the family of Kyron. And remember, this is the 1-week anniversary, which is very sensitive to us. We very quickly wanted to plan because the family wanted to talk to the news media. They're not prepared to answer any questions. But what I do want to tell you is that after this press conference, if you'd like, please meet in the back here, and we'll have Captain Brosh and Mary Lindstrom, and they'll give you a way to be able to email questions in. We'll make sure the family gets that, and they'll review some of those questions for our next meeting time. And I don't know when that is, but we'll figure that out so they can answer some of your questions, which the family knows is very important. But keep in mind, this is very difficult. Here with me today is Kyron Horman, and would you like me to spell their names? Kyron, Kaine, Horman, Horman, Terri Horman, Terririhorman, Tony Young, Tonyyoung, and Desiree Young, Desireyyoung. And remember, they stand together here today as a family. Before I let Tony speak one of the two messages, I want to remind you, if we can get the information out about this is going to be a wonderful weekend. It's supposed to be warm. As you're out there recreating, all our families, keep your prayers and thoughts on our little boy, because you never know the type of information that can come back to us and we can find him. So with that being said, Tony, can you come on down?
Thank you. Hello, my name is Tony Young, and I'm Kyron's stepfather. The family's asked me to speak on their behalf today. I would just like to say, Kyron, we miss you, we love you, and we need you home right now. We're doing everything we can to work with law enforcement and the search and the rescue crews to make sure that you can get back to us as soon as possible. We want to say how much we appreciate the outpouring of love and support, prayer and thoughts as we wait for you. Your school friends and their families, the teachers, the staff at your school, and the community as a whole have shown how much impact one little boy's smile can have on a community. You mean everything to us, and until you come home, this family is not complete. Please, Kyron, keep up the hope. We believe in you, and we know you will be back with us soon. I'd like to now introduce Kyron's father, Kyron Horman.
Hi, I'm Kyron. I'm Kyron's father. We want to thank the community, the parents, the children, bus drivers, and all of those who are being interviewed multiple times to help find Kyron. Thank you. We as the family know how difficult and stressful this is, but your memories and statements can help us find Kyron. We will never be able to thank you enough for that help. Finally, we would like to thank the media. If it was not for you showing Kyron on every newscast, printing his story in the papers, his face would not be known to everyone. People from around the nation have seen his picture. This helps tremendously. Please help us bring Kyron home.
They don't really go into too much more information. So, hello, Bigfoot Barbecue. The way she peeked at the camera was gross. Absolutely. You know what's heartbreaking to me is that big bear hug that Tony gives Kane, and Kane reciprocates it. Sorry, getting a little choked up here, but they give this great big hug, and Kane just keeps holding on. This was very difficult for them. You know, a week anniversary after Kyron came up missing, and they're finally talking. Another thing that has always stood out to me was that he thanks the staff and the bus drivers and the people that are being interviewed over and over and over again. You know, the bus drivers in particular, because like I said earlier, one of the witnesses that saw Kyron leave the school following Terri and the baby to the road where the truck was parked, is a huge witness in this case, because you just know the bus driver knows who Kyron was. His daily bus driver knew. Zane Lilly, actually, she corrected me over the weekend when I got to meet her. It's Zan Lilly. The way she looks at the back of Tony's head when Tony says, Kyron, we love you, and we hope you are home with us. And then she looks up at Desiree with guilt. If I've ever seen guilt, it's that. Her look, she looks guilty. She looks terrified. She looks, shocked. There's like a shock factor there. You know, in some pictures of her too, she just looks completely and totally exhausted, as they all looked. But hers is more of like a frantic, stressed look on her face. When this aired, it was the second I started suspecting Terri. Me too. You know, and I want to tell everybody something. I want to tell you guys the story of me meeting Desiree Young for the first time. I was very nervous, and I even told her I was nervous, and she said, why? I'm just a normal person. And I said, well, because I owe you an apology. I have been holding back these feelings of needing to apologize to her, to Kane, for a very long time, for getting it wrong. For getting it wrong in the beginning, for doing a bunch of case studies on a lot of other people, for not always keeping the focus on Terri, on Dee Dee. And I straight up apologized to Desiree Young for that. And I told her, but I got it right. And she said, yeah, you do. I told her that she can correct us anytime she wants if we ever get it wrong. She kind of chuckled a little bit and said, okay. But I felt really good being able to apologize to her. I wished her the best of luck for the car wash and everything. She met Kaylia and Heidi. Kaylia actually went to the car wash on Sunday. She was holding signs and stuff all day, even though the car wash got shut down early because it was pissing rain in Portland on Sunday. But they both got to meet Desiree. Desiree actually told Heidi, our moderator on our Facebook, Zan here, that she knew about the event that we had put up for Kyron. So that was like really special to hear that she knew about it. Stacy Young knew exactly who Heidi was. Desiree Young knew who I was and who Heidi and Kaylia were. So yeah, I wanted to share that. I just wanted to share that I apologize, because you know what? If I get something wrong, I'm going to apologize for it. And you know, that's the type of person that I am. And that's the right thing to do. When you know you've done something wrong, said something wrong, when you know you're spreading rumors, or if you know that you're putting out misinformation, you say, you know what? I got that wrong and I'm sorry, and you move on. And it just felt really good to be able to express to her my apologies. But moving on, here is a small video clip of our flyer event. Like I said, we put up so many flyers that we didn't have a place to hang them up anymore. So I just stood outside Fred Meyer's and talked to everybody coming in and out. Okay, this is going to upset me today if my computer has decided that it doesn't want to show my clips, because I pretty much base this entire live off of the clips that I have. And these clips are just freezing up. Yeah, no sound. Yeah, I just noticed that there's no sound and the video wasn't moving. So let me just see. I'm going to try to play it one more time. I had this fan going because I'm trying like not to have my computer get too warm. Let me see what this does. Well, but you guys can hear me okay? Okay, thank you, Avi, for letting me know you can at least hear me. Okay, well, here's what I'm going to have to do. Let me just see. Let me take this off of here. Take this off of here. Just want to take down a few things. Now, why would this one wants to play? So that's weird. This one's plain. It's just a few of them that aren't. So that's why I'm sitting here super confused. Because those are all of the cap cuts that I did from yesterday. Okay, well, I'm just going to have to share my screen and find things to talk about off of YouTube. So let me look over here. Sorry about this, guys. What a day to like have your computer decide, hey, I'm just going to bother you a little bit today, right? It's whatever. We will continue going with the flow. Nothing's going to stop me. I know Kyron's case so well, I don't even have to show any videos. I could literally sit here and talk all day long if that's what it takes. So with that being said, I've got a video. I had already posted, so I'm going to share my screen and share it with everybody. It is our flyer event. It was such a fun. We had a good time meeting everybody. That's, I think, what made it so special. You know, someone said, just me, but go out and come back in. Well, the thing is if I go back out and I come back in, I lose everything that I've put into StreamYard, but it's not a bad idea. I just don't want to lose the people that are already here. I'm not sure what I want to do. Then the name of the show won't be up either. Let me just write out the name of the show and stuff. It could be just StreamYard. Oh, you were talking to just me. Oh, okay. Yeah, because like I said, I don't know what it is going on, but it's something that we can deal with. Were you guys able to see the video that I just posted up? Would you guys just let me know and hear it just fine, please? Because I may just have to stream everything, sharing my screen, which I don't have a problem doing. I hope everybody's day is going well. I have to admit, I'm a little bit nervous now that this is happening to my computer, but you know what? it is what it is, right? And we're just going to keep going on and talking about Kyron. If anybody wants to grab the link and come up, you are welcome to. If not, that's fine too. I am expecting a few creators to come in today. But we're live all day long, so I don't know when they're coming, but I know Kaylia will show up here in a little while too. All right, so you can hear it. That's awesome. Thank you guys for letting me know. I thought this was a very telling video too. I want to just see if it's going to show. Desiree Young in a clip here imploring Terri to talk.
Kyron is still alive. We would like all of you, everyone, to continue to get his face out there, to continue looking for him in your day-to-day activities. We pray each day for Kyron.
It ended up not showing sound. Here we go. All right, so I just know I'm just going to remove a few of these from the studio. Ugh, boo. And go over to my channel. And this is how it's going to go, y'all. Sharing screen all day, which is perfectly fine with me. Let's just see. Some of these video clips that I have aren't even up anymore, and that's what really sucks because, yeah, some of the things that I want to share, I may not be able to find. I wonder if I have it on my YouTube channel. Okay, so I have some clips I want to share. Let's see. I have a playlist here of stuff I have shared on Kyron's case. Let's play this one. Okay. And this is how we can do it, guys. Sorry about the technical difficulties, but as soon as I get into a rhythm of sharing, we won't have any more problems, I promise. This is normally not how I share things, so.
Young and Kyron Horman. Good morning.
Good morning.
Desiree, 3 weeks now since your little boy went missing. What has this time been like for you?
I can't even put it into words. It's terrible. Every day that goes by, I just want Kyron home. It's been too long.
We see these beautiful pictures of him, such a sweet face. Kane, tell us a little bit about your son. What kind of a little guy is he?
He's amazing. He's kind and warm and gentle. He's very loving. He's smart. He likes to have fun, good sense of humor, just loves to laugh. Just a wonderful son.
And what happened, Kane, on that last morning that you saw your son?
From when I saw him that morning, I was on my way to work, and he and I talked out in our front yard. He was out feeding our cat, heading back inside, and just gave each other a big hug, told him to have a great day at the science fair with his project, that I was proud of him for all the effort and just the amazing project that he put together, and to just have a wonderful day.
There have been some questions raised about your wife, Terri, and her involvement in your son's disappearance. A questionnaire was sent out by police mentioning her. Do you believe that the police suspect her in some way in your son's disappearance?
I believe she's committed, as the rest of our family is, to finding Kyron.
Yes.
And any other information regarding that is the investigators are working with her and with us to help find him. So I don't really have any other comment on that.
Desiree, there's been a lot of question about why you and your ex-husband haven't come forward more to speak out to the media. Why have you waited until now?
Because it was very important to the family, all of us, that we keep the focus on Kyron. And by staying a little bit more reserved in the media, that helped keep the focus on Kyron so that we could get his picture out there and get everything about him out there.
Mm-hmm. And coming forward now, what are you hoping this will bring for you?
I'm hoping that it'll bring us to the end, that Kyron will come home. And, you know, it's been 3 weeks now, and we never thought in a million years on Friday, June 4th, that we would ever get to this point.
Is there anything you'd like to say if Kyron is watching somewhere this morning? Both Desiree and Kane, I'll let you go first. Desiree, to your son?
That we love you and we need you home and we miss you very much.
Yeah, Kyron, you're the son that all dads hope for, and we miss you and love you so much, and we just want you home.
We wish you the very best, and we are all hoping for a good ending here. Desiree Young, Kyron Horman, thank you for being with us this morning. We appreciate it.
A lot happens early on The Early Show, weekday mornings on CBS.
It was so hard to listen to them in their earlier interviews speak about Kyron. It's so heartbreaking. You know, they're just trying to hold it together. Now, I don't know how many people really know the story of Terri Horman's day. I have done some videos of the drive from the school all the way to the first Fred Meyers, from the first Fred Meyers to the second Fred Meyers. And then after that, Terri pretty much turns off her phone until it pings again down there off of Highway 30. Desiree Young recently said in one of her new interviews with Doug Bishop that Terri picked Dee Dee Spicer up at her job. We haven't spoke about her yet. Dee Dee Spicer is Terri Horman's friend, and she was missing from her work during the same unaccounted time as Terri Horman had that day. All right. Now, let me see if we'll try one more of these video clips, because I actually have a video clip that talks about Dee Dee missing from work 4 hours. 4 hours, you guys. Let's see if this works.
For the first time, photos of Horman's close friend, Dee Dee Spicer, are included, along with an attached questionnaire asking if anyone saw Spicer near the school that day. She says she was on a gardening job, but her employers now claim they were unable to reach her for 4 hours, much longer than first reported.
That's huge. Much longer than first reported. You know, Dee Dee and Terri tried to claim that they hadn't seen each other since March, before Kyron came up missing in 2010. But all of a sudden, they're connected at the hips as soon as Terri Horman, you know, calls her or whatever, because Dee Dee Spicer goes to her house for 11 days after Kane leaves the house, files for a divorce, takes Kitty and goes because he finds out about murder for hire plots. 11 days, connected at the hips. Okay, so that worked, sharing my information that way. So I'm going to take this stuff down, except for the one that did work. That gives me a little bit hope that my clips will still show. Maybe it just didn't download good into StreamYard. So again, forgive me for technical difficulties. This happens. All right. So I have lots of really good clips. Here is a clip. Terri started a rumor in the very beginning that her and Desiree were friends, that she started babysitting Kyron before Kane and Desiree even split up, which is not true. And we found this recording of this rumor. Actually, Kaylia did. Let's toss this up. Desiree and Kane have something to say about these rumors.
Well, there's parts of the story in the beginning about Desiree and Terri being friends, and they weren't.
Yeah.
Right.
That comes from Terri herself.
There is the statement of, I hired Terri to take care of Kyron,
There
which
you
is
go.
completely false.
Yeah. Right.
She had a full-time job.
Right.
And Desiree and I were already taking care of Kyron ourselves before she had any involvement in that regard.
So this was deception that Terri passed to friends and built up this mythology.
Yes.
Correct.
And but this was not accurate.
Correct.
Right.
Not accurate. Desiree and Terri were not friends. Terri was going around telling people this in the beginning, just like Terri was going around telling people all kinds of crazy things. You know, the focus is on Terri because of Terri. There's no other reason. She lawyered up on the 28th of June and never spoke to law enforcement again. They still want her to come in and say hi, and she hasn't. Now, yes, it did take a while. Hope it does hold up. Thank you so much. Hello, Bun Bun. Nice to see you here. Yeah, I'm just going with the flow. It looks like everything that I loaded up into StreamYard just didn't load up well, is what it looks like, because now I'm able to present everything and I'm not as nervous. But it is what it is. I don't get how people think Terri is innocent. With the information Desiree said about the burner phone, why would Desiree lie? Exactly. Why is she going to lie? Why is she going to hinder her son's case? Why is she going to put out misinformation? It doesn't make sense, right? And yeah, haters out there have to attack and say that that's exactly what Desiree is doing when she isn't. It is good to see you too. And I am doing better. I just had some technical difficulties. And yeah, it got me a little bit stressed out, not gonna lie, because I want to be here for 6 to 8 hours. So that was a little bit, but we're all human and we all know computers can do whatever. I think this one was on StreamYard though. So everything's working better now and I'm not so nervous. And I've got my list of stuff here to go through. So we're just going to continue. Let's play. I missed that 1 o'clock hour here, but I want to play Kyron's video as much as possible through this because today is about bringing awareness for Kyron. It's bringing awareness, for him. Please, everybody, get on your social media and share his flyers. You can go over to our Facebook group, Kyron Horman Case Revisited, and you don't even have to become a member over there. You can just come in, grab some pictures of Kyron and go tell the story on your social media because that's what needs to happen. Today is 14 years since Kyron disappeared. Today, June 4th, 2024, and 14 years is too long. If you can throw up blue hearts and frogs was kind of his thing. You'll see in the video clip here, Kermit the Frog was around, and we all know that he loved his tree frogs because that's what he was doing the day that he disappeared. He was going around the science fair, and the day before he had presented his red-eyed tree frog project to everyone there at the school. Kyron Horman would be 21 years old now. We are not looking for a 7-year-old little boy anymore. We are looking for a young man. Kyron Horman, he could have tattoos. He could have a beard and a mustache. He could just have a mustache. He could have piercings, dyed hair. You know, he could be wearing eye contacts instead of his glasses. Just keep that in mind while you look for Kyron Horman. The telephone number for the tip line is 503-988-0560. That's the Multnomah County Sheriff's Office. And you can also call the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children at 100 The Lost. If you ever have a tip, no tip is too small. It's only going to take one tip alone. And that was the reason for our flyer event, is maybe someone in that area has been holding something in and just think what they know is just too small. The police department ain't going to have any interest in what I have to say. That's not true. It can take the smallest, tiniest little tip to break this entire case. So if you know anything, please call it in. Thank you guys so much for all of the frogs and hearts. We love it. It was a very long time ago. It's been 14 years. Thank you for being here, JBO 617. You know, showing the love and bringing awareness for Kyron is all we ever want to do. It's so important, especially in a case that's 14 years old, to keep bringing awareness. We're never going to let the community, YouTube subscribers or YouTube members or anybody on the YouTube channels here, you know, forget about Kyron. Avi, if you could do me a favor, if you're around all, I don't know if you're just listening or working while you're here. I did a show Monday with Crime Lines and Lies with Brooks on Kyron Horman. We went over the new Desiree Young interview. So we also have that here on our YouTube to go over too. Just an FYI, Brooks from Crime Lines and Lies, you know, she is who talked me into starting up my YouTube channel for Kyron. And that's what it was all about in the very beginning. It was all about Kyron. And then we got asked to do more special stuff for other kids, and that's why we're now Missing PNW. Thank you for being here, Connie. I see you. You need to go to replay. Actually, no, you don't, Connie, and I promise. If you want to watch the beginning, that's fine, but we've had a bunch of technical difficulties. You're good. We are going to be live for 6 to 8 hours today. So I mean, I got my crock pot ready full of some pork and some carrots. We're going to have some mashed potatoes and gravy later on, but I got everything all ready beforehand just to sit here and talk with everybody all day long. It's nice to see everybody. Thank you guys for welcoming one another, for always being friends and subbing up to one another. It's so amazing to have such a great YouTube family. Okay, so I'm going to find another clip to show because I have a lot. And I want to find the one that I have of, let me see. I can't scroll, think, and talk at the same time, so you guys have to forgive me. Let's see. Which way did Terri go is what I named this clip, because Terri Horman changed her story so many times that day. So many times. And this is what Kane and Desiree said about all those time changes. Let's just hope and pray my clip works again. Let's go.
When did you become suspicious of her?
First polygraph results came back. She was very vocal with everyone in the entire house about how it went, how that she failed. And then the actions after that, and the discussions that we had trying to understand what happened that day, she would change her story daily, if not more than that. I mean, every time you talk to her, it was a little bit different about, well, here's what happened that day. And it, you know, you kind of look at her going, you know, we have a major crisis here and you don't even have a story that's believable at this point.
And literally saying that she's changing her story sometimes multiple times a day. We're talking about Terri Horman, Terri Moulton Horman Vasquez. Vasquez is her new last name. And here they are on the Oprah Winfrey Show talking about how many times a day Terri would change her story. You don't change your story if you're telling the truth. The truth doesn't change, right? Truth doesn't change. So why is your story changing, Terri? It's been 14 years. Justice needs to be for Kyron. 14 years too long. You owe Kane and Desiree an explanation. Law enforcement is waiting for you. Thank you, LaTonya Jackson, or Ellen, sorry, for being here. Nice to see you. I have never seen you in here before. That's amazing. And there's even more clips. Let's keep playing this.
Last time she saw him, she was down by the main office and he was here outside his classroom.
I think he was coming this way down the hall and she was turning and going the other way. I don't know if it was down the stairs out or out the side door. I can't remember which version of the story it was at the time, which changed a few times. So,
oh, it did?
But it was, yeah, going somewhere that way. The school.
She told different stories about how she left the school. First, she said she went out the front of the school, which is located on the south side of the school. Then she changed her story and said she went out the east side of the school. And we now know that it was the east side of the school because that's where witnesses say they saw Kyron. And it wasn't just the bus driver, you guys. Kyron had a friend named Carson, and his baby sister and his grandmother were there. Carson and Kyron actually had a conversation standing in that parking lot, headed down, you know, to walk away and go down to the truck with Terri. So multiple people. And on my last show that I just did, I actually found that there were other teachers, other employees of the school that saw Kyron with Terri, and they thought that he had left with her also. That's about as far as that statement goes. Because let's just, you know, I'll make it perfectly clear. We're not really supposed to know what these witnesses saw or what happened or whatever. These grand juries are secret grand juries. We don't know who went and spoke. We know some were leaked out into the news, but we don't know all of the information. We know that this grand jury was a secret grand jury collecting evidence, being used as a tool, which I actually have a clip of. I will show that next, just to show you guys that other people have talked about it being used as a tool. Desiree talks about it being used as a tool. Attorneys in this case use it as being used as a tool. Dee Dee's own attorney talks about it being used as a tool. But now we're going to listen to another version of Terri's story by Desiree and Kane on the Dr. Phil Show. Absolutely, 100%. Kyron Horman did not wander away. He did not wander away. Law enforcement has spoke about how he was not abducted. His parents are talking here about if you look at the screen right now, On the right-hand side, you can see where the stairwell, where the X is, where we now know Terri exited from the school. All the way down on the very bottom, and I'm sorry that the lettering and stuff's there, but classroom 213, all the way down on the bottom left, that was Kyron's classroom. Here on the Dr. Phil, they got it right on the 209, okay? That's Dr. Phil's problem, not the parents' problem. So the one that's highlighted here, 209, is not his classroom. Kyron's classroom was 213, all the way down at the end of the hall. And what they're basically saying is he gets abducted going down this hallway when it's full of people in the community, when it's full of people, he's going to get abducted walking down this hallway. Now, mind you, almost 400 people there at the school. Law enforcement spoke to 400 people at the school that day. Teachers, other employees and staff of the school, whether they were janitors or whatever, and parents and children at the school. That school hallway was so busy, but someone just came in there and took them. I think not. And that's what point that they're trying to say here. Like, no way did it happen. And it's absolutely crazy. Yes, it does. Bun, it seems like it is so impossible. You were right. I mean, how is a child going to be abducted in front of that many people? And these are all people, like Kane just got done saying, these are all people that all know each other. You know, their soccer games were done up there at the school. All of, you know, the community. Kane describes the school as like the focal point of the entire community, that and Brooks Church. It's like literally in the middle of Skyline Ridge where everybody gets together. Did Dee Dee actually get immunity? She sure did. It's even been called accidental immunity. I hope someday she messes up this immunity in some way, shape, or form so that she can get in just as much trouble as Terri Horman will eventually. And Connie doesn't think that it's possible either. No one thinks it's possible, right? You can't just steal a child in a hallway where so many people are. It just doesn't sound plausible. JBO doesn't think that it's possible either. Yeah. Oh my goodness is right, Evie. How do you give somebody accidental immunity? She did nothing for this immunity. Nothing. If she made, in my personal opinion only, this is not fact-based. I do not know because we're not privileged to all information. She was given immunity during the civil trial that Desiree did trying to sue Terri Horman. And no, I got that backwards. She got immunity after that. But she, over 140 questions, pled the fifth. So she didn't even answer any questions during that civil suit either. After seeing how small the rule that school is, there is no way he was abducted, Miss Barbecue says. Exactly. It is a tiny school. When you go up there, it gives you a whole new perspective. Do we know why she got immunity? We know that she handed over emails. We know that she handed over text messages. And now because of Desiree's new interview that she did, we know that Dee Dee Spicer took law enforcement to where the burner phones are. You know what? I can share my screen. Let me find it real quick on my YouTube channel because I'd made a little TikTok about it. I made a bunch of little clips from that particular interview she did to get out more awareness over on TikTok. Let me just see. Doesn't really tell me. Look everything up.
You don't get it.
I'm trying to figure out how to play my shorts. Hold on one second. I don't want this one here anymore. Get lost. Oh, there we go. Okay, now I can see the bottom. Found it. Okay. Now, let's share the screen. I want you guys to hear what she has to say about Dee Dee. All right, so.
The DA's office, they believed at the time that they could get her to flip on Terri. Several weeks later, they made an agreement with Dee Dee Spicer for immunity. Here's the problem with that. As you're investigating, you're getting evidence, you're obtaining new information, new interviews, all the things, right? And now, today, what we can say is there's physical evidence that is involving her. From what I understand, Dee Dee Spicer said Terri was using throwaway phones and had loaded it with minutes and was using that to communicate with people. They were able to acquire the phones. Dee Dee took them where they dumped them. I don't know when the phones were dumped. They got access to them a couple of weeks after Kyron went missing. The DA's office, they believed
they got the information off of the phone after Kyron disappeared, just a couple weeks after. And Dee Dee Spicer led them to those phones. And there's information on those phones, pictures connecting Dee Dee Spicer to Kyron's disappearance. She also says in this interview that it's really aggravating to find out this information later after they give her immunity. Excuse me. Bless me. Okay, so there was another one I want to show. Let's show this one.
you don't get Dee Dee without Terri. In fact, they've had a personal relationship physically. Dee Dee was 2 miles from the school on Germantown Road, working at a property where she was landscaping for them. She was also missing during the same period of time that Terri was. The people on the property always have lunch together, and they were trying to locate her, and she was missing.
Okay.
And they tried calling her, and she didn't answer. Her phone was on the property. Her car was on the property, but Dee Dee was nowhere to be found, and they looked everywhere. It's our understanding through information I've had turned over to me during searches that she was picked up by Terri from her job on that property. You don't get
just mouth dropping information put out on. Thank you, Avi. Yeah, I sneezed a lot. Just mind-blowing information put out on that last interview. Mind-blowing to know that they found the burner phones, that Dee Dee took them to the burner phones, and she even says that they tossed. So Terri and Dee Dee tossed burner phones? Why the hell do you even have burner phones? Why? Why do you have burner phones? On June 4th, when Kyron disappeared, Desiree has put on her Facebook, I have said this several times and showed the receipts, you know, on many of our lives. And then again, in that 11-day stay that Dee Dee went and stayed with Terri for after Kane left the house. All right. So I have information. And like I said to everybody, there is a link up at the top if you want to join in. If you ever want to talk about anything, I'll throw you up here. I don't mind at all having anybody up here. Did they interrogate Terri and Dee Dee? They talked to Dee Dee for forever. They have talked to Terri for forever. She was cooperating in the very beginning. She failed 2 polygraph tests and walked out onto the 3rd. She was flipping out about it. Terri was just flipping out. You know, she kept saying things like, you know, they were bullying me, and she didn't even want to go back for the 2nd polygraph test. It took Tony, Desiree, and Kane. Tony is Desiree Young's husband, still is and was at the time. He is an investigator. Yeah, they were both interviewed. They went and searched Dee Dee Spicer's condo where she worked, took her computer and her cell phone. She handed over, you know, text messages and emails, took them to where these burner phones were. Yeah, it's kind of crazy, the information that's been coming out in this case. But why are you using burner phones? If he didn't do anything wrong, why are you using burner phones? We're going to get really into Dee Dee here in a little while. I kind of want to just keep going. We've got about 7 minutes before I throw up Kyron's video again, because that's what today is. It's 14 years ago today that Kyron Horman came up missing. We're looking for a grown man. He would be 21 years old. 22 in September, you guys. All right, let me find another video to throw up, because there are some very, yeah, there are just some really crazy clips that I have collected over the years, and I want to talk about them. Here's a very emotional clip with Kane talking about Kyron.
We still have people bringing in ideas left and right on ways we can continue to get his face out there as much as possible. Let us know, because we're going to be doing it.
You're still very optimistic that he's alive even after all these months.
I am. And, you know, I know through the filings, people have asked me, you know, we filed that, you know, that there were horrific actions that day that Kiara may have been witness to. Yeah. You know, lay out the scenarios of everything that could have happened to him that day, and every scenario that has him alive still today. Look at any of those scenarios and have your child witness another child have to go through that right in front of their face. It's horrific. I don't care how you describe it. So yeah, I think he's alive. I think it was an awful day. I sure hope that Kiara didn't witness what happened that day, but I'm pretty confident that she was there based on what we know. And that's a horrific thing for a child to have to witness. So just in that statement alone, yeah, I believe he's alive, but that's an awful day, regardless of scenario.
What does that say about Terri, the fact that she asked for a dismissal in this case, basically giving up any custody rights to Kiara? Do you think that speaks to Terri?
You saw the last filing we put in. I think that says everything that we need to say at this point in time. I know that you've all reported on it. I would put it out there again. The silence says everything in this.
Can you believe that I just have to say that when the news is asking him questions, you kind of need to look at the screen to read what's there, because it was a very, very quiet videos. If you guys are wondering what all the circles are and everything else, that's just to make sure that, you know, something doesn't, I don't know, get me on YouTube.
someone that Terri knows something that would bring Kyron home?
Absolutely, I do.
Would you be willing to ask or urge prosecutors to give her immunity if she could give you that information to bring Kyron home?
I'm going to leave that up to the investigators and the prosecutors. They know exactly where I stand on that issue. But if there's anybody out there who has information that would bring Kyron home, I would beg and plead with them to do that, regardless of what the consequences were or what they weren't. And if the consequences could be removed to bring him home, so be it. But that is not for me to decide. That's for them to decide. And if the cases are strong enough, then they're going to do what they have to do. And in absence of any information from Terri, they have to continue down that path. So I don't expect a different approach at this point in time.
Bring him home alive, right?
Kyron being missing. Family focus has been on Terri. Law enforcement has been on Terri. Why do you think there hasn't been an arrest in the case?
For now, until we have information that gives us a direct path to where he's at, putting her behind bars doesn't necessarily help. If she's communicating with anybody or she reaches out to anybody that helps give us the direct path, then that's obviously what we're waiting for. But the thing is when an arrest occurs, the clock starts ticking. Then the legal process has to start. And if they don't have a tight enough legal case, which I'm very confident that they will and that they do, but when they're ready, they'll make the arrest. And until then, I fully support their actions up until that particular point, and I will continue to support it moving forward. But once that happens, the clock ticks. And if they don't have a solid case and we go into court and she walks from the case, that's going to be an awful day. So I want to make sure they have everything. It needs to be airtight. We need to go in and justice needs to be served.
I just wanted to be clear on your answer to his question. You were talking about, yes, grant immunity, you would encourage them to do that, but that's bringing him home alive, right? I mean, if she did something that caused him to die, you wouldn't want them to grant her immunity, would you?
Well, it's just a scenario that I don't put through my head. So I'm not asking them to grant her immunity on anything. I'm asking her to come forward with the information and do what's right like we've done so many times, and that's not going to do any good. Me standing here today saying that is not going to make anything change. So regardless of what the investigators do and regardless of what the prosecutors do, I don't think it's going to make a difference. So I'm not going to ask them to do anything that they should or shouldn't do. It's up to them to decide, and they're going to do what's right. They're seeking justice for our son, and I expect them to continue that course, and I support them in it.
When was the last time you tried to contact her and plead with her to...
I haven't spoken to her except for pleas through the media that we've made. I haven't spoken directly to her since we left the house.
Kane, do you think this case could be made without her cooperation at all?
I think it's possible, but you're seeing what happens. I think you're seeing what's happening in that instance is it's really slow. We have to find the pieces. They're not just being handed to you.
Do you believe she had an accomplice still?
There's a number of different scenarios. I don't know which one. I don't know what to believe. I believe that obviously something happened that day. I believe other people could be involved. She could have done it on her own, but there's so many different scenarios. I just don't know. I need to see more information that would lead me to believe one way or the other. But do I hope she still had an accomplice? Absolutely. I do.
That's one more person who might have information.
And there's a higher probability that he's still alive if that's the case, which I firmly do believe.
Can you give us any update on grand jury proceedings, where things stand now?
I don't know. Actually, I don't know anything about the grand jury proceedings.
Can Desiree express frustration about what she learned in those emails on Friday? About she did not know, she says, what was going on in your home. Did you ever feel at that time that Kyron was in danger in your home?
At what time?
Back before he disappeared?
I didn't feel that he was in danger. No. There was many discussions and arguments around certain behavioral things, and in a lot of cases, me confronting her on stuff that I didn't feel was appropriate. Not dangerous things, but just things around reprimanding or punishment and things like that. And I actually, like I said, the last few months at least, if not more than that, was standing up for him in some of the circumstances because it really was unnecessary. Even with her own son. I mean, that's one thing that we call out in the court paperwork as well that I think everyone needs to understand is this process of removing children from our home started before Kyron went missing. She had her son taken out of our home in February. And I know that there are claims that was due to me, and I have people that will get up on the stand and testify that was not the case, and they actually had conversations with her on those days when she made the decision for him to leave. So we had children leaving our house well before Kyron did, and James was the first one. And unfortunately, there's not a lot I can do about that, but if I could step in right now and do something with regards to him, I would in a heartbeat.
I know Kiara is very young, but how is she doing? She asked about Terri or Kyron?
She asked about Kyron. I wear my shirt a lot. We have pictures and banners, obviously, around the house. Everything, all the photos of Kyron are still up. Nothing's been taken down. We've moved a couple things around, but everything is still there. When I wear my shirt, she knows who it is. She asks about him all the time when we're wearing this stuff, when we're talking about him at home. She knows that he's not there. Her and I sit down and read just like the two of them would read when he was home. He'd come home from school, he'd sit on his bed, she'd sit in the beanbag next to him, they'd both read. And so she gives me a book and we go sit down and she reads next to me. I don't read to her. I read it myself, but she sits next to me and reads because she still thinks that he's there or is expecting him to be there. And we do that all the time. And so, yeah, she knows he's not home.
It sounds like you were very aware of the tension that Terri had with James and Kyron. Did you ever suspect?
And Kiara.
She did.
Yes.
What was her behavior with Kiara?
It was disciplining when it's not appropriate, doing certain things that I didn't feel were appropriate at the time, especially for a child her age. And that's the hard part. We've got 3 kids that are separated by a number of years, and each one of them have to be disciplined differently. We have different expectations because of their ages. You discipline them differently. They're not the same. They're all different. And to try to go through and do some of the things that she did, I just didn't feel that they were appropriate. Were they harmful or life-threatening? Absolutely not. But were they excessive? I believe that they were. And we've stated as much through our documentation.
Can you describe what some of the discipline is?
I'm not going to get into the details. We outline where all I'm going to talk about is in the court documentation. It was excessive, not physically beating them up, not endangering them, none of that stuff, but just excessive in nature.
You said that she had James removed. What were you thinking when these people from the gym came and testified before the grand jury and told us that, she was going around the gym telling everybody, that bastard, he made James move out, just talking with hatred about you, saying that it was you who had James move out. What was going through your mind when you heard that?
Actually, I didn't hear any of it, which is typical. Everyone else finding out about everything before I'm even told about it. So, and even hearing the story after the fact, I know what the truth is. I don't need to be upset about it. I know exactly what happened. Like I said, there's 2 or 3 people who she spoke to while I was on a business trip when he was moved from our home. There was 2 or 3 people that she spoke to over the phone. I was actually at one of their houses for dinner the night that she called and made her decision on what was going to happen. And she spoke with one of my friends over the phone and told her exactly the same thing that she told me. So I know what the truth is. I'm not worried about it. The thing is I just wish I would have known what she was up to back when the whole thing started.
I know, but you hear that she was going around the gym and saying that. Does that make you think that she was plotting something at that time?
Not with Kyron, no. I've noticed in a lot of the process we're walking through is her setup is talking to people and giving them information that's not necessarily true. But like I said, looking back, there's still a bunch of things I feel that we don't know. We're dealing with someone who, again, in my opinion, and I'm not a professional, but in my opinion, through my readings and research, I believe from a psychological standpoint, is a master at deception, misdirection, and she's bringing it forward in spades. And we're finding out about it left and right as we go through this process. And again, how could I not have known about it? She's really good at what she does. The alcohol part was hidden until other people brought information forward, and even then it was still hard to put the pieces together until there was a couple more pieces provided that put it in focus. Some of these other things are the same way. She's a master of deception and misdirection. All the conversations, again, in my opinion, she was having with people was the misdirection part. Other things that she was doing, again, in our household were things to provide misdirection so I wouldn't discover what was going on. Again, my opinion only. Investigators, this is nothing from the investigation. This is straight from me. Okay, so that's my opinion, is there's a lot of misdirection here through people, through activities, so that you can't see what she's actually doing. And as we step back and we get more pieces and we start to unravel, some of those things are coming to the surface. Again, I think the alcoholism is only the first step. I think there's a lot more coming.
Does Kiara ask for Terri, could you also address visitation? Would you oppose visitation or supervision? Can you talk about that?
I think our filing's covered. I don't think I need to address that here today. I think my position's really clear on that across the board. I don't think we'd be in court fighting about it if I wasn't opposed to it. So yeah, I answered that already. No.
The descriptions in the filings of her psychological descriptions almost sound like a borderline sociopath.
I'm not an expert, and I'm definitely not at liberty to comment. I have my opinion, but I'm going to keep that to myself.
Is that what you wanted to talk about?
You know, pretty much. There's a lot of concern about the divorce hearings, and it's a distraction. I don't think it's a distraction at all. I think that it's a process. It's part of the investigation. Kyron is on my mind every day. When we were sitting in the courtroom, you guys were in there. That's who's on my mind. We have two objectives here. We have one is to find Kyron, and two is to protect both children still involved, and really all three children involved with this event that's happened. Okay, Kyron is the priority. We need to find him and bring him home. We need to keep the other children safe. So I'm keeping Kiara safe as best as I can, and once Kyron's found, I'll keep him safe too.
Concerned about James?
I am.
Have you spoken to James?
I'm not allowed to speak to James. Her attorneys are preventing us from having contact, although I know he wants contact, as do I, but we're not being allowed to talk to each other.
Has he talked to Terri?
You know, I don't know. As far as I know, I believe he's living with Terri right now, but I can't confirm that, and I have no information that would lead me to believe otherwise. I was under the impression that he was staying with his dad for the summer, and if the normal set of activities occurred, stay with his dad through the summer till school starts and then go back with Terri. So I'm assuming right now that he's with Terri, but I honestly don't know.
A few weeks ago when Desiree came up here and talked to us, she said that she was so disappointed since day one Terry's parents haven't contributed at all in the effort to find Kyron. Did you, in the beginning, did you feel like they were helpful? Did they offer to come up, search? What was their response in your eyes?
Up until, I can only really comment up until we left the house, but her mom was there most of the time. So they were there trying to help as much as possible. So after that, I can't comment. Obviously, they're helping her, and I don't see any active push from them or family down in Roseburg to help with the search. I don't know. I haven't been to Roseburg since this went down, so if there are a bunch of flyers posted around and they're handing out T-shirts and bracelets down there, then maybe I'm wrong, but I sincerely don't believe that's the case. And they have every opportunity to do that. They have every opportunity to be vocal down there. They have every opportunity to help push the investigation from down there to spread the word about Kyron, and I don't believe that's happening. But again, I don't know. But I think the real reason I wanted to make sure that we were here today is that everything we're doing is for Kyron through the court file. I know people are, again, I'll go back to what I said before, feel that it's a distraction. It's part of the process. We've got to protect Kiara. We have to set up a household that's protective so when Kyron comes home, there's no interaction with the person who potentially did this to him at all with any of his siblings that are currently in our household. It's important that we do this. So it's every intention that we're focused on him, and anything we can discover through this process that helps find him, you're darn right we're going to do it.
Well, that is such a crazy interview done by Kyron Horman. He says absolutely so much. You know, he has also stated that he hopes and prays to God that his daughter, Kiara, didn't witness some kind of unimaginable horror that day, June 4th, 2010, when Kyron Horman came up missing. We're throwing up our video now. It's the beginning of an hour for Kyron, and then we'll continue our talk about that interview. And I can take a potty break. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Today marks 14 years since Kyron Horman came up missing. If you have any tip at all, please call Multnomah County Sheriff's Office at 503-988-0560. You can also call 1-800-THE-LOST at the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. Thank you guys all for joining. Thank you, mods, for being here. It's good to see everybody. It's very important to keep bringing awareness to a case like Kyron's. 14 years without justice is just absolutely too long. And doing shows on Kyron, talking about Kyron, sharing Kyron is what needs to keep happening so that he's not forgotten, so that the awareness is always there. That's why Desiree and Kane are constantly fighting to keep the searches going, to keep the awareness going. I don't know how anybody could do anything to sweet Kyron. We can keep the hope that he is still alive. I'm a realist. It's not something I believe 100%, but I do hope and pray that he is. Wouldn't it be amazing? You hear all of the time cases like this. A child disappears and 20 years later, 30, 40 years later, somebody's found. And there have been children. Elizabeth Smart was found. There's lots of children that have been found. It's disheartening to talk and say that we don't know whether or not Kyron is been unalived or not. And we hate talking about it. We hate saying anything. But, you know, that's what happens. You know, some kids that disappear, don't make it. Just hate saying that. Anyway, in that interview, I mean, Kane is just letting everybody know that his focus now is on his daughter. It's on his daughter. It's to keep her safe because Terri Horman tried kidnapping her. I mean, there were messages given to Michael Cook. So we've all heard about these texts back and forth between Michael Cook and Terri, you know, after Kyron disappears. She is talking to another man. And what is she doing that for? Would you be doing that? Would you be sexting after your stepson just came up missing? Doesn't sound logical to me, right? We also found out that Michael Cook, which is the guy she was doing that with, Michael Cook had on his phone actual pictures of GPS pictures and GPS information in his phone about where Kane and the baby were staying and hiding out, because Kane left and took the baby to go hide out. And Terri let him take pictures of court documents giving up his location. What did Michael Cook need those for? Because I've gotten some new information about Michael Cook. You guys want to hear it? Never even spoke about this before on any live. Might as well talk about it now. Guess who lived in the area so close to those Fred Meyers when Kyron came up missing? Michael Cook. They've spoken of a third person. Michael Cook rented that house out that he lived in for several years, but now he's back living in that place, but it wasn't too far away from either one of those Fred Meyers. Don't know what he was driving that day. Don't know if he had anything to do with it, but I have also now found out that Michael Cook's been spoken to many, many, many times over the last 14 years. He's actually somebody that we're just kind of like looking into and stuff. So I don't know. There's a third person somewhere. Maybe there's not a third person. Maybe it's just Terri and Dee Dee. Who knows? But I got messaged some information about Michael Cook, so we've been kind of like looking into him. I've got so many clips, you know, and it's so heartbreaking to see Kane talk in that interview about, something that Kyron did with his baby sister is he would sit on the bed and she would get up on the bed and sit with him and they would read books. Kyron wasn't reading to her and she wasn't reading to him because, she was only almost 2, but they got up there on the bed and they would read books. And Kane says that he now does that with Kiara. Or back then he was doing that. He was getting up on the bed. She was sitting there and he was doing with her what Kyron used to do with Kiara. Sit up on the bed and read books. He wouldn't be reading out loud. He would just sit there quietly. And he kind of breaks down in that interview. And it's just so disheartening to see, the father of Kyron, to see Kane just so upset. And, because the realization is that Kyron's still gone. 14 years later, he's still gone. Kane and Desiree aren't having a great day today. How many times do you think they're playing over June 4th, 2010 in their heads? I mean, it's so heartbreaking, and our prayers go out to Desiree and Kane and Kyron's siblings, grandparents, anybody in that family that is suffering today. Our hearts are with you. Exactly. A lot, Bun. It's it's just so disturbing. All right. I'm going to remove this clip from the studio. There's a link up at the top if anybody wants to join. Tell your story, what you know about Kyron. I'm here for hours and hours to come. I got 64 ounces of my sweet tea. All right, let's look up some more video files here. And if you guys want to know about anything, if there's something in this case you guys don't know about, I may or may not have the answer. Who knows? You can always ask me in the case because I'm kind of going all over the place. I did kind of have an idea, and I don't know if it would be something that you guys would like. Let me know. I have videos of Terri Horman's timeline for that day, at least traveling to the first Fred Meyer's, and then from the first Fred Meyer's over to the second Fred Meyer's, and then the cleaners that she went to that day is just in the same like little shopping center. Each one of the videos are, I don't know, 9 to 11 minutes, but I can talk and tell people things while the videos are playing, so you guys don't have to do anything but just watch if you guys want a perspective. What kind of physical evidence do you think they have? Well, I know Terri Horman came into the house one day and said that they had found blood DNA in the truck. Desiree just spoke about that in an interview. She's actually talked, she's actually talked about that before in another discussion or group discussion on Kane. The other physical evidence that they have is on the burner phones that Dee Spicer led law enforcement to. I guess there are pictures on them, and whatever kind of texting or whatever else was going on involving those pictures kind of connect the two women. And we'll get into Dee Spicer more. I talk sometimes too much about Dee Spicer, and I'm trying not to talk too much about Dee Spicer today. They all of the suspects need to be talked about. They've never been mentioned. They've never been, publicly called a person of interest or a suspect. And I'll tell you why, because that's just not something Oregon does. Oregon's not going to call anybody that and then later on find out it wasn't them and then get a lawsuit. Oregon usually doesn't call somebody a suspect or a person of interest until the handcuffs are on. Good to see you here, Susie. Thank you for being here. Susie is Tim Blanche. She uses her husband's YouTube account. That is our other admin in our Facebook group, Kyron Horman Case Revisited, where we discuss things, where I put things from this live over there for you to search for and look at anytime you want. I know in that interview, Kane talks about Terri's disturbing behavior. And let's get to that. Like, she was talking about being having postpartum depression. She was taking pills for depression, but she was also drinking. There are many news articles where we have read that Kane's saying that, you know, she's passing out drunk on the couch and stuff like that. So that's, you know, she wasn't doing that great the year before Kyron came up missing. She wasn't doing too great at all. And I actually have, let me find it. Like I said before, I can't scroll, talk, and look at the same time. It's just, so much, you guys, to share for today. Oh, this is what I wanted to show you guys, because he mentions how Terri is treating Kyron. And he says it's nothing like, you know, he's getting beat, he's getting abused or anything like that. But he did see some kind of a different attitude towards Kyron. And there was this thing at school. It was a different color code system that was used up at the school. I'll just, for instance, say red at the school that day would be like, Kyron didn't do great at school that day. He was very bad at school. And let's just say yellow was Kyron did amazing at school today. He listened. He did everything he was supposed to. Okay. But there's a bunch of different colors. Terri Horman gets to the point where she is calling the school every day, according to Kane, to find out what these colors are. And we'll read the information together. Let me just pause this. So this says Terri Moulton Horman, Kyron's stepmother, as a profile of contradictions. While never specifically calling her a suspect or even a person of interest, investigators have released flyers with her picture on it, grilled her friends, and searched their homes. Allegations of a murder for hire plot and text messages have turned up in court documents, but arresting her estranged husband's divorce case. And I know I have it in here. But interviews with more than a dozen friends, relatives, former colleagues, and neighbors paint a complex and contradictory picture of a woman with immense personal charm who can be both supportive and self-centered, sometimes giving, sometimes demanding. She has a few close friends who have stood by her while she's been vilified in the blogs. She has a bachelor's and master's degree in education, but has never held a full-time teaching job. Colleagues say she was a dedicated teacher, yet during the past year, she cracked down on Kyron when he had a bad day at school. Still, no one said they could imagine that a woman who has devoted so much of her life to children could have been involved in his disappearance. Let's see. I would agree with that statement up until a point in time, said Kyron Horman, her 36-year-old estranged husband, who has filed for a divorce and obtained a restraining order against her. I know a lot of things now that I didn't know before. Now I think there is a huge problem. I don't know what she's not capable of at this point. Her attitude changed in the past year after Kyron entered 2nd grade, he said. The teacher, with a color coding system for her class, rated the kids on their behavior. Green was good, yellow signaled moments of inattention, blue indicated trouble, and red sent them home. Kane said the teacher called parents about a blue or red card, but he said his wife was the only parent who asked for daily accounts from the teacher. Daily accounts. Daily accounts. Terri wanted notification, whether it was green, yellow, red, or blue, he said. Every day she wanted it. That to me is extremely excessive. The child is in 2nd grade. Kyron was only 6 years old when he started 2nd grade and then turned 7. He said when Kyron brought home anything but a green card, she wanted Kane to discipline him by grounding him to his room for the evening, eliminating playtime, and not letting him watch movies. Now, we've read in prior lives statements written out on Facebook by Terry's son, James. He has said that he was grounded for an entire summer to his room. He was not allowed to read books, play with toys, do anything. He had to have permission to leave the bedroom and go to the bathroom, to eat food. We've even heard that when Kyron woke up in the morning, he wasn't really even allowed to leave his bed. He had to wait for an adult to get up and tell him it was okay to come out of the bedroom. And then this keeps going on. There was no room for error, Kane said. The couple frequently argued about disciplining Kyron, he said. At the same time, Tyre fired off long emails to Kyron's mother, Desiree Young, peppered with complaints, which we now know she was doing in the interview that Desiree Young did with Doug Bishop, because she talks about Terri calling her in the middle of the night saying to come get Kyron. Come get him. What? You're calling in the middle of the night? Yes, it does seem so extreme, doesn't it? It's insane to even think about. Sally Mae, you're asking, why did Kane allow this? Well, as you can, like I just said, reading this, they fought about this all the time because he was sticking up for Kyron all the time. And during the last 6 to 8 months before Kyron came up missing, divorce was mentioned a lot. They hadn't been getting along for quite a while. The last year before Kyron disappeared, a lot of things were going on in the house. Kane wasn't happy with it. It's my personal opinion that this is one of the motives for Terri to do what she has done with Kyron, because she tried to hurt Kane not once, not twice, but 3 times. And one of those, and by 3 different people, mind you. And one of those happened the week prior to Kyron coming up missing. We found out in court documents that Kane was making $14,000 a month. We also found out in court documents that, in the book, that there was a life insurance policy. Desiree talks about it in the book. So when he starts mentioning divorce, what's going on in her head is, wow, if we file for divorce, here I am, I'm not working. The only money that I'm making right now is this child support that she's getting from James by James' adopted dad, not even his real dad, adopted dad, that after they split up, she even went back to court to get more money out of him and still tried to continue getting that support after James went and moved in with his grandparents after Kyron came up missing. Anyway, So she's worried now that the judge isn't going to split up Kyron and the baby. If they go to court, she might be worried that she can't afford to fight Kane in a custody battle because he makes so much money. And like I said before, this is my personal opinion. I think she was trying to hurt Kane, not only to get that insurance money, but to be able to keep her daughter, and then so Kyron could go with Desiree. That's my personal opinion. Something failed tremendously, obviously, because Kane never ended up getting hurt. And there is plenty of evidence. This case is one and the same. Kane is also mentioned in court documents as being a victim as well, and even privy to more information in Kyron's case because their case is together. That's why none of those murder for hires ever went anywhere. They're still being used because there is no statutes of limitations on murder for hire, for planning to murder, any of that. So, yeah, I think it had something to do with all of that. But, you know, and then it goes on here. She was venting about the teacher and why she would have, how she would have her job, Desiree said. And she was venting about Kane, everything. You know, so she is messaging Desiree a lot. You know, and another thing that I also found here recently too was that Desiree Young says that on the day that Kyron went missing, she was getting just these little short, tiny little emails when normally that's not the case, because when Terri had something to say in an email, they were usually quite long and long-winded emails. So yeah, that's my take on it. I believe that Kane was getting ready to leave. Yeah, Kane was getting ready to leave, and she knew it. And she knew that if he did, she was going to lose custody of her daughter. But guess what? She gets an attorney. They're doing their custody thing. She said that she has to, she's told by the court that you're going to have to talk about Kyron. She gives up custody of her daughter. She just lets it all go in court documents, just drops everything so she didn't have to talk about Kyron. And she hasn't seen her daughter since. Not since Kane walked out the door with her that day. And all she needed to do was what the court told her to do, and she would have been able to see her daughter, but she didn't want to have to answer questions in Kyron Horman's disappearance. I'm not sure what else is in this, but let's just go ahead and keep reading. KGW first reported on Friday that Kane Horman filed papers opposing his estranged wife's visitation request, stating that he believed Terri Horman abducted and may have caused unimaginable harm to his son, Kyron. The Friday filing was in response to efforts by Terri Horman to gain visitation to her young daughter. KGW independently obtained a copy of Monday's court filing. In it, Kane suggests their daughter may have witnessed some unimaginable act of horror on June 4th, the day that Kyron disappeared from Skyline Elementary School. Kyron Horman was 7 years old when he disappeared. He would be 21 years old right now. It's been 14 years ago today. In court documents filed Monday, he believes Terri is seriously emotionally disturbed, according to a report to the Oregonian. The divorce and child custody battle between Kane Horman and Terri Horman took another turn Monday. As first reported, the Oregonian, Kane Horman, as Monday, asserted in court papers, oops, didn't get to finish that. Asserted in court papers, emotionally disturbed and unfit parent to parent their daughter. house was filling up. There was Kane, Terri, and Kayla. They call her that in the book. This is a quote from inside the book. Her name is Kiara and Desiree, Tony, and Quinn. They're talking about how the family's all inside the house and everything. Other family members and friends came and went. So did multiple police officers. Desiree noticed. This is the day that Kyron disappeared. Desiree noticed, as did others, that Kiara acted angry at Terri. She avoided her mother and didn't go to her to be held. Instead, she went to Desiree and the others. Was Kiara reacting to the stress in the house or to something that had happened that day? If only she could speak about what she'd seen, Desiree thought. She had presumably been with Terri all morning in the school and in the truck. Terri had said so. Yeah, kind of strange to think about, right? That there's a possibility that an almost 2-year-old could have witnessed something completely unimaginable. I mean, I've always wondered, if she'll ever remember anything that from that day, or if she has. And part of me, I really just hope if she did witness anything at all, I hope she never has to remember that. Who would ever want to remember something like that, But let's just see if anything else is in. I wonder if he cheated too, and she wanted to get back at Kane, like if she hated Kane. That very well could be. Terri accused him of cheating on her on the Dr. Phil show. I've never seen any evidence of it. I've never even really seen Kane admit it. I want to say that Desiree may have said something to him also once on the Dr. Phil show. I have to throw something else up here real quick because I am using a lot of different clips from a lot of different news articles and stuff. So my fair use here and my disclaimer go up for just a minute here. And then let's just play a little bit of a message from Desiree Young to Terri. Terri, if you're listening, here's a message for you.
We're coming for you. Don't sleep. We're coming for you. Don't sleep.
This is from last year's car wash.
We're coming for you. Don't sleep.
Don't sleep, Terri. We're coming for you. Nathan Vasquez is coming for you. We talk about the parents and we talk about Terri. A lot of people may throw out there every now and then, like, why are you going to do a show, to honor Kyron, but you're going to talk about the parents. You're going to, talk about the person that they're focusing on. And the thing is the parents are also victims in this. They are. And everybody needs to know who the focus is, and the focus is Terri Horman, and she did that to herself. If she could have just told law enforcement where she was and what she was doing that day, because isn't that what you're supposed to do when a child comes up missing? I would do anything and everything. Desiree says that she can remember what she ate that day, still to this day. She remembered everything, that she did that day. Tony, Desiree, Kane, they're all talked to. They're all cleared. They all took their lie detector tests, whatever. And so, you do what you have to do to be cleared. Why couldn't she do that? Why didn't she want to talk about Kyron? Why did she give up her daughter? Why is Terri Horman emailing and in the blogs of news stations and everything else the day after Kyron comes up missing? Why is she posting on her Facebook saying, just got 1,000 flyers? You know who got those flyers that she took credit for? Desiree. you know, everything that she did and said in the very beginning is the reason why Terri Horman is the focus now and started the focus then. But they didn't hyper focus on Terri. We've done a live on that. There was no hyper focus because there were 60 persons of interest a year after Kyron came up missing. Does that sound hyper focused to you? I've gotten messages from Messenger from people that are inside my Facebook group that tell me, I worked up at the school. I know how they investigated everybody up at the school. And I'm telling you, there's no way they could hyper focus. Or they'll, you know, they just send me messages and let me know. Like, I thought one of the suspects could have been, you know, this one particular janitor. And I get a message from one of my Facebook group members that says that guy wasn't even working up at the school at the time. And these are the kind of rumors going around, you know, because everybody was saying that this guy was working up at the school. So I started a case study. Rumors were horrible, horrible, horrible in Kyron's case. And me and Kaylia, especially when she became my partner, she really got on the rumor train to debunk all the rumors that we possibly could, because it was just harming Kyron's case. And there's already so many layers in Kyron's case. You know, all those rumors are just adding more and more layers. And I still hear to this day, you know, I think he was trafficked. Well, a lot of people do think that. But the thing is that the focus is on in Portland. It's a local investigation. They're not looking overseas like James, Kyron's, or Terri Horman's son will have you believe. They're not looking overseas. He lied about it. He had all of us believing that. It's not true. Susie says that poor child was definitely affected by the stepmom that day. Ugh, so sad to think about. Desiree was so upbeat that day, like, you know what? We're coming for you, Terri. Don't sleep. Pep in her step. You know, she went and she talked to the new sheriff in town. 2023. Right after that, there was a search done for Kyron. You know, they are still looking. They are still actively looking for Kyron. They are still doing searches. And the thing about that search in March of 2023 is that wasn't a search done by Desiree. And we know that now because she said she hasn't done searches in 2 years. That was a Multnomah County Sheriff's Office search. That speaks volumes, because that's not Desiree putting out the money and paying for it and doing it. So why is Multnomah County searching? Do they know something? They're the ones with all of the information, right? Okay. So let me look and see what other kind of information I have here. Thanks again, everybody, for joining. It's nice to see a full chat when you're going live all day. Susie says that's right. Stepmom and Dee Dee were the only ones left to investigate. They investigated everyone else. That's absolutely 100% correct. The only people that need to walk in the doors of Multnomah County Sheriff's Office is Terri Horman or Dee Dee Spicer. Dee Dee Spicer has immunity and she's still not talking. Still not talking. We had somebody from our Facebook group. She actually lives here in Vancouver, Washington. She went into the Outback restaurant over the weekend and ran into, well, it was Friday, and ran into Dee Dee Spicer. Yep, I just said that. She ran into Dee Dee Spicer in Vancouver, Washington. She lives in Klamath Falls. That's 4 or 5 hours away from here. And we thought it was super creepy that Dee Dee Spicer's in Vancouver, Portland area the same weekend we're having an event, and that Desiree Young is having her annual event for Kyron. Sapolis 24A. We're supporting you, Mom. Hi, Grandma. Oh my goodness. This is my daughter's new account. Hi, sweet baby boy. I miss you so much. Oh, hi, Harrison. You can hear Grandma on the live? That's so awesome. I miss you guys today. Hi, City Witty Witty Girl. Oh, thank you for coming in, doll. That's so awesome. Yep. I don't get to see my grandbabies as much as I used to since I started doing lives and stuff, and I miss them horribly all the time. I still see them a lot though. Like my grandkids are my world. Hi, Harrison. Hi, City Witty. I'm so excited that they're here. Sally Mae, yes, it is. It's very weird that she was here. It was just kind of like, what the heck? Yeah, the not talking thing when you got immunity, when you know something, but you're still not saying anything. Yeah. No, actually, thank you for bringing it back up. I got excited when I saw my grandbabies in chat and my daughter. Did they know each other? No. So this woman goes into Outback. She's sitting there. Then she's got to go to the restroom. And she goes into the restroom after seeing Dee Dee sitting there at the Outback. She's like, oh my gosh, that's Dee Dee Spicer. Well, she goes into the bathroom, and guess who's in the bathroom? Dee Dee. They're sitting in the stalls pissing, and she asked Dee Dee, what did you and Terri do with Kyron? And Dee Dee is like, what? What did you say? I'll talk to you in a second. Like after she got done going to the bathroom, obviously. And yes, he is the cutest little sweetest guy ever. But yeah, she's getting me distracted with my grandbabies. We miss you, Mom. Love you. We're listening today. Harrison just got so happy hearing you say hello. I miss you, Grandma, he says. Aw. Don't let them listen to too much of it when I'm not talking about great things. And sometimes I get mad and cuss, and I don't do that in front of him. So they're in the bathroom, and yeah, she's pretty much just says like, I'll talk to you in a second. Well, she gets up and leaves the bathroom. She don't want to be in there with Dee Dee Spicer, right? In the bathroom by herself, this woman that could be responsible for harming a child. So she goes back to the table, and she tries to get out of the view of Dee Dee while she's still trying to like keep an eye on her, see what she's doing, trying to listen to see if Dee Dee mentions anything with this person that she's with, this woman that she's with, while they're eating. And she doesn't hear anything being said, but she gets up to leave, and she stops at the table. And she says, oh, and she did, though, ask Dee Dee in the bathroom if she was Dee Dee, and she said yes. So it was Dee Dee. Anyway, she's getting ready to leave the Outback, and she stops by the table and said, what did you and Terri do with Kyron? And she said, I didn't have anything to do with that. And then she's sending me this message. I was up with her super late, even though I had an event coming on Saturday, because I was like, what is she doing here? Yeah, everybody's laughing in chat. You know what? Could you imagine you're sitting there going to the bathroom in the bathroom stall next to Dee Dee friggin' Spicer, and now you realize you're stuck in the bathroom with her after you just asked her if she did anything? Wow. I mean, wow. But it was just kind of freaky knowing that she was here. You know, she's 4 or 5 hours away from here. I'm not quite sure how far away Klamath Falls is from here, but it's like, why is she doing here? And yes, it was so brave. I told her that she was so brave for doing that. She said she had so many other questions to ask her and didn't. You know what? I might have, freaked out a little bit too, but I would have walked up and said something. Matter of fact, you guys, if you ever see Dee Spicer or Terri Horman down in Klamath Falls or in California, and right now it's kind of like, oh, where does she live in California? This is going to bother me. Or Susie, where does she live in California? Because I'm having a brain fart right now. If you see her, ask them where Kyron is. We like to do that. Sally is saying it's 6 or more hours. You know what you guys are going to make me do? You're going to make me look, because now I have to see. So let me just see how far away Klamath Falls, Oregon is. Let me see. How far away is Klamath Falls, Oregon from my location? 5 hours, 33 minutes from Vancouver, Washington. From my location. And the Vancouver Mall's a little bit further away. Wow. Well, I didn't even realize that. That's crazy. Yeah, that's a long ways to be traveling. What was she doing here? No, that is where Dee Dee lives. Where does Terri live down in California? I am having the worst brain fart. You know what? I was wondering why she was here too. One of our mods for our Facebook group, it was really kind of freaking her out. And we were even wondering, like, are they going to go around and like take all of our flyers down that we wanted to do? Are they checking up to see what Desiree's doing? Are we just being paranoid? Thank you, Susie. Clear Lake, California is where Terri lives. If you see her, ask her where Kyron is. And you can even tell her.
We're coming for you. Don't sleep.
We're coming for you. Don't sleep. All right. More conversations. More clips. Let me see what time it is. If anybody wants to hop on panel, we got the link up above. You're more than welcome to join. I'd love to hear anything you have to say. Susie, you're here. If you'd like to come up, doll. I know you always got a lot to say about Terri Horman. But you just can't get too angry, though, up here on the panel. Because I know you, and you have been doing this case just as long as I have, and I know how upset you get when you talk about Terri, but you're still more than welcome. All right, let's find some more stuff to talk about. If you guys see a petition going around for Kyron right now, please don't sign it. I kind of don't want to get into too much with the haters that have been attacking Desiree a lot and doing a lot of really, really crazy, ridiculous things lately. They started a petition. I talked about it during my last live. It's not for Kyron's family like it would have you believe. They had nothing to do with it. These people fundraised for Kyron. Yeah, and now they're trying to get a petition. A petition for what? To get it out of the hands of Multnomah County Sheriff's Office and into the state of Oregon's hands, even though the FBI and the state of Oregon and several other counties in Oregon are working on Kyron's case still. It doesn't make any sense. It just doesn't make any sense. Please don't sign a petition. Yes, it is BS, and nobody should be doing that kind of stuff without parents' permission and then saying we're doing this for the family. And they could be saying that they're doing it for the family because they're all Terri supporters and they talk to Terri and Terri's son, but that's not Kyron's family. Okay. We're going to, this is kind of an emotional short clip. It's only about 19 seconds long, and it's Desiree talking about, well, let me play it, and then I'll tell you what she says if you can't understand what she says.
We know it. We think she did that day. It's hard for a mom to know that. It's my sweet little Kyron.
She is saying we think we know what she did to Kyron that day. How awful. And I think this is the reason why they're looking where they're looking for Kyron. Susie says, I'm going to make a watermelon margarita first before I come up. Laugh out loud. Listen here. I don't know if that's to calm you down or amp you up. Oh my gosh, I love you, girlfriend. Yeah, it is so heartbreaking to hear Desiree say that they think they know, what she did to Kyron, because they're not looking for an alive Kyron. They're looking in these search areas in that area where there's a rainforest, where there's 5,100 acres of forest park and forest park trails. And in the rest of the area, in the clip that I showed earlier from our fundraising event, we went Morgan Road, Moreland Road. So there's Morgan, Moreland, Rainbow Lake, Logie Road, all of Skyline Boulevard, all of Springville Road. These are all places that have been searched, people. All of them. Rocky Point. And then you have Dixie Mountain. We did all of the roads that came on and off of Highway 30 from, I want to say, St. Helens all the way down past that 7-Eleven that Terri Horman says somebody, went to and tried to ask people where the nearest school was, but it was just all a story by Terri Horman that didn't even happen. We don't even know it happened, for one. We've actually tried getting the police reports, and they're not finding anything about this so-called van that showed up to the 7-Eleven. But I've personally been told by Detective Tabor that it happened a couple months prior to Kyron coming up missing. So that's how I know, he knew something of it. Whether there was a police report ever done, I don't know. But it happened before Kyron ever came up missing. No man at a 7-Eleven the day before, like she says on Dr. Phil, was asking about the nearest school. And the nearest school wasn't even Skyline School anyway. It was a school on Sauvie Island. But anyway, we went all the way down Highway 30, past that 7-Eleven. We did all the Forest Park entrances that we possibly could. There's so many. I passed out at Fred Meyer's. We hung up some next to the second Fred Meyer's. My husband walked in a flyer at the 24-hour fitness gym, the gym where Terri Horman said she was at 11:39. Why do you tell law enforcement that you were at the gym at 11:39? Wouldn't you just say 11:40? Or wouldn't you just say like a little bit after 11:30? Or maybe even 11:35? Why are you saying 11:39? 11:39? Doesn't make sense, right? Well, we now know because of footage that law enforcement ended up getting and because of the book Boy Missing, that the actual footage shows Terri Horman not even getting to the gym until 12:20. And now because of the new interview that Desiree just did, we know that she was only in the gym for 15 to 18 minutes. She didn't even work out. All Terri Horman did throughout the entire day was try to make an alibi for herself. She goes to the first Fred Meyer's and gets a receipt for 9:12. There's an alibi, right? She's seen on footage, right? She's seen on footage in the truck parking way far away, though, of where the cameras are, so they can't see what's inside the truck. And then you hear Desiree Young in the last interview saying that if you told Kyron to sit still and stay in the truck, that's what Kyron's going to do. He's not going to get out of the truck. Or maybe Terri had somebody sitting in the truck with him, right? Because we all know, well, maybe you don't know, but I'll inform you that police had witnesses come forward and say that they saw someone in or around Terri Horman's truck outside the school while Terri was inside the school with Kyron during the science fair. They tried to find out more information about that. They actually put flyers out there asking questions and stuff about the truck, and if you saw anybody in or around. They didn't say it was a man. They didn't say it was a woman. I think that was done on purpose so that the witnesses maybe that would come forward after that could say, you know, I saw a man or I saw a woman, because they didn't want to mention, you know, Dee Dee Spicer yet. So anyway, at that Fred Meyer's, parked to the far end of the parking lot where the footage sees the truck but can't see in the truck. Then she goes to the second Fred Meyer's. She has ran into somebody that she knows. She doesn't know this person well at all, and stops to show them a picture that she took of Kyron that day. What? Why would you do that to somebody you hardly know? You know, standing in the rain, and she says with a sick kid. But we also know, because of the interview too, that Kiara had already finished her antibiotics several weeks before Kyron came up missing. So the fact that she says she goes to this first Fred Meyer's because she's got to get medicine for Kitty because her ears are still hurting, that doesn't make sense either. And then she wants everybody to think and believe that, okay, there was a recall on certain brand, Johnson & Johnson's, Tylenol and Motrin, allergy medicine, everything. Anything made by Johnson & Johnson was taken off the shelf. But I'm not joking when I tell you guys there's over 55 different other brands and off brands that you could buy for children of Motrin or Tylenol. And she says that's why she ends up having to go to the second Fred Meyer's, was to go get the medicine. Well, my question is why do you got to go to the second Fred Meyer's? Why didn't you just go to the second Fred Meyer's first? She had to drop off clothes or pick up clothes at the dry cleaners that was in the same shopping center, right? So why? If you already had to go to that Fred Meyer's and drop off cleaning stuff there or dry cleaning stuff anyway, then why did you even bother going to the first one? Why didn't you just drive straight to the second? That didn't make sense to me. She said that she went to Michael's that day, but we know now she didn't. And actually, let me find that for you, because I have that. Let me look. Right, found it already so easily. I'm getting better at this. Also, Bun Bun says she tweet out going to the gym. Oh yeah, she yes, Allison, exactly, to buy time. She tweeted and put up on her Facebook profile, hitting the gym after Kyron disappeared. Kane actually went with her, but we also know now that Kane was actually wired up, and he was probably sent to go with Terri just to keep an eye on her, even though I believe she was being watched and probably had some kind of something underneath the vehicle, watching where she was and what she was doing, listening to all conversations and everything else. Let me share my screen here real quick. Okay, so I believe it is this one. She couldn't get her story straight. Let's watch it.
Yeah, there were several different versions, of her timeline. She was the only one of all of us that was having a challenge in the house and was actually having to sit down and type up her timeline to back into it. And all the rest of us were already cleared, investigated, we were able to prove where we were at that day. Hands down, no questions. Yeah, there were several different versions.
Okay, maybe that one was not the one she talked about. Let me find it. It is from that interview, though. Maybe it's this one.
Yeah, she went out of her way to, I would say, mislead law enforcement or direct them to anybody but her. So she was throwing all kinds of stuff up, and then we would go to, well, of course, they want to confirm the story or whatever she's saying, and then they never could. For instance, she had thrown out one location where Kyron could be, and her description of it wasn't even not even accurate whatsoever. And so, of course, law enforcement had her with them to drive them to this location, and it was false information. None of it was accurate. Yeah, she went.
Well, that one wasn't it either, but you're getting the point here. She said she goes to Michael's, and she never goes to Michael's. There's no footage. Nobody can remember her in there. She's not seen by anybody. I know I have that. It may not be on this one, but that's okay. Yeah, but she doesn't go. She doesn't ever go to the Michaels where she says she was. And then she leaves that second Fred Myers. She turns her phone off. Probably went and got Dee Dee Spicer at that time, because that's about the right time. Dee Dee Spicer is seen by somebody abruptly leaving the property. Dee Dee Spicer herself says that she was working on the property, so she goes in at 9 a.m. in the morning. She says, I go in at 9 a.m. in the morning. I go talk to Miss Hawkins-Smith, which is her employer there at West Wind Farms. Now, remember, June 5th, the day after Kyron comes up missing, there's this huge event. It's this tour. Lots of people go to this tour. They do like a wine tasting tour, garden tour. So you go from like one garden place to another. And there's this huge event going on. You've got to prepare tables. You got to get your flower baskets ready. I don't know if they were doing beverages and foods, but they're definitely getting prepared for this event, right? So she goes inside. She talks to Miss Hawkins-Smith. She says she gets her duties from Miss Hawkins-Smith. And she says that she went out to the property, to the far end of the property next to the road. And to me, when I went with my sister to go show her the area, it didn't quite make sense. The Dee Dee said that she was out doing this on the outskirts of the property next to the road. The road is Old Germantown Road. That is where now Desiree Young is saying that Terri Horman picked Dee Dee up from her work. The thing about it is lunch comes around, and guess what? They cannot find Dee Dee Spicer. Dee Dee Spicer is nowhere. This employer, Miss Hawkins-Smith, she's not going to let her employee just be missing, right? You're not just going to let your employee missing. She could have had a heart attack, fallen into a hole, got stung by bees. Anything could have happened to her out there in the property. They're hollering and screaming for her. She's not responding. They're looking on the property for her. They can't find her. If Miss Hawkins-Smith gave Dee Dee a place to be working that day, why wasn't she there working that day? Exactly where Miss Hawkins-Smith told her to be. Why? because Terri came by and picked her up because she was not there, because she was seen by a witness abruptly leaving the property. That's why. You cannot tell me that Dee Spicer would not have been found if they were looking for her. And they're not just going to look 5 or 10 minutes. They're going to keep looking for her, right? Like, she's missing. What the hell's going on? And I bet you her employer was so pissed off when they didn't find her at all. She's paying her money to be there to work. It's so crazy. Everything lines up perfectly. Yes, it does. And you know what? Law enforcement took Dee back up there and reenacted it and said, okay, look, I'm going to stand here with you. Law enforcement says, standing next to Dee right there on the property. I'm going to stand right here with you. Other people are out onto the property. They start hollering. Yes, they reenacted this, you guys. Reenacted it. They start hollering for Dee. And Dee says, oh, yeah, I can hear that. Well, you know why she had to say, I heard that? Because the law enforcement standing right next to her friggin' heard it. And he's looking over at her like, what the hell? You say you can't hear that? I have been up there and not recording and hollering, and it echoes. You're up there in the middle of the place is just so rural. There's, a lot of rolling hills and everything else. You guys know how it echoes when you're out in places like that. Even in the middle of the forest, it echoes. Yeah, it was echoing out there while I was out there. She could hear it if she would have been there, but she wasn't. She was with Terri. What were her and Terri doing with Kyron? What were they doing? What time is it? All right, it's 3:15, and we're going to put up another video for Kyron Horman. Yes, they went to go back and look for her. She could have been hurt and therefore a liability. Absolutely, Susie. They didn't just, they're not just going to not look when she should have came in for lunch. They're just not going to look. So this is where we are right now in the story. Terry's already gone to a couple of the Fred Meyers and the dry cleaners. She never went to Michael's. She probably went by and picked up Dee. Now we got a little bit of Dee's story. We'll continue with this right after a video of Kyron, because that's why we're here today, right? We're here to bring awareness to Kyron Horman. He's been missing 14 years today, since June 4th, 2010 in Portland, Oregon. He came up missing from the science right after the science fair, or well, before the end of the science fair. He was marked absent at 10 a.m. in the morning from Skyline Elementary School because his teacher thought that he had a doctor's appointment that day, because Terri Horman told her he had an appointment that day. And so therefore there was no call at 10 a.m. when he was marked absent. And, Kyron's still missing. The last known person to see Kyron was Terri Horman. Everybody, if you got the time, just take that 30 seconds that it takes, or maybe it'll take a minute. Go over to Kyron Horman Case Revisited on Facebook. You don't have to become a member of our group. That's not what I'm asking you to do. I'm asking you to go grab a flyer, go grab a picture, go grab something, or even share this live so that other people hear about Kyron Horman. Just take a moment, please. Any tip that comes in could be the breaking point, could be that one tip. The tip line telephone number from Multnomah County Sheriff's Office is 503-988-0560. While the video is playing, let's throw up some hearts and some frogs for Kyron Horman and take a minute to remember him today. Thank you guys so much for showing Kyron Horman just absolutely how much we love him today. It means so much to me to have people here and showing up for Kyron. It really means a lot. It means so much to me. It's so important to get his story out here. It's such a heartbreaking story. He's such a beautiful soul. And I am so blessed to be a part of the Kyron Horman community, to be a warrior for Kyron. He touched my heart years ago, years and years and years ago. And I will never forget the day that I saw him come up on the news and see his beautiful face and started watching. You know, I just got so obsessed with watching all of the news clips. And yeah, I'm just so happy to be here, to be able to do this for Kyron, for his family. No, we will never, ever, ever forget. Thank you, Susie. Never forget Kyron. All the pictures of him are so sweet. They really are. I just love, especially all the little baby pictures. You know, there would be more pictures. There would be 14 years of more pictures of Kyron if Terri Horman wouldn't have taken him from Skyline Elementary School that day. If her and Dee Dee wouldn't have done whatever they did with Kyron on June 4th, 2010. I apologize for getting so emotional. It's an emotional day for me. I've been emotional since Saturday when I met Desiree Young. It kind of gave me a whole new perspective, like meeting Kyron Horman's mom. Like I told her, like, I'm nervous. She's like, why? I'm just human. I wasn't even expecting that kind of answer from her. Like, I'm just human. And maybe I was a little bit starstruck or something because I talked to her so much. But, you know, this means a lot to me, obviously. So, where were we? She probably went by and picked up Dee Dee Spicer, right? From West Wind Farms. And then if you think about it, look at these events. You've got like the science fair going on. There's so many people there at West Wind Farms preparing for this event that's going to be happening the next day. Dee Dee Spicer just thought, wow, this is a perfect day for me to bounce, right? It's a perfect day for me to bounce because everybody's so busy doing everything that they're doing that nobody's even going to see me leave. Well, we know of one person that said they saw her abruptly leaving. Don't know who that person is. Thank you so much, Connie. But then sometime around 10:40-ish, 11:40-ish, Terri Horman's phone pings on Highway 30. Now we know Terri Horman was seen by a witness on Newberry Road. Newberry Road is the halfway point between Skyline Elementary School and where Dee Dee Spicer was working that day at West Wind Farms. It's literally halfway point. And she doesn't deny being on Newberry Road. She says she might have been changing a diaper. That's what she told law enforcement. I have a clip of Newberry Road. Let's just play it because I want to give you guys an idea of Newberry Road. I'm going to share my screen here again because it leads all the way down to Highway 30 where we know Terri was. And give you guys a little bit of information, a little bit of perspective of the area.
This is Samantha with Missing PNW, and we are cruising down Newberry Road from Skyline Boulevard. Skyline Boulevard is the road in front of Skyline Elementary School where Kyron Horman disappeared from. Let's talk about Newberry Road. In the book Boy Missing, written by Rebecca Morse, The Search for Kyron Horman, it's mentioned in that book that Terri Horman was seen parked off at the side of the road here on Newberry Road. When asked about it, Terri never denied being on Newberry Road. She said she might have been changing a diaper. This area right here that you see where cars are parked is part of the Forest Park Trail and could be one of the spots where she had been pulled over to the side of the road. The Wildwood Trail, I believe, also connects here. We've done a few videos on that today. Back to Terri Horman. She says she thought, or maybe she was changing a diaper. I'm a mom, and I've had to pull over to the side of the road to change one of my baby's diapers before, or one of my grandkids' diapers. The thing is, though, is if I would have been asked for any reason later on that day, whether or not I had to pull over to the side of the road for any reason, or say law enforcement asked me a question about me pulling over to the side of the road, I would have been able to say, yeah, I pulled off the side of the road. I was changing my kid's diaper, my grandkid's diaper. You're not going to forget about changing a child's diaper. I found that very interesting. We all know that Terri Horman likes to lie. We know that she likes to play games. And I feel like, she didn't want to be completely honest about what she was doing on Newberry Road. Where is Newberry Road? Newberry Road comes down off of Skyline Boulevard. I'm headed downhill right now, and it heads north to Highway 30. And we know Terri herself admitted to being on Highway 30. So that's interesting. Is this the road that she took down to Highway 30 that day? Newberry Road is also exactly the middle point between Skyline Elementary School and West Wind Farms, where Dee Dee Spicer was working on June 4th, 2010. And I find that very interesting. A halfway point. Could somewhere here on Newberry Road, or the place where she said I might have been changing a diaper, been a pickup or drop-off spot for Dee Dee and Terri to have met with one another? Who knows? We will never find out, because Terri and Dee Dee both refused to cooperate with law enforcement, and they have refused to cooperate with law enforcement for 13 years. Another thing about Newberry Road, before I get down here to Highway 30, is at the very bottom down here is a stop sign, and if I were to take a left, I would be a hop, skip, and a jump, literally within a quarter of a mile of Sauvie Island Bridge that leads on to Sauvie Island. How interesting is that? So there's a lot of factors when you want to talk about Newberry Road, right? I hope everybody's having a beautiful weekend. It's nice to be out doing Kyron.
Did you guys even see any of that video I just played? It's not showing up on my phone. Just wondering. Yes, okay, thank you. I can't see my computer screen when I load up and share my screen, it takes me over to the YouTube. Okay, everybody saw it. So I must need to just relog into my group here to see the live stream. My phone has turned off a couple of times, so okay, that's better. Thank you guys for letting me know. All right, so there you got it. So we got like a halfway point, and like everybody's saying, you're gonna remember changing a baby's diaper. You're gonna remember that. You're gonna know what you were doing. I would know what I was doing. No, you would remember changing a diaper on the side of the road, because I wouldn't be changing a diaper on the side of the road. That's Susie. So, you know, we just have Newberry Road Eyewitness, or Newberry Road Eyewitness. That's one of the witness accounts. Then we know sometime, you know, and she could have even traveled Germantown Road all the way down to Highway 30 after picking up Dee Dee. We don't know where she was or what she was doing. We don't know when that eyewitness account is, because we're not privileged to that information. She could have actually made it, and I have timed it out. She could have gotten to that Newberry Road place where she was seen and still gotten to Fred Meyer's by 9:12. And got that receipt. Just an FYI. It does not take very long at all. Me and Kate Leo left the area together when I took her up there, and we made it to that Fred Meyer in 7 minutes. So it's possible to get from Newberry Road. Like I said, we don't know what she was doing on Newberry Road, but it's just strange and unusual that she doesn't deny being there, but she also can't really remember what she was doing there. And according to the book, they never were able to find any diaper there either. So there's that. And then after that, there's just this long time that goes by. The original time was 90 minutes. It's more than that now because of footage that they got from the gym, because we have this huge unaccounted time where Terri Horman's nowhere to be seen, nowhere. No one knows where she's at. They know by her story, they know by her cell phone ping and credit card that she was not where she said she was. We have other eyewitness accounts in this case. I actually have the other one. Let me see if I can find that real quick, and then I'll show you. We have an eyewitness account that sees the truck coming down off of Rocky Point onto Highway 30. This man was on his way to work or something and saw her sitting there, just sitting there. He was down the road, and the truck just kept sitting there, and she had her blinker to head east onto Highway 99. I'm not going to say her. I don't know if he said it was a her. Something traumatic happens. You play everything you did over and over in your head. Exactly. Especially when a child comes up missing, you're going to play everything in your head all day long so you can remember everything, so that you can tell law enforcement everything, so that you can be cleared. But Terri Horman couldn't do that. She didn't do that. She lawyered up on the 28th of June and never spoke to law enforcement again, ever. She has not been cooperative for 14 years. 24 days after Kyron disappeared, she's decided to stay quiet. After 24 days after he disappeared. It's absolutely insane. So let me go over here real quick and I'll find it. So many videos. Let me just keep looking. Hold on 1 second. It's hard for me to talk and think and look at the same time. Multitasking is not my thing. Here it is. This is the Fred Hall eyewitness account. I want to show you this first because she is seen pulled over at one of these little logging road entrances. And then So she's up at Rocky Point is what that means. She's up top of Rocky Point when Fred Hall, the horse farmer, there on Skyline Boulevard and Moreland Road, sees her and has this eyewitness account. Let me share my screen here. Hold on. Jump you guys right over here and let's play this.
It's Samantha with Kyron Horman Case Revisited. I'm on the corner of Skyline Boulevard and Moreland Road. And right behind that fence is Fred Hall's ranch. He came forward a few days after Kyron came up missing and said that he saw a white truck parked off one of the fire lane or the logger roads that are down this way. Fred Hall, a rancher, said on Monday he saw a white pickup on the Friday that Kyron disappeared about a mile down the road. It was a white truck and it had a gal sitting in it, he said. Hall said he called in the tip to investigators and told them where he saw the unfamiliar truck on Skyline Boulevard, and it was parked at one of the gates, he said. He wasn't sure if it was like the first, second, or third gates that are down there, but we are going to check that area out. And then this is the little gravel cul-de-sac, and behind this blue gate was searched, and this cul-de-sac was actually turned into like a command center for law enforcement to station up and set up to look for Kyron up here. So now we're going to leave this area and we're going to travel down Skyline Boulevard and we're going to look at these gates. Okay, so we're pulling away from the little gravel cul-de-sac and we're traveling down Skyline Boulevard. Once again, me and my husband are like, why would anybody be down here traveling these roads with a baby? There's just absolutely no reason for it. So Fred Hall says that he couldn't remember exactly which one of these gates it is, but there are 3 within a mile up here, and he said it was within a mile. You know, these ranchers and stuff out here, they pay attention because there are a lot of properties that get vandalized. In the cul-de-sac where we just were was all kinds of broken glass and everything else. So this is one of the gates, and we can see right now that there is a huge log behind that gate, so the gate doesn't open anymore. I know Stacy Green just recently came up here in this area and did a video for Grizzly True Crime, and she was also showing Fred Hall's eyewitness accounts. See, even this. I just want to stop and pause right here and show you guys. You guys see this car that's on the road right there? When I had pulled in to see that fence and pulled into that to show you guys this in the video, this car had completely stopped out on the road. So you're out in the middle of friggin' nowhere up this hill. And this was taken recently, within the last year that I did this video, okay? So 14 years ago, there were not as many houses up this part of Skyline Boulevard up here towards Moreland Road as there is now. And even now, 14 years later or 13 years later after I took this,
someone was stopping to see what the hell I was doing. And that Fred Hall guy has been said to have been like this grumpy, nosy old man out there. He even said he would normally like write down license plate numbers, but for whatever reason, he didn't when he saw the truck up there. But people pay attention. When you live out in the middle of nowhere, you pay attention.
His car right here. He let me back out of the spot. He put on his brakes and slowed down and was paying attention to what me and my husband were doing because, you know, people up here pay attention to what people are doing. They don't want their property vandalized. They don't want their area, you know, messed up. Here's another one. I mean, look at that. There is nothing but a bunch of overgrown stuff. And right now it even says that this is on surveillance. It says, notice, if you can see the surveillance sign to the left of this gate. But wow. And there is a huge steep ravine here off to the left. And these areas were searched by law enforcement. You know, and law enforcement, they don't waste their time coming out here if they don't have a reason. Fred Hall had no reason to lie. He was an honest old man. Actually, I've heard he was quite nosy. And, you know, that's why he's calling in a tip, because he knows this little boy's missing. And then here's the other one. Not very far. See, all three of these are just right up the road. I mean, look at this. Now there's a sign, private property, no dumping. There's another surveillance sign on this. I mean, this one is actually kind of off of the road. I mean, if you were to pull off in here and
this one was so far off of the road that it gave me the creeps. It was in there. I didn't even pull up in there all the way as far as I possibly could. But these gates, I mean, you could, the first one and the third one, you could actually pull back into and would hardly be seen as people, you know, were passing. And you have to ask yourself, okay, we're way up Skyline Boulevard. It just goes up, 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 up. I got another video to show you guys because she's up on Rocky Point. Stephanie Murray, nice to see you. Glad to see you here. I've never seen you here before. Good to have you. Chelsea Diaz, could you pull over and shave the diaper story from Terri cleaning up Kyron, or did he have an accident and not the baby daughter? I don't know. Maybe he could have. Don't know. But I've always wondered, and I hate saying this, but what if Dee Dee buried Kyron under some plants or a tree? You know, it's possible. Anything's possible. There's been a lot of different speculation. Something traumatic happens. You play everything you did over and over in your head. Oh, we already went through that. Thank you, just me. But yes, I'm up there. Hey, love to see you here, Purple. How are you, hon? Good to see you. Today marks 14 years of Kyron Horman's disappearance. So I'm going live all day. We started about noon. So good to have you here, Purple. Yeah, it looks creepy. I remember you saying that, creepy. Yeah, it was super creepy up there. So here's the thing. Rocky Point is super, super high up. In this next video that I'm about to show you, because she is driven however way she got up there. Who knows how she got up there, because there's several ways you can get up to Rocky Point. But she's seen coming down off of Rocky Point Road onto Highway 30. So that gives me the assumption, in my opinion, she probably took Rocky Point Road down, and I have a video for that, and I will tell you You, of course, can share my live. Absolutely. 100%. Anything for Kyron. Anybody that's watching this show, you can share it anywhere. You can share it on your channel. You don't need my permission. Any videos that I ever do for any of these missing children can always be shared. Yeah, and yes, Highway 30 is also so dense. But you will get the biggest perspective seeing how high you actually are when you see the video from up on Rocky Point. It is crazy high. Our ears pop while we're up there always. Let me find it real quick. And yeah, so we're just kind of going, you know, through Terri Horman's timeline through the day, because this is where eyewitnesses seen her. So this is how we can kind of determine a timeline. Let's see. It's Fred Halls. Okay. I'm going to share my screen again. And let you guys watch going down Rocky Point Road down to Highway 30. I won't play the entire thing because I keep talking once I get down to Highway 30. You may get a little bit dizzy watching this video. It's a very high up and it's very curvy. Sometimes when I watch it, I get a little bit dizzy, but here we go.
Hi everyone, it's Samantha with Kyron Horman Case Revisited, and we are traveling down Rocky Point from Skyline Boulevard all the way down to Highway 30. And we're doing this because there was a sighting of a woman in a white truck turning onto Highway 30. And yeah, so Rocky Point is a couple miles south of Fred Hall's house. And Fred Hall said he saw a woman in a white truck sitting on one of the logger roads or fire lane trails, whatever you want to call it. Me and my husband's always called them a logger roads. But yeah, this is straight down. It is very high in elevation. If Terri was up here with the baby with an earache, she was definitely having some issues with her ears popping. My ears have been popping this entire time. You know, 13 years ago, nobody ever really came up here. Now there is a little biker station where everybody can pull into a parking lot, park their cars, and go down all the bike trails, like where this black truck is right here on the left-hand side of the road. There's a few trails right here in this area to go down. For an example, coming up the Skyline Boulevard today, I looked at my husband and I said, was that really a horse warning on the road? Because we're traveling down Skyline Boulevard and I see a sign that's
Okay, this is a perfect place to stop. You can see the hillside there on the right. You can see how far behind that arrow is Sauvie Island. Way, way, way back in the background, and you can barely see the water there. And I'm actually just going to turn the sound off of this because I can talk to you guys, right? I can just talk to you guys while we're cruising down the road, but this is Rocky Point Road. Look how high up it is. She's seen coming down off of Rocky Point Road onto Highway 30. Look how crazy that is. You see the logging that they've done right there to the right-hand side. You can see the crack of my windshield. But no, I mean, you can see the hills and everything else. Your baby just had an earache. She was claiming that she still had one, but you're up here in the middle of friggin' nowhere in your truck. Why? Why, Terri? Are you driving around such rural roads the same day that Kyron comes up missing and you claim you have nothing to do with it? You know, she cannot tell us where she was or what she was doing. Cell phone pings, credit card information. It all puts her in different locations than she actually said she was. And then you have the eyewitness accounts. The eyewitness accounts not only said it was a white truck, but it also said it was a woman. Fred Hall calls her a gal. So there's just so much. And, you know, after talking to Detective Tabor, you know, he gives me kind of a more, perspective on, we really don't know this case as well as we want to think that we do. He said we know less than a tenth of this case, that there's 4,600 files on Kyron Horman. 4,600 files. What we find are from news reports, what the parents have said, anything law enforcement would put out about Kyron, updates. You know, thank God that Desiree Young decides to give us another update. She lit a fire under my ass. I mean, I have been nothing but Kyron Horman when we actually just started doing other missing children here recently, which I actually need to do another live on Amy Mihalovic. But to get back to Kyron, it's just been Kyron since Mother's Day, because she put out more information. I feel like now's the time to focus on Kyron a little bit more, because Doug Bishop's channel's gotten thousands and thousands of views. And, you know, his story's going good out there right now. So we're just going to keep talking about Kyron for now. Look at all the evergreen trees and the bushes and the ferns, and look how rural this area is. You know, the area behind the school is a rainforest, in case you didn't know that. I say it all the time, but if there's new people here and they don't know, it's good to know, because it just tells you they're looking for the smallest needle in a haystack out there when they're out there searching for Kyron. And it's heartbreaking to know that they're out here looking for Kyron, that the evidence or the circumstantial evidence that they have in this case isn't pointing to anywhere else other than this area. The area around the school, these really high up locations up in the friggin' middle of nowhere. They're searching these areas because of something that they know, right? They're not searching these areas because, oh, we just decided that we want to spend all of the taxpayers' money, and we just want to waste our time, effort, and money to go out and search for Kyron Horman today in the middle of nowhere. You know, it takes a lot to put these searches together. You have to provide water, lunch, bee sting kits, you name it. Like, there's so much you have to get. Now, I don't know about law enforcement, but I know when Desiree puts her searches together, she has to have permission to search properties. There's a lot that goes into it. You're not just going to go out there and do a bunch of searches for no friggin' reason. I get upset because the Terri supporters want to keep talking about how they're wasting their time. Multnomah County Sheriff's Office was a search and rescue sheriff's office. They do everything for Multnomah County. They even do up where the people hike at the falls, all of those hikes in Forest Park. They even have a search and rescue for the waters around there. So now, finally, we're down to the bottom of Rocky Point, and this right here, as she's getting ready, you know, to pull onto Highway 30 to go east, she's seen by somebody just sitting here for a minute, because he's kind of further down the freeway and he's coming down and now going east on Highway 30. And I'll continue talking and we can keep watching. This is Highway 30 going east from Rocky Point. And yeah, law enforcement Multnomah County Sheriff's Office is a search and rescue unit. They couldn't have had any better people to work on Kyron's search. The parents are not unhappy with the work that they've done. They've never came out and said, hey, we're not happy. They're not doing enough. No, they actually have always spoken very highly of Multnomah County and have thanked them for doing, what they've done for Kyron. And as long as the parents are happy, I'm happy, right? I know Desiree has talked about getting a PI. I don't know what her motives are in that. Maybe she just wants new eyes on the case is the only thing I can think of. And why not? Why not have new eyes, right? Any eye on the case, especially anybody that could actually see the file, which I don't even know if a PI could actually do that. Matter of fact, I know a PI. I'm going to have to ask her if the PI would be privileged to any information that law enforcement have, because I think it would have to be considered a cold case first, which I don't think Kyron's case is a cold case as long as they're still coming up and finding new information. To me, I don't feel that. Now to the left, as you're traveling here, like I said, is going to be like all of the sleuths, there's water, and there's just like a wildlife refuge type area that's all over next to this area. And it's on the west side of Sauvie Island. So that's what's there. And then these are just some of the roads like this one here. We put up flyers for Saturday, all those roads going down here. Flyers were everywhere, and you can see all the different kinds of trees and the evergreen. If you look off to the side, you can see the hills on the right. That's the area that we're talking about. This is the type of area they're looking for Kyron Horman in. It's not going to be an easy task, but I do believe in Multnomah County Sheriff's Office, I do believe that Kyron will be found someday. I really do believe that. And that's because, I am a true crimer. I am a sleuth, and I have just seen it can take years and years. Bodies are found, or an alive Kyron could be found, because people that disappear are found all the time. It's just going to take that one tip, or it's going to take, if someone has Kyron, that one mistake that they make and Kyron gets free, but something could happen. You never know. As we're traveling down Highway 30 right now, headed east, all of this area right here to the right was searched. All of this area right here, because you're getting close to Rainbow Lake, which is right here to the right. So this right here is Morgan Road. This is Rainbow Lake, and then there's Logie Trail Road. Now that area there was completely searched also. There's actually a little road there on Morgan Road that leads you, like the gate didn't used to be there. I went up there, I was taking videos, I was coming down Morgan Road, and I stopped to do a little video of a ravine to show how deep it was. And I had somebody come out to check their mail while I had stopped in the middle of the road. And he says, "What are you doing?" And I'm like, "Oh, I have a Facebook group, Kyron Horman Case Revisited, and I'm just out here, taking pictures and videos of the area to bring awareness." And he informs me of the search done at Rainbow Lake, that Rainbow Lake was searched. He informed me that there were these huge telephone poles and stuff going down, and that there was a road that you would actually probably need a truck to go up, and that whole area there was searched. So that's how I found out about that search. And this is Cornelius Pass Road. If you were to take a right, and that would lead you up to Sheltered Nook Road, where Kyron Horman lived. And here in a second, it's only a mile or so, we'll be at the Sauvie Island Bridge that'll be located right on the left. So now you have traveled down, the entirety of the search there off of Highway 30 that they did. And they did look on both sides of the road there in that area. All right, I'm going to stop sharing this now. But there is a huge perspective. And yeah, I mean, the area, like I have said just so many times, is so rural and so out in the middle of nowhere. Thank you, Susie. I'm an amazing private investigator. My husband tells me I need to be a PI. I saw your flyers today. Yay! Are they still in good condition, Chelsea? Can you tell me that? It rained so hard Sunday that they had to close the car wash down that Desiree was doing for Kyron, and I got really worried that our flyers may not look too swift now. But I still have a huge stack, and so does Kalia, and we actually have way more. If you guys want to pass out flyers for Kyron, we can mail them to you. Kalia always offers to mail out flyers. We do all missing children. We've actually sent out flyers for Sebastian. We would for Michael Vaughn. Anybody that wants to pass out flyers for any children, let us know. We'll hook you up. Stacy Green and Desiree ended up giving us buttons, bracelets, bumper stickers that we also want to throw in with the flyers if you guys want flyers for them. Just Me has to go. Thank you so much for being here. You've been here for 4 hours. Thank you so very much for being here and for helping us spread the word or for supporting Kyron and his family. Thank you so much. Have a great evening. And yeah. Chelsea says, yes, it doesn't make sense. The driving. It doesn't make sense. All of that driving. Why is she driving in all of these areas? Why would you do that? It just doesn't make sense. There's a link at the top. You can click on it. Come on up. Tell me what you know. If you live in the area and you know something, you know, like say you saw where they were searching, or say, you know, you saw the barriers put up for when, you know, they were stopping vehicles and asking the vehicles if they had saw anything. If you live in the area and you know something, we'd love to have you up. Chelsea Diaz says, I was just at Rocky Point Road a few hours ago. I did have ear popping and said the same thing. You are no way you would put a kid with an earache through that and survive. Exactly. And we now know that she didn't even have an earache at the time because Desiree Young said on her last interview that she had finished her amoxicillin weeks prior. And Desiree probably has that information because Kane probably talked about it. That's Kane's daughter. I'm sure he knew when she ended her amoxicillin. Okay, so what else can we go over? There's so much to go over, you guys. There's so many layers. I still have a strong feeling that Kyron is at the fire gate where Terri was seen stopped at. Yeah, like the little logger road gates. I mean, somewhere up there, right? Like that's the feeling that Kaylia got when I took her with me up there, is that, you know, it was a really creepy area. When me and Kaylia went up there, we, oh goodness, I think I want to say we only saw 2 or 3 cars. And this is 14 years later, guys. More houses, more things have been built up there in that area. Me and my husband have gone up there to take videos and haven't even been able to continue doing our videos because the fog's so thick. I've actually thought about doing it and just keeping the fog in the videos, but I want people to be able to see the stuff, you know, to see the area. And when there's so much fog, you can't really see that. But yeah, Kaylia got the same feeling when you're up there. Thank you so much, Connie. I appreciate you for being here. I appreciate everybody. I appreciate my mods. It means a lot to me to have you guys here. It really does. Kyron has so many supporters. We love giving Kyron love. It is 4 o'clock. So let's put up a video for Kyron. No tip is too small, right? If you have a tip, please call the Multnomah County Sheriff's Office at 503-988-0560. You can also call 1-800-THE-LOST, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. They also have on their page and a place where you can email no tips too small. We always say that. Chris Madonna actually says that it's usually the public that ends up helping cases like this. We're not at a cold case. He's been missing for 14 years. I hope and pray every day it's not cold. They're still working hard on Kyron's case, but we have to give, we have to keep sharing his story. We have to keep sharing Kyron. It's so very important to do that. So this video is a little over 2 minutes long. If you can take the time to share this live, if you can take the time to go over to Kyron Horman Case Revisited on Facebook, that's our discussion group. There are pictures of Kyron everywhere. Grab one. Download it, share it to your Facebook, share it to your Instagram, make a TikTok, whatever you want to do with it. Or if you don't want to do anything like that, just share something from inside the group. Not because I want the attention for a group, but because I want attention for Kyron, okay? So take the time and, talk about Kyron today. Pray for Kyron. Pray for Kyron's family. They're not having a good day today. All they're remembering is June 4th, 2010, the day that Kyron came up missing. We're throwing up hearts. We're throwing up frogs for Kyron. He loved frogs. Kermit the Frogs are in these pictures. And we're going to take a moment to think about Kyron and his family right now. Thanks again, everybody, for showing up for Kyron. We appreciate you. It is so disheartening to know that Kyron has been gone 14 years ago today. 14 years ago today. Chelsea Diaz, I saw a car in front of me with a tree frog license plate decal while looking for Kyron today. I also saw a red Mustang right at Germantown Road and Springville Road. She says, yes, that was today. I woke up and went to search and look for him. The Kyron signs and all the weird coincidences were strange. Well, thank you so much for going out there and put your feet on the ground looking for Kyron. If you see anything, call 911. Make sure to call law enforcement. If you don't have the tip line phone number, or it is 503-988-0560. Please don't touch anything. I'm sure you already know. Just letting you know, Chelsea. Thank you so much. That is a true Kyron warrior right there. 14 years is definitely too long, Connie. Thank you for being here. I have so much information to share. We're just going to keep going. So now we've gone over like the eyewitnesses, and like these are the areas where Terri Horman was out traveling around on the day that Kyron came up missing. She can't tell law enforcement where she's at or what she's doing. Why? Why can't you tell us, Terri, where you were, what you were doing? It's been 14 years. Desiree and Kane deserve answers. Why don't you just give in, you or Dee Dee Spicer? Dee Dee, you got immunity. Come on. Why can't you talk about it? Why? You don't want people to know that you're a monster? That's right. You don't want people to know you're a monster is what it is. If you guys see Terri down in Clear Lake, California, ask her where Kyron is. If you're down in Klamath Falls, ask Dee Dee Spicer where Kyron is. Who knows? If maybe she's still in Vancouver, Washington. If you see her here in Vancouver, Washington, ask her where Kyron is. We already had somebody else do that today or Friday in the bathroom stall at the Outback. Thank you guys for being one of the best communities out there. Not only for Kyron, but for all the missing kids. You guys are so welcoming to everybody that comes in. I really appreciate you guys being here. Really, really do. All right. I'm going to look to see what other information I got to show, because I got a lot. Again, you guys, if you guys see a petition out there for Kyron, it's not done by his family or anything, please, please, please do not sign it. Well, let's see what happened. Let's see. We have emails in the doctor appointment video. We could pause and talk about this one. I'm going to throw it up because Terri Horman starts trying to control the narrative immediately in emails on the 5th, the day after Kyron disappears. The 5th, you guys, the day after.
Terri knew suspicions settled on her, even writing, quote, "They are blaming me in the blogs. I just want to scream."
Terri, do you have anything to say? Do you have anything to say? You know where Kyron is. Yes or no?
She is the person everyone wants to talk. Kyron Horman's stepmother.
You tell the world something.
But while Terri Horman has remained silent in front of cameras, her fingers have not. These are excerpts from 2 emails that K2 News obtained, written by Terri to a source we will not reveal, sent on the day after Kyron vanished from Skyline School during that science fair. Now, investigators have said Terri is the last person to see Kyron, but this is what Terri wrote. The teacher thought I said I was going to take Kyron with Kitty for a doctor's appointment. I said I was going to look at other exhibits. How do you mess that up? His coat and backpack were still at school. I left the school at 9, and he was seen with a man, chaperone, and 2 girls after I left. There were no men on the chaperone list. That, and it was highly chaotic. Had to been 300 people running around, no coordination.
Okay, going over this email, guys. Let's just break it down for you. The teacher thought I said I was going to take Kyron with Kitty for a doctor's appointment. First of all, Kitty's appointment was the day before. Terri Horman also had Kane's truck the day before. Kaylia has spoke before about how she may, where Kaylia thinks that maybe Terri had plans to do something with Kyron the day before because she actually thought that the science fair was going on. She didn't know he was doing his presentation the day before. Maybe that went wrong, and that's why she ended up doing it that Friday. Don't know. It was just a speculation by Kaylia's. But we do know that Kitty had a doctor's appointment the day before Kyron came up missing. And then she says, I said I was going back to look at other exhibits. How do you get that wrong? Well, for one, Miss Porter can't hear very well, and Terri wants to talk about that, and according to Terri, she can't hear that well either, even though it's a crock of shit. His coat and backpack were still at the school. Well, let's go over that. Terri was involved with Kyron Horman's disappearance. He was seen leaving with Terri, okay? Terri left his coat and his backpack at the school. So at 3:30 in the afternoon, when Kyron didn't get off the bus, guess what? His coat and backpack were up at the school, and she could literally use that to say, like, I didn't have them today. Look, the backpack and the coat are still here. You want to know something that's even more strange about this coat and backpack? Desiree witnesses her washing the coat and backpack. Terri goes up to the school after Kyron disappears. She gets the coat and backpack. She took it home after she left the school and washed it. Why? Terri, why did you wash the coat and the backpack? I'd like an answer to that question. And then it continues. I left the school at 9, and he was seen with a man chaperone. First of all, let's clarify. She was not leaving there at 9 o'clock. She left there between 8:45 and 8:50 when witnesses saw her leave. When her phone ping tells law enforcement when she leaves, okay? And let's not forget about the timestamp picture that she took of Kyron at 8:45. Desiree Young speaking about this again in her last interview with Doug Bishop. This picture of Kyron, the one standing in front of his science fair project, was taken at 8:45. It's in her phone. It's evidence taken at 8:45. It's undisputable information. So there's that. It just upsets me so much that she's such a liar. Such a liar. And then talks about he was seen with a man chaperone. Really? He was? Did anybody talk to law enforcement about him being seen with a chaperone? Did anybody sit down and make a sketch of this man chaperone that was with also these 2 girls after you left, Terri? Could you show us in your Terri support group the picture of the chaperone that these witnesses that saw this chaperone, because, I mean, there's got to be a sketch of this man, right? Witnesses must have came forward and told somebody about the chaperone, right? You know, her and her attorney claim that they have witnesses, okay? They literally claim, like I always say, everything I talk about in my live shows is up and posted or will be posted in my Kyron Horman group, Kyron Horman Case Revisited on Facebook. If you ever want to see receipts, I can't show all my receipts today, obviously, because I've already been live for 4 hours and 20 minutes. Anyway, and by the way, if everybody could go over and hit that thumbs up button, hit that like button, it helps spread the word out for Kyron. It helps this live get seen more. But back to it. She lies all the time. She is seen on footage at the Fred Meyers, and she's getting a receipt at the Fred Meyers. They know when she left the school. They know when she takes the picture. There is no way that there's the chaperone. She is spinning narratives right here, you guys, right from the beginning. Man, she sends the detectives on a wild friggin' goose chase. Tell you what, they have to chase their tails to catch up with Terri. And this is just the day after. This has been 14 years of her spinning the narrative. She's still doing it. She still puts out new information. But her and her attorney say they have witnesses that saw Kyron after I left. Kyron Horman and his attorney asked in court documents to know who those people were. And guess what? They didn't produce them. They didn't produce them. Okay, because there is none. In the very beginning, there were witness statements. Some of them did say that he was seen afterwards, but they retracted and said that Terri Horman was the last known person. And for whatever reason they did that for, whatever they're holding close to their vest, whatever information they have, is the reason why they retracted on that original statement, and they can't prove anything. If they could prove that there actually was witnesses that saw her, don't you think that she would let her attorney tell the detectives that so she hadn't been harassed for the past 14 years? Come on. Oh, there's so much in this email, you guys. She said that she left there at 9 o'clock. There was a chaperone, 2 girls after I left. There were no men on the chaperone list. There were volunteers volunteering for groups, okay, for children. And guess what? Terri told Miss Porter to take Kyron out of the group. And this is according to Desiree. This is what Desiree says. That Terri told Miss Porter that Kyron was not going to be in a group that day, that he was going to go with her to look at science fair projects. Kane says in another interview that they only looked at 3. They looked at 3 science fair projects and left. 3. And it was highly chaotic and had to have been 300 people running around the school with no coordination. Well, that's because she wants to spin the narrative that it was uncoordinated, that it was chaotic. I'm sure it was a little bit more chaotic than normal since there was a science fair that you only took Kyron to 3 different rooms when he was super excited to show it off, and he's leaving with you. What excuse did you tell Kyron when you said, hey, bud, you're coming with me today? He was awfully excited to show his science fair project, to walk around the school, to see other people's science fair projects. He was excited because that day there was also a talent show, and you took that from him. He left there with you because he trusted you, Terri. All right, we got lots of stuff going on over here in the chat. She is so full of, yes, she is. She's completely full of crap. Short video that was this channel made showing Terri Horman in her muscle car with the windows up, honking the horn, and she claims to be deaf on one side but could hear just fine in the car of the window. Absolutely. Connie asks a great question. Terri, why? She's full of shit. I read a teacher said yes to Kyron helping a man with something to his car. I'm glad you brought that up because I would love to tell you all about this. There was no such man. This is a rumor that has been spread in Kyron's case. According to this rumor, this man walks up to a teacher, asks the teacher if Kyron can come with him and help him get something out of his car or his truck or whatever. First of all, teachers, they have to watch these kids, right? Do you guys really see a teacher just allowing some guy to walk out with Kyron to go help him leave the school to go out to the vehicle? Doesn't make sense, right? But this is what Terri Horman started a rumor about. This is another Terri Horman spinning the narrative. She wants people to believe all of these crazy stories so that the focus will get off of her. But all it has done is spin the focus right back on her. Carly, thank you for being here. I don't think I've ever seen you in here. We appreciate you so much. She says, thank you for doing this today. In my opinion, the two girls would have been identified by now, or at least came forward and said, yes, we were with a man chaperone and she wants to make it seem chaotic. Absolutely. I mean, like, if these girls had been spoken to, if they had existed, they probably would have sat these two girls down and had them do some kind of a sketch of this so-called chaperone that Terry's throwing out right now, right? Yeah. Connie, exactly. A teacher is not going to do that. She's not going to let Kyron leave with some guy that just randomly says, hey, I need help. Can you let me bring him out here? Yeah. All right. So let's continue with these emails because there's a few more.
There were no men on the chaperone list. That, and it was highly chaotic. Had to been 300 people running around, no coordination. The reference to her daughter's doctor visit, not mentioned again in a follow-up email sent later that day. I didn't just drop him off. I spent time with him, took pictures, and he was in safe hands, I thought, as I watched him walk down the hall. Kids saw him after I left. Teacher put him as absent at 10 a.m. Someplace between 9 and 10 is when we think it happened. I have a receipt showing I was checking out at Fred Meyer 7 miles away at 9:12 a.m. I went to another Fred Meyer looking for meds for Kitty they didn't have at the first Fred Meyer. Then I was trying to get Kitty to sleep in the truck for a few minutes, but no go, so off to the gym at 11:20, out at 12:20, home at 12:45, came home at 2, bus at 3:30. That was my day. They keep asking me, now on my 5th interview with them. I thought as I watched him walk down the hall.
All right. Now we're going over this one. I didn't just drop him off. I spent time with him, took pictures, and he was in safe hands. I thought as I watched him walk down the hall. Okay, there's her trying to say she thought he was in safe hands, trying to accuse the school of not, being a safe place for Kyron. She didn't just drop him off. She went in, she took the picture of him. See, because she and Kyron get to the school at 8:15. They're one of the only people that show up at the school at 8:15. It started at 8 o'clock and was to continue going on. But at 8:15 is when they got to the school. We know this because Terri was playing Facebook games on her phone at 8 o'clock. We know she got to the school at 8:15. There wasn't hardly anybody there. She was seen by a few employees getting there with Kyron. She even says at one point that she has to go back to the vehicle before even going into the school to go back to the truck and get Kyron's coat and backpack. Well, then she later on says something like, that's when the bus driver must have saw me, was when we had to go back to my truck to get his coat and backpack that morning before ever going into the school. Well, if she gets there at 8:15 and she hasn't even gone into the school yet, it doesn't take too much time to go back to the truck and get your coat and backpack, right? Buses don't even arrive till 8:35, 8:30, 8:35, something like that. So she had plenty of time to go to the truck and get the stuff and get into the school where she's seen then by employees. She only walks around and travels to a few science fair, projects that were up or whatever. Kyron, she says, gave library books to the librarian. She takes a picture of Kyron at 8:45, and they're seen leaving between 8:45 and 8:50 to leave to go to the truck where she then takes off, okay? So then back to the email. Kids saw him after I left. Kids say they saw him. Kids, 7-year-old kid, or 8-year-old kid, Tanner Pamola, he must have got his time wrong or something, because those those times that given by children, and I have a 9-year-old granddaughter that still cannot tell great time. You know, so time must have been what caused law enforcement to retract on any of the students that said a specific time. Someplace between 9 and 10 is when we think it happened. Who's we? Who's we think it happened? Nobody but Terry's throwing out the narrative that he's taken between 9 and 10. And you want to know why? Because she was the one who left with Kyron between 8:45 and 8:50. Bun Bun, there were Tanner Pomala and another boy, Tyler, and his parents, but then they ended up getting footage off of Tyler's parents' camera that I believe was time-stamped, and that's how they were able to determine that the time was off. Thank you so much, Connie. Thank you so very much for the love. I really appreciate that. You know, I have been doing Kyron's case for a very long time, and thanks to the help of Kaylia and my other moderator, researches Kaylia's thing. I can find a lot of stuff on the internet, but I mean, you know, we just work really hard, you know, to find out all of the information that we have on Kyron's case. But yeah, Terri was the last person seen. And then she goes on to say, I have a receipt showing I was checking out of Fred Meyer's 7 miles away. She knew how far away Fred Meyer's was, and at 9:12 is when her receipt is. I went to another Fred Meyer's looking for meds for Kitty. Didn't have at the first Fred Meyer's. Well, she wasn't looking for medicine for Kiara because Kiara's ears wasn't hurting anymore. And the thing about this is, man, she sure got her timeline together right now, doesn't she? She's got her 9/12 receipt, you know. Oh my gosh, come on. You know, what's interesting is in these emails, she sure can remember where she was and what she was doing, can't she? She said that she let the baby sleep in the truck for a few minutes, but no go because she was trying to get the baby to sleep. Well, in another interview that she does with People Magazine, she actually says that she got into the back seat with the baby for about 30 minutes and got the baby to go to sleep. So what is it? Did the baby take a nap or not? And then she says, so off to the gym at 11:20. No, it wasn't 11:20. It was 12:20. And she goes out at 12:20. No, she was not at the gym for an hour. There is footage to prove it. She went to the gym at 12:20 and she was only there for 15 to 18 minutes. Home by 12:45. Nope. She wasn't home until 1 o'clock or shortly thereafter, 1:05. Came home at 2, bus at 3:30. That was my day. They kept asking me, now on my 5th interview with him. Well, you know what? She wouldn't have had a 5th interview if she would have just said where she was and what she was doing that day, right? If she would have been telling the truth, they wouldn't have had to do a 2nd or a 3rd interview or a 4th interview or a 5th interview. What she does speaks volumes. Detective Tabor said that it really hurts when he thinks that the public thinks that they were hyper-focused on Terri because they weren't and they're not. New tips still come in. And if those are great tips, they look at them. They look at any and all tips that come in. They will look into anything that they possibly can to find Kyron. They did not hyper-focus on Terri. Terri put the focus on herself. And that's just the truth. Let's continue looking at the rest of these emails.
The gym at 11:20, out at 12:20, home at 12:45, came home at 2, bus at 3:30. That was my day. They keep asking me, now on my 5th interview with them. Terri went on to talk about Kyron's recent behavior. The past 2 weeks he's been acting really weird, staring off into space, can't remember anything, walks into the room and then back out. stopping to stare and then move on. The doc thinks that he is having many seizures, and I made an appointment on Thursday for next Friday to have him checked out.
This is ridiculous. Yeah, Connie. Terry, where's Kyron? Where is he? We're sitting here 14 years later waiting for that answer. And you need to tell people where Kyron is. In this email written the day after, it says it right there, June 5th, 2010. The past 2 weeks, he's been acting really weird. Really, Terry? Kane didn't notice anything weird. Desiree didn't notice anything weird. His teachers didn't notice anything weird. Staring off into space. Can't remember anything. What? This is the narrative that she wants to spin, that something is wrong with Kyron. She says here maybe he's having many seizures. She also says in another interview on People Magazine that she thought because he started wetting the bed that maybe he was being assaulted. If you guys don't know what that is, I don't really like saying that aloud. I hope you do know what it is. But yeah, first of all, children that wet the bed and stop. I mean, Bigfoot Barbecue said this when he was on here during our last live. So children maybe wet the bed. And when they stop, they usually stop forever, right? Kyron just what? All of a sudden starts wetting the bed again? Isn't that strange? During the year that he's being treated like crap by Terri? But she wants to talk about many seizures. She wants to say on People Magazine that he was assaulted. She's trying to come up with all these other reasons for, she even says at another time that he wandered off. Did you guys know that a few months on her Facebook, she takes a picture in Kyron's classroom of the entire classroom, okay? She's taken a picture of the entire classroom, and then she posts and says, oh, look, Kyron must have wandered off to the bathroom again or something. He's not here. What? Isn't that not weird to some of you? Because that's weird to me. Almost like she's spinning the narrative months prior, that Kyron likes to wander off. She spun the narrative and said that he wandered off from the teacher while they were outside and wandered off to the bathroom. She's talked about him wandered off. His mother, his father have said that Kyron was not known for wandering off. So these are all the different narratives, you guys, that she's spinning, trying to make everybody believe anything but the truth. And the truth is that Terri Horman left with Kyron from the school on June 4th, 2010, and that is why Kyron Horman is still missing.
That contradicts what multiple sources have told K2 that in the days before the science fair, Terri informed Kyron's teacher he had an appointment that day, June 4th. That is why no one expected that he would be in class and why he was marked absent.
And here you go.
Well, Terri Horman has remained silent in front of K2 before the science fair.
Let me back up. Hold on. All right. Okay, come back a little bit more. There we go. Okay, so this is a Facebook post by Desiree Young. There never was a doctor's appointment. She made the entire thing up. We knew this the first night he went missing when I gave consent to get Kyron's doctor's records. So then when she was questioned, she said that it was the following week to try to cause confusion and appear legitimate. But the truth is that Kane, Tony, and I never saw anything wrong with Kyron, and it was all just a smokescreen to further confuse people so that they didn't look into Terri for this. Like maybe he would have walked out of the school on his own. It's all baloney. And then somebody asks her, just for clarification, where's there a doctor's appointment the following week? Was that confirmed? And did Ms. Porter have paperwork that the doctor's office needed to be filled out? No doctor's appointment and no paperwork. That's because a rumor was going around that there was actual paperwork that Terri left with Miss Porter that Miss Porter needed to fill out so that she could write on this paperwork and say, hey, yeah, he's been acting strange in class. Yeah, some really weird stuff's been going on. Like, keep an eye on him and write everything down in this paperwork. There's no paperwork, you guys. There's no doctor's appointment. There isn't any. This was Terri's excuse. She even emailed Miss Porter and told her there was going to be a doctor's appointment. There was a child that thought, Kyron's friend, that thought he had a doctor's appointment that day. Okay? No doctor's appointment. Miss Porter had an email from Terri Horman excusing Kyron from class. Kyron left the classroom with Terri and walked out of the school. There would be no reason for Miss Porter to question a parent or to think there was anything wrong. It was all Terri's fault that we are here today, her and only her. And that is Desiree Young, Kyron's mom, letting us know. Terri is a liar.
But it appears Terri Horman has been quietly making her own comments all along. ABC station KATU in Portland found postings they say they verified as Horman in the comment section of their website, including statements agreeing with supporters and others arguing with detractors, writing, "Wow, unless you know all the details, the stress, the worry, the pain, you have nothing to speak of. You're merely making assumptions. You have no facts, details, or knowledge to present. So please refrain from your accusations."
And there you have it. She's inside. Okay? Come on. It's so obvious to me that she knows how guilty she is by the actions of herself. What she does to herself, it screams, I did it. I did it. I'm Terri Horman and I took Kyron. She is agreeing with her Terri supporters in a news. She's in the news, social media, in the comment section. Why is she doing this? Why is she emailing, first of all? Why is she in the comment section? Why is she doing all of this when Kyron's missing? The day after Kyron comes up missing, this is what she's choosing to do with her time? Spending her time on social media? There was a comment up here that I just have to address because, okay, where is it? Wait, she just told on herself because if she thinks something happened to him between 9 and 10, so she is telling on herself right there. Exactly. Where is, we've got, this is very strange. It's so strange. This is crazy. You guys are all so right. Where is this comment? Yes, Sabrina, thank you. This explains why no teacher called to where he was. They thought he had a doctor's appointment, and it makes sense. Yes, that's why there was no call home. Because the teacher thought that there was, and you'll hear her Terri supporters, why wasn't the school sued? Blah, blah, blah. Because they didn't have anything to do with Kyron coming up missing, because it wasn't the teacher's fault. It wasn't the school's fault. There was no camera footage. There is now, though. Before the school year started, after that summer, cameras got put up at the school. Thank God. Quit lying, Terri. Enough is enough. Where is Kyron? If the appointment was the following week, there would have never been a reason to tell his teacher about it because school would have been out already for the year. Terri has been lying for the last 14 years. Exactly. Exactly. Okay, now let me just take a moment here. I want to take this one down. I have showed quite a few videos from my stack here. I want to put them where they need to go so that I don't go over the same ones over and over. Okay, let's put this one into my Kyron file. I talk out loud when I do things. Okay. Let's see, what else do I got? I have so much information, y'all. This can go back into the file. Right. They at one moment decide to do a flyer on Terri. Now, they do that for a reason, because they know something, because they've seen something, right? Let me just see. She also said Miss Porter was deaf too. Can't make this stuff up. I actually did read something like that too. I have heard that. I don't know if it's true or not, actually. My hubby just got home. Okay. So what else? Let's see what these emails have to say.
25th, during Kyron's parents' first interview with us, Kyron Horman defended his wife Terri. But the very next day, Kyron took their daughter Kiara and moved out of the house. In an email exclusively given to Fox 12, a Horman family friend writes to another friend that same day, talking about a recent conversation with Terri. The friend says, I was talking to her in general, just to say, how are you? Any way I can help, I will, etc. And she ended up telling me about how they are still very focused on Sauvie Island and telling me that.
Oh. Don't know what happened there. It says, I was talking to her in general, just to say, how are you? Any way I can help, I will, etc. And she ended up telling me about how they are still very focused on Sauvie Island and telling me that she was driving down Highway 30. This is where, I've talked about this before, that I think it is so strange that she's just talking about how focused they are on Sauvie Island and actually corrects it saying, I was driving on Highway 30. Terri Horman does not like people talking about Sauvie Island. Just a FYI. I was driving down Highway 30 the day Kyron disappeared, etc. But she doesn't know why they are focusing on the island. I don't know what it is. It's all weird. Where is the boy? It is really weird. And she kept saying she didn't understand why they were so focused on Sauvie Island. And here's the thing about Sauvie Island. She gets up on the Dr. Phil show and talks about there being cameras on the Sauvie Island Bridge, which there absolutely is now, and way back there was. Here's the thing though, the bridge. Now, I completely debunked this, okay? Completely debunked it. You can find it. I'm not going to go over it in this live, but I have completely debunked the fact that there was a camera in 2010 on the Sauvie Island Bridge. In 2008, they started rebuilding the bridge. The building was still under construction in 2010 when Kyron came up missing, and I found a picture of the bridge from May of 2010 with 0 camera on it. Another lie by Terri Horman. But now she's trying to spin this narrative. They're focusing so much on Sauvie Island. Do you guys know that Multnomah County Sheriff's Office was actually attacked so much for continuing their search on Sauvie Island? That's actually what brought me to the Sauvie Island Bridge camera, because I have to get a hold of Detective Tabor and say, hey, listen, because I'm looking into searches on Kyron and I'm trying to figure out, you know, where they are and what they're doing, these searches that Desiree is doing. And excuse me for 1 minute. I need to talk to my husband just real quick. Hold on. Yep. Mashed potatoes and brown gravy from the store, baby. All right. Sorry, you guys. So I'm looking into searches and I notice that Dee, I am so sorry. I do this all the time. The damn D's. Desiree Young is on Sauvie Island doing searches 2013, 14, 15. Okay. So I'm getting a hold of Detective Tabor. I'm angry. Why? You know, Detective Tabor, why didn't law enforcement just tell Desiree Young, hey, there's no camera on the bridge, or there was a camera on the bridge. It would have seen Terri, whether she was coming or going. Why is Desiree spending all of her time, money, and effort searching on the island if there was a camera? I end up finding out that there wasn't one later on. I ended up finding out that there was not one because I was getting super upset with Multnomah County myself for not letting Desiree know about this footage. Well, there wasn't any footage. The footage didn't exist. So, you know, she spins and spins and spins the narrative, people. You always got to remember that if you ever hear anything from her Terri supporters or her group, just know it is not true. It is rumor. It is something they're spreading. They talk horribly about Desiree Young, the mother of a missing child. It's disgusting. But anyway, Carly, you're saying, I hope that Nathan Vasquez, something will change because Mike Schmidt ain't shit. I said that too. We need charges without a body at this point. I still keep hope alive, but after 14 years, it's hard. And it is hard. It's very hard. And Mike Schmidt, he didn't do one murder, one rape, one anything. He didn't move forward at all on any cases. Carly says, I know Sauvie Island like the back of my hand, literally one of my favorite places. Always think of him whenever I'm there. Me too. We take the grandkids now, and we used to take our kids, but Sauvie Island's where we go to the pumpkin patch. That's like the place. It's the coolest place ever. What year did they continue the search? They've never stopped searching for Kyron. As far as I was able to tell, now I've done a live, the search for Kyron Horman, A Parent's Worst Nightmare, I believe is the name of that live. And I went over all the searches that I have been able to find publicly. But we know that there's even more searches because they don't want something to happen like in the Michael Vaughn case where Michael's body ends up being buried and then later moved. They don't want that. Okay. Another boy that we also cover is Michael Vaughn. If you guys know anything, call the Fruitland tip line, please. But anyway, yeah, they don't want, you know, anything like that to happen. They don't want the public out there at those searches. Some of the searches that I end up finding are because I'm sitting there, I'm watching the news, or I see a news clip, an old news clip, and I see something in the background and I go, oh, damn, I know where that is. Oh, okay. I'll go do a video. I don't do anything with any of the recent stuff because, you know, I just don't feel like the recent stuff needs to be shared right now. They don't want the public coming out and searching after they search, because if something's found and it's not found and turned in correctly, it can hinder the case. It can hinder it a lot. So if anybody's ever in that area searching or doing anything, the number one thing that you can do is call 911 if you think that you have seen anything. And then if they saw her truck on the bridge, I feel like they would have kept searching. Yeah, well, Kane had the Mustang that day. I don't know if they would have kept searching if they didn't see her coming and going. Maybe it would have, if the camera would have been up and she did go over to Sauvie Island, maybe they would have saw something. I don't know, but there was no camera. That's wild. I always thought there was, and her truck was seen crossing. Nope, there was not a camera. And I do have that, I have the receipts. My haters like to say, she's making stuff up. I don't make anything up. I have to clear up the misinformation. It's crazy. Terri, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? Bad boys, bad boys. What you gonna do? Thank you, Sally Mae. Yeah. What are you going to do, Terri, in 2025 when Nathan Vasquez is the DA and starts this investigation back up with some serious fire under his ass? No joke. Terri, we know you're scared. We know you're running and hiding. We know that's what you're doing. She started taking a lot of trips down to Mexico, and I posted something about, like, what is she doing down at now? We know that Terry's new husband has family down in Mexico, but I actually posted something about, like, gosh, all these trips down to Mexico. What is she doing? Like, figuring out a place to hide if she needs to, Terri replied to me on that one. I think I got under her skin on that one. Of course, everything I said was pure speculation, but she didn't like it. She did not like it. Yeah, probably. I would not doubt it for a minute if that's why she's...
We're coming for you. Don't sleep.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it for a minute that that's why she's going down there.
We're coming for you. Don't sleep.
We're coming. We're never going to give up. Kyron Horman has been missing for 14 years. 14 years too long. Kyron deserved justice. His parents and his siblings deserve justice. He's got grandparents that deserve justice. Everybody deserves justice, right? Everyone, including Kyron Horman, and the day will come. The day will come. The link's up at the top if anybody wants to join. All right. Now let's just see. Here's Kyron Horman talking.
Believe that there's some form of involvement. I don't know to what level. It could be directly involved and she's responsible and she acted alone that day, or someone else is involved either with her or even maybe potentially without her. In light of something not breaking, coming forward quickly, this is going to be a marathon, not a sprint. This could go on for 2, 3, 4 years potentially.
Now says he suspects there might be another person, along with his wife, connected to his son's disappearance. In an email interview with the Oregonian, Kane said, quote, based upon briefings, he firmly believes that someone else is involved.
So not only is Kane saying, listen, I think my wife's involved, my ex-wife, but I also think another person's involved. That person is Dee Dee Spicer. Dee Dee Spicer. She showed up for 11 days after Kane leaves and says, you know what? Law enforcement just got done telling me there's some murder for hire plots. I'm out of here. I'm out. I am not sticking around. I am going to file for divorce, and I'm going to get a restraining order because I'm not even going to allow her to see our daughter. And Terri hasn't seen her since. Terri has not seen her since. And then we have Dee Dee Spicer. We're going to be going over Dee Dee Spicer in a while. Stick around for that. There's just a lot more to tell. So we've got other information here I want to talk about. Like I said before, I got a ton. Now, I don't know if everybody was here earlier, but let me just show you, since I already have it. Oh, wait. Nope, I don't have that right now. Hold on. I talked earlier about the grand jury being used as a tool to collect information in Kyron's case. This is something that gets talked about with the Terri Horman or Terri supporters because they don't want to believe that the grand jury can be used as an investigative tool. It does not always have to be to bring down indictments. Okay?
Some of the testimony is expected to focus on people who saw and dealt with the women on the day that Kyron vanished. It's unclear how long the grand jury will keep meeting. Prosecutors sometimes use these secret grand juries as investigative tools, and they have no end date. Back to you.
And they have no end date. We don't know when the grand jury is convening and when it's not. It's a secret grand jury. And in Kyron Horman's case, we know that Desiree Young, the book, also talks about, Dee Dee Spicer's attorney and other attorneys straight up call it grand jury being used as an investigative tool. So I just wanted to put that information out there too, because it's very important for people to understand that grand juries just don't have to get together just to indict somebody. They can be used to collect all different kinds of information. They can be used to, like in 2017 is a perfect example. They sent law enforcement back to Sauvie Island for law enforcement to search Sauvie Island again. Dee Dee, don't sleep. Exactly. Yeah, I would love to see on a map what's been searched too. I do have my key points on my GPS on my phone, my Google Maps. I pinned a bunch of places where I know. It's insane, Carly. It is insane how many areas they've searched for Kyron. If you can imagine just that area and how big it is anyway, and then to turn around and think, I think you might be interested in watching our live where I did the live on searches. It's the search for Kyron Horman, a parent's worst nightmare. I still, to this day, even after I did that live, have found new search areas. I think you'd be interested in that. Maybe you could do that too. Pin it and you'll see it. It's crazy. Poor Kane. His son is missing and his ex-wife tried to have him killed. Exactly. Yep. Terri, where is Kyron? I'll go back and watch. Yeah, you're going to like it. I think you'll like it. All right. So, thank you guys all for being here. We're at the top of the hour. It's 5:04 and we've been live for 5 hours and I'm still going. I ain't tired yet. I am smelling my pork cooking in the crock pot. Hubby just went to go get some mashed potatoes and gravy. But I'm not worried about it. I'm here, y'all. I am here for the long run. I am still going strong. I still have so much more information that I want to share. And as long as there's people here, I'm just going to keep going. I'm just going to keep going. Yes, Nathan Vasquez is the man, says Susie. Thank you for being here, Susie. That's our admin from Facebook. Thank you guys for sending all the love for Kyron. Kyron Horman has been missing 14 years today. 14 years today. And if you have any tips at all, please call the Sheriff's Office tip line at 503-988-0560. You can also call 1-800-THE-LOST, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. Please take this time to go over to Kyron Horman Case Revisited, or even Google it. You can Google a flyer. The FBI has it up, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. Get a flyer, get a picture of Kyron, share it to social media. Social media puts him out so fast, so very fast. And what Kyron needs is our awareness. We don't want the community and we don't want the public to forget about Kyron Horman. What we want is for his face still to be out there, everywhere, out there. And, you know, we've got people in here. So let's share him. Let's share him. We're going to take a moment to honor Kyron and look at his beautiful face and look at all these beautiful pictures. We would have had 14 more years of pictures. His parents would have had 14 more years of pictures. We wouldn't even be here today if Terri Horman wouldn't have left Skyline School on June 4th, 2010 with Kyron. I would appreciate anybody saying a prayer for Kyron. And just give some shout out and love and prayers for his parents today, because they're having a hard day, having a really hard day. Again, I just want to thank you all for being here, for showing Kyron the love, all the hearts and frogs. The love is real. We love Kyron. And that's why we're here today, to show awareness for Kyron Horman, because he's been missing for 14 years with no answers from the two people that know what happened to Kyron, Terri Horman and Dee Spicer. They know. Dee Spicer has immunity, and she's not talking about where Kyron is. And we have a problem with that. We have a problem that Kyron Horman's family and that Kyron do not have justice still after 14 years. It is time to bring Kyron home. Dead or alive, it's time for him to be home. Now we have, let's just see, what else we got? The truck flyer that I talked about earlier, I have that information that I want to throw up. They made a flyer with the truck because it was said that witnesses had came forward. Now, law enforcement put this out, okay? Law enforcement actually talks about this in a news report live. So law enforcement said witnesses came forward and said somebody was in or around the Horman truck, the truck that Terri Horman borrowed from Kane to pick up and drop off Kyron's science fair project at school. The only thing is 3:30 in the afternoon when she goes to pick up Kyron at the bus stop with Kane and the baby, she doesn't have the science fair project. Wonder what her real reason was that she had to have that truck 2 days in a row. Makes you think, doesn't it?
This flyer that investigators handed out over the weekend, in that flyer, they gave it to neighbors of a property searched by investigators on Sunday. That property is where Terri Horman's friend Dee was gardening the day Kyron disappeared. In that flyer, investigators want to know who saw the Horman pickup truck between 9:45 a.m. and 1 p.m. Investigators also want to know if anyone saw stepmom Terri Horman or her friend Dee Spicer around that same time. We first told you yesterday that investigators want more information about a person reported to have been in the white truck Terri was last seen driving the day Kyron disappeared. At least 2 people saw another person in that pickup truck, and investigators say those witnesses are credible. We also know that investigators now say that Terri Horman's friend Dee Spicer disappeared at 10 a.m. that day from a property 10 minutes away from Skyline Elementary. Originally, we were told she disappeared way later than that. Again, investigators will hold a news conference. It's scheduled for 11 o'clock tomorrow. We're going to carry that news conference live on News Channel 8 and online at kgw.com. In that news conference, they will talk about that mystery person that we've been talking about and ask for more help in finding out where that truck was the day Kyron Horman disappeared. In the meantime, the grand jury continues to meet in this case in the courthouse here behind me. One last note is that KGW has learned from sources within the Skyline community, including those who have spoken with investigators, that investigators say their job has been made harder by the fact that Terri Horman told different people different things, which adds more and creates a lot of confusion in this case. We're going to have more on this developing story coming up on KGW tonight at
Terri Horman was telling different people different things. That is what law enforcement says. We can't make this up. These people are coming forward to law enforcement and telling them what Terri Horman has told them, and they're able to put it together. Law enforcement isn't stupid. They're putting it together and they know what's going on, right? I mean, how can you get it wrong? You know, there's some questions up here that talk about, you know, how can, she still be walking free? Well, I wish I knew the answer to that question because it's very frustrating. And I'm sure it's also very frustrating for the parents. Circumstantial evidence is one thing. Having a no body is another. I personally don't think that any DAs have wanted to take that on. It's not a very popular thing to do these days. And just like on Crime Lines and Lies, when I went live with her on Monday, She said that it went well in the Harmony Montgomery case, but there was actually a witness that came forward in that case and testified, but it didn't go too well for another nobody case. And that's what we're looking at here. You don't want to get it wrong. If you prosecute, you want to get it right the first time, because you can't go after her again twice, right? All right. Got more information in store for you guys. I just like tucking away everything I've gone through back in my little Horman file so that I can keep going over the information that I've downloaded here. Yeah. Talked about this one too. All right. I found some more information to go over. So let's talk about it. Connie says, start talking, Dee Dee. Start talking. You got immunity. Why aren't you talking? All right. So this is a recording that Kaylia found. It's just a recording, so I just put a picture over it. This recording talks about the parenting time. Kane and Desiree's parenting time and their parenting plan. And I just find a few things in this particular clip, in this recording, that's just really interesting. I'd like you guys to hear it.
I was curious about your parenting schedule. How does that work? Do you guys have a structured schedule, or do you have, is it more like,
yeah, it's
I need him for a few weeks, or you know?
It's, well, so we work that out. So there's a parenting plan in place, and we deviate it whenever we feel that we need to. So if it's every other weekend, we split the holidays, and if something comes up where, hey, you know, I really would like to try to have him for Thanksgiving because I've got my relatives from Norway coming over, then we figure it out. We literally sit down and go.
Every other weekend, I'm sorry, is he with you or
he's with me full time and with her every other weekend, and then we split the
Extra
holidays
days off of school,
and extra days, holidays,
blah,
and we
blah,
split
blah.
the summer in half.
Yeah, spring break, Christmas break, all that stuff.
And then and if there are things that come
When
up,
you
we work it out.
Split the summer in half. He goes a month one place, or
No.
He
few
goes
weeks at a
a
time?
month, 6 weeks.
6
6 weeks.
Wow.
Yeah,
that's
we
really,
just started doing that though.
Yeah, we were
because
doing every
he was
2
too
weeks.
young to do it before.
Yeah, they say there's an age formula for how they.
Yeah, we were doing every 2 weeks. We were rotating in the summers
But
up
you were
until
up to
last
6
year.
weeks at a time in the summer. That must have been wonderful for both of you.
It was good for us, and I think you know, one of the situations we talked about was just him adjusting to it. He had a little bit of an adjustment, you know, some adjustment issues last year. Nothing major, but just 7-year-old, you know, hey, I was here for 6 weeks. I really want to stay there. Well, it's, you know, it's our turn for 6 weeks, and making the adjustment back.
You don't get to make the choice.
Yeah.
It's our choice.
Yeah.
We're
So
parents,
again,
and,
you know how it goes.
Well,
that's what we kind of ran into that for the first time last year.
Yeah.
So we had to, you know, we figured that out.
But 6 weeks is a long time too.
It is.
And were you on like phone contact with him daily, or how does that
I
work?
tried to call once or twice a week. We
Yeah.
try to give each other enough space
Yeah.
so that, you know, he can absorb and be where he's at, but also just touch base. Hey, you know, I'm thinking
Mhm.
about you. How you doing? Having fun? Just check in, just to hear the voice, and then kind of back to status quo for a little while.
Yeah. So there you have that. So in this parenting time, they're sharing, going back and forth. He is with Kane after Desiree came back from Canada after all of her health issues. Her and Kane agree to let Kyron stay with Kane because he's doing good. Okay, there's that. So that's why he's with Kane. She does say that she tries to get him back, but it didn't happen. Kane was making too much money and whatnot. But while Kane had him, Desiree was able to see him every other week. If there was any family, anything. Thank you, Avi, for coming back. It's good to see you. You know, they were working together. Kane was allowing Desiree to come and take Kyron, if there was any kind of special events or they were working together, I'm sure she had him a couple weekends in a row, not just every other week. They worked really, really well together. And you could tell that just by the fact that Kane wouldn't even make her pay child support when she did leave with her health issues. He was concerned about Desiree's health. That was his son's mother, you know, and now we know they're still working together. The information that is put out there at the car wash and on the news, the .org, you know, link that they had all linked over to Kyron Horman's, what was I going to say? Kyron Horman, the Kyron Horman Foundation. So that money is going over there. That's what Kane started, you know, and they talk about the 6 weeks, the summer before Kyron came up missing. He would go to Desiree's for 6 weeks, back with Kane for 6 weeks, back with Desiree for 6 weeks and whatnot. And Kane even admits, you know, he was having a little bit of a difficult time because he would be there for 6 weeks straight. He'd have a little bit of a difficult time, you know, saying like, no, I don't want to go back. I don't want to go back. I went through this with my own daughter, with her father. You know, they stay at one parent's house too long. They don't want to keep bouncing around and stuff. They get used to things. It is what it is, right? I'm sure everybody has been in that circumstance, or maybe not everybody's gone through that kind of circumstance, but I'm just saying it's normal for a child his age to have those kinds of problems. You know, not wanting to go back after being with a parent for 6 weeks when you're used to only seeing your mom every other weekend or during the holidays or whatever. So I have an issue. I just got a message from Kaylia. She's telling me that the link that I shared isn't working. So I'm going to take it down. I'm going to have to put up a new one. So hold on 1 second. Oh, and Psych Chick's back. Thank you so much for coming back. I'm back. So what do we know about Dee Dee and her contacts, whereabouts? Seems if Terri Horman handed him off, then went around making herself known, but Dee Dee was completely off the grid for almost 4 hours. Yes, she's off for 4 hours. We don't know. We do not know. We don't have any of that kind of information. I need to pull up this link real quick and send it to Kaylia. Let's see. I need to put it here. I want to put it, I'll have her maybe share it into the comment section when she gets here. I don't know what I did wrong. Maybe that's why no one's been able to hop on screen with me today, which is perfectly fine. I don't mind doing my live by myself. I am so glad that Kaylia is off work and ready to join. If that's what she's going to be doing, she's still got her boys until they go to bed later this evening. And sometimes I type it out wrong anyway, and I'm not used to sharing it up on my YouTube. I usually send my links in Messenger. Kaylia, if you're listening, I just sent it to you in Messenger. Let me make sure it's right. And I want to share this. Okay. And then I'll do. Sorry, you guys. I just want to make sure that we get the StreamYard up. AV. I want to sing you this in the comments. Hold on 1 second. Here you are. Avi, I'd like to send this to you in a message too, so that you could share it up so that I could pin it if necessary. Hold on. Sorry, everybody. We got to get these people in here to talk. I didn't realize that my link has been like that all day, and it could just be the fact that it's not wanting to work because StreamYard's been very difficult today. It hasn't been allowing me to play some of my videos and everything else, so hopefully it doesn't continue. Avi, I just sent you that to text that to you if you're still here. Yeah, so we can get it up there so we can share it. We want people to be able to come on and talk. You know, that's why I put that link up there all day. All right. So I'm back on. Dee Dee went missing during the same time. We need her timeline ASAP. The Lavender Farm workers could not account for her, and she made sure to leave her phone behind there. Both are so sus and guilty. Yes, and Desiree Young said on her recent interview with Doug Bishop that Terri picked her up. That Terri Horman picked Desiree up. Oh, I don't know whose dog is hurt. Hope your dog is okay. I hope your dog's okay. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I am not seeing. Honey, is that your dog? Prayers, baby. That's that link works, Sam. I don't know. I know it is the link that's up at the top, but for whatever reason, Kaylee is saying that that link is not working and that she isn't able to make it up. So if you could post it again, because I did have a really bad problem earlier today. Yeah, I had a bad problem with StreamYard giving me crap earlier. So maybe that's why the link that I posted originally wasn't any good. So if you could post the link again, I can pin it to the top again. I just want to make sure that it's up there. Okay. All right. Well, let's just keep going over everything. I'll just keep paying attention, see if somebody shares the link, or heck, maybe I can. I did write it down. I'll send it to Connie first to make sure it works for her. And then if it does, I'll post it here. Are you ready, Connie? Thank you so much for doing that for me, Avi. Picked up and dropped back off during school hours or picked up to go home from work. Don't know. We do not know. What we do know is that there was a a Jim Kelly account of a white truck down his drive on 8th Avenue, right next to the Horman house. This truck was seen parked there at 3 p.m. in the afternoon. We know it wasn't Terri because Terri was with Kane and the baby getting ready to go down and pick up Kyron off of the bus. Okay, the same white truck down the same road, Jim Kelly says, shows up again at 2 a.m. in the morning, later on that night, early morning at 5 a.m. in the morning. I just found information Oh my gosh, you guys. I found information that showed not only did they search this area on the 6th, 7th, and 8th after Kyron came up missing, and after Jim Kelly and his neighbor turned this into law enforcement, that this truck just pulls down there with a woman inside idling. And that it's also very strange because it's a dead end road that they came down. It's a gravel road with lots of potholes. There's no reason to go down this road. There's places you can turn around if you go down this road. So why is this truck seen at 3 in the afternoon, the day that Kyron comes up missing, and at 2 a.m. later that night, early on the 5th, when you know Jim Kelly got that 2 a.m. time right? And I've talked about this before, because you're going to wake up out of bed and go, who the hell's outside at 2 a.m. in the morning? You're going to know, because you're going to look at your clock and you're going to say it's too late, but there's some vehicle out there. I just found out new information that that area was searched in August of 2010. So after they originally looked down there, they went back and looked again. And I believe, my personal opinion, I think that's where they found those cell phones that Dee Dee Spicer told law enforcement about. Just my opinion. And that's what I found. But you have Facebook messages that I've showed on many, many, many lives. Desiree Young says that 2 women were seen together on Old Germantown Road. That is where West Wind Farms is. Old Germantown Road, 2 women seen together at the end of a driveway, passing things from one truck to another. Now, to me, that kind of screams, you know, that kind of screams that that's another truck, right? And I know that Stacy Green on Kyron Horman World Soldiers, she's been advocating for Kyron for 14 years. And yeah, she says that Dee Dee's brother had a truck that looked just like Kane's truck. And I've never been able to verify that information 100%. I can verify that he has the truck. I cannot verify that Dee Dee Spicer borrowed her brother's truck. But I don't think law enforcement would put that out, right? So I'm pinning StreamYard to the top. I'm being told that the StreamYard number works, that other people can click on it to come on. But here it is up again. Kaylee, if you're listening and you want to join, or if anybody wants to join up on panel to talk, you're more than welcome. Screams foul play or hand off. Exactly. I actually did a video too, and it's that 8th Avenue where that truck's seen twice the same day after Kyron came up missing. I've done a video. It takes exactly 1 minute to drive from there to the Horman house. It's right around the corner. Right around the corner. Okay. Thank you guys. Thank you, Avi. Thank you, Connie, for verifying that for me. And now we know that the link is working. I think Kaylee probably had to go take care of her kids for a minute. So we're just going to keep talking. Since we're on Dee Dee, let's talk about Dee Dee. I got lots of information about Dee Dee. Here's one. Dee Dee was missing for 4 hours. Listen to this.
For the first time, photos of Horman's close friend Dee Dee Spicer are included, along with an attached questionnaire asking if anyone saw Spicer near the school that day. She says she was on a gardening job, but her employers now claim they were unable to reach her for 4 hours, much longer than first reported.
Much longer than first reported. That's right. Because in the very beginning, it was reported that she was only missing for 90 minutes. But however they did it, they were able to determine that Dee Dee Spicer was missing for 4 hours. Okay. And I have, let's see, that also spoke about the different kinds of flyers. I have all the flyers, and let's throw these up here so we can talk about the flyers. Yeah, and we know, you know, if Terri left the school at 8:45 to 8:50, we know she's back home at 1, okay? 9, 10, 11, 12, 1. That's 4 hours that she's pretty much missing, right? They see her at the gym at 12:20, but it sounds correct to me. I usually try to say 90 minutes to 4 hours that they were missing because you get a lot of different missing, but I have found more than one now of news articles and news clips saying that Dee Dee Spicer was missing 4 hours. Haven't found one that says Terri, but maybe Dee Dee was the one wrapping things up from whatever they did that day. We don't know. And like I just said, this showed some flyers. And I have all the flyers. Let's look at them. This is the one with the truck, the one that they're talking about when they're asking, you know, so hard to read these. Parents of children who were present on the campus between these hours but were not themselves present should fill out the page for the students. Anyone else who was present should start at the beginning, because all of these flyers, they came with like little questionnaires and stuff for you to fill out. If you have any questions regarding the completion of this form, send an email to Skyline, and then it just gives that. Everyone who was at Skyline School on June 4th, 2010, during the times noted, which was, sorry guys, I'm having to read this off my screen, at any time between 8 a.m. and 4 p.m. on June 4th, 2010. During the time noted above is being asked to fill out a form and return it. Please fill out the form and return it, even if you have already been interviewed by law enforcement. So yeah, they really wanted people to fill out these forms. This is the student form. If your child was at Skyline School between 8 a.m. and 4 p.m. on June 4, 2010, please fill out the questionnaire. And then it's like child's name. Did your child see Kyron on June 4th? Yes or no? When did your child see Kyron? Let's see, what else is here? Was Kyron with anyone? Did your child see Kyron? Stepmother Terri, yes or no? Did the child see a Ford F-250 truck? Because this is really important too. Like, she didn't just park in the parking lot. She parked out front of the school. And it was also said that people saw this white truck move from right directly in front of the school up this access road, which is a little gravel road. And I know this confuses people, but right where she was parking in front of the school, it just got pulled forward just a little bit. So whoever this person that was seen by witnesses that could have been in or around the truck, they think may have moved the truck up further. Don't know why. Don't know what other information they have on it. We just know what law enforcement has said. So yeah, this is a questionnaire that they're trying to get parents and their children to fill out. Then this is an adult form. They want address, email information. Why were you at Skyline School? See, that right there's they're asking people questions like, why were you at the school? Because they're not super hyper focused on Terri. What time did you arrive? I am so sorry. I'm having a hard time looking at these words because I've been staring at a computer screen all day, but it's what time did you arrive at the school? Did you arrive at this with anyone? Yeah, but this is just the questionnaire. I can't go over things, everybody, because I cannot see. I have been looking at this screen way too long. Then this part of the flyer that they put out actually shows where the truck was parked in front of the school. And then if you can see that fourth picture there, if you want to blow up your screen or something, that's the little road straight in front of where they are showing. This is not Terri's truck parked. This is a reenactment. This also shows the parking lot of both Fred Meyer's, where they're just asking people the, area where they know that they had, where they knew Terri was for sure. Very important stuff here. And then they come out in August with the flyer and the truck, and the flyer also has Dee Dee Spicer. They're not going to put a flyer out with Dee Dee Spicer's face on it unless they think or know that she has something to do with something, right? And this is the one that goes with the truck. Just wanting to know if anybody's seen the truck on Old Germantown Road. That's the flyer that got passed out on Old Germantown Road. And this is Desiree Young on her Facebook talking about what I had spoke of a while ago. She's talking back to a person. This article is completely biased and doesn't take into account any of the evidence or police information. The property owner not only yelled for Dee Dee, she also called for her several times and called her on her cell phone, and then several employees searched for her on the property. No one could locate her. In addition, several eyewitness accounts of Terri and Dee Dee together blocking someone. Now it says several eyewitness accounts of Terri and Dee Dee together blocking someone's driveway on Old Germantown Road. During that time, they were unaccounted for. They were unloading stuff out of one truck to another. To give you a visual, this road is very rural, and it was odd that a truck would block a gate to someone's driveway because they knew all their neighbors. Very suspicious. And we know that they were seen on Old Germantown Road. Yeah, everything's just so crazy, right? Everything's just so crazy. Oops. I'm trying to get some more information for you guys up here. And let's talk about phones. The burner phones. In the 11 days that Dee Dee Spicer goes and stays with Terri Horman, even though they claim they haven't seen or talked to each other, which I've also found that information not to be true because Desiree posts that they had spoken with each other. They did have burner phones on June 4th. Dee Dee led them to where these burner phones are. This talks about the other set of burner phones that were bought. Okay, 2 sets of burner phones. On June 4th, 2010, the day that Kyron comes up missing, they use burner phones. They get rid of them. Dee Dee Spicer took them to where those were. Now, other burner phones were bought for when Dee Dee decided to go stay with Terri for the 11 days after Kyron left with the baby, after he found out about the murder for hire plots. He finds out law enforcement has the murder for hires plots. There's 3 murder for hire plots done by 3 different people. One of them done the week prior to Kyron's disappearance. He leaves the house, and Dee Dee just goes and stays with her for 11 days. Check this out.
K2 News has learned the role prepaid cell phones are playing in the case. Multiple sources tell K2 News in the days after Kyron Horman moved out, Terri and 2 friends stayed in communication using such phones. At least one of them was purchased by Dee Dee Spicer, another by a second friend from an electronics store inside the Lloyd Center Mall. The friend admits to me she used a fake name to buy the phone. She says they were simply trying to have some privacy as they tried to help Terri find an attorney and felt their conversations were being monitored. As a practical matter, she says they also needed phones with AT&T coverage since their Verizon phones didn't have service at the Horman home, where they were all spending considerable amounts of time. What remains unclear is why 2 additional prepaid phones were purchased at another store in downtown Portland the next day, under the same fake name the friend used to buy hers at Lloyd Center. She tells me she knows those phones were paid for in cash, but she did not purchase them.
Oh, we got to pause so we can read this information. They needed to use burner phones so that they could talk. Why do you need to use burner phones to talk? If you didn't do anything, there's no reason to have burner phones, right? Then they had to buy them under a fake name and with cash. And one of the people was Terri Horman's other friend. Now she comes forward about these cell phones. We don't know if it was before or after, but get this. If you're Terri Horman's friend and her stepson has came up missing and she calls you and says, hey, could you do me a favor? I need you to go buy some cell phones, burner phones, using cash and in a fake name. What are you going to do? I'm just saying, I don't care how close we are. Hell to the no, no, no. I'm going to call law enforcement and I'm going to say, listen, I find this to be very suspicious. Her son's missing and now she's calling me. So at that point, maybe did law enforcement tell her, go ahead and buy the phones? Now we know they're there. Is that what happened? Or did she buy them and then regret it? And if she regretted it, why did she regret it? Did she have any involvement? We know and we've heard that there could be a third person, right? You're buying the phones with cash and a fake name. And she tells law enforcement about it. But then 2 more phones were bought that very next day using the same fake name and with cash. And she said she didn't have any involvement in getting those. Dee Dee admits to buying 1 burner phone. So who went and got the other burner phones? It's so suspicious. You're not going to be using burner phones because you don't want people to listen to you if you are innocent. Law enforcement can listen to me all they want if my son was missing. All you want, listen to everything I got to say, because all they're going to hear is probably me crying and breaking down. It is crazy. You're not going to be using burner phones if something's not up. And you know what? Terri Horman was still down in California using burner phones. One of her boyfriends came forward and said, listen, she was still using burner phones down here. I don't know what the hell she was doing, but hey, she was. LaTanya Allen, I have been following this case 14 years. My son looks similar to Kyron and is a few months older than Kyron. Yeah, that would be super hard. The only network that had coverage out there was Verizon, Chelsea Diaz said. Exactly. And we've talked about the cell phone service and stuff out there, but Terri lived out there. Terri had a phone out there that worked. They didn't need burner phones. Both sets of phones were different reasons. They got busted on that one. Why did you have to go outside just to communicate to each other as well as have 3 phones? 4 phones. 4 phones. 4 phones at the end of June, 2 phones at the beginning, 6 phones altogether. Just a FYI. So, when they were going outside and stuff, what was said, Dee Dee says in a People magazine interview that Terri's attorney had told her that things were going to be bugged and people were going to be listening to them. And I guess that made Terri a little bit paranoid, and that's why they bought the burner phones, and that's why they went outside to communicate, because they didn't want people listening. I guess the attorney even said something like, even your cars are going to be bugged. So there's that. I want to pause on this right here. So Desiree Young on June 4, 2015, this is in a video clip. And then it's just got the words. There's actually a link here for any kind of receipt that anybody might need. Absolutely, without a doubt, with all my heart, I know she had Terri, Terri did it. I think she was working with one or two possible people, but absolutely she did it. We know at least Dee Dee Spicer. Yeah, she is one of them. That comes from Desiree Young herself. And then burner phones. This is what Desiree Young has to say on August 6th of 2015. Also, Dee Dee, why use throwaway phones to call and talk to Terri on and after 6/4/2010 if you had nothing to hide and you were innocent? Oh, and wait, that means you were in contact with Terri after March 2010. So many holes in this story, I can't even make it up. And those are just the ones that are public and we can talk about. Isn't that crazy to know that Desiree knows about the burner phones? She's had this information the whole entire time. Holding on to such privileged information, a parent going through all of that had to have been so friggin' hard. So hard to keep it to yourself, right? I mean, you just want to scream to the rooftops because you just want everyone to know, you know, this is crazy. This is crazy. And now I want to show you guys a clip. This is a clip talking about the 11 days that Dee Dee Spicer spends over with Terri. Her friends are talking about her and everything else. Connie says, it reminds me of Swiss cheese. There's so many holes in their story. Susie says, nobody needs burners when a precious child goes missing. Nobody. You're right. Nobody does.
Authorities are now applying pressure to those close to Kyron's stepmother. No one more so than her friend, Dee Dee Spicer.
Why won't you say anything? It's important. This little boy's been missing for a long time.
Police have searched Spicer's home. She appeared before a grand jury last Monday. Now, in an early show exclusive, Dee Dee's closest friends have come to her defense.
Dee Dee would never be involved in anything that would hurt anyone. And if Dee Dee felt that Terri had anything to do with this, Dee Dee would not be standing next to Terri.
Dee Dee's friends also revealed that she moved in with Terri Horman soon after Terri's husband, Kane, moved out and filed for divorce.
And she said, no, I need you now. And Dee Dee, because Dee Dee is the friend that she is, stopped what she was doing and went out and stayed with her for 10 days.
Prosecutors want to know what the two talked about in those 10 days. Kyron's parents feel Dee Dee's advice to Terri Horman was, quote, not in the best interest of their son.
Prosecutors would want Dee Dee to tell them everything they can about the way Terri acted, what she said, who she saw while Dee Dee was living with Terri.
Investigators say they're making progress, but with no tangible evidence, all they can do is question people they suspect have answers.
By bringing Dee Dee to the grand jury, the prosecutors are sending a message that the focus is on Terri and the people who are closest to her.
Dee Dee Spicer is expected to be called by the grand jury again in 4 to 6 weeks. For The Early Show, Priya David Clemens, CBS News, Los Angeles.
They were looking and talking to all of Terri's friends. And that's a big deal. That's a big deal because, like it says, that they are looking at Terri's friends because they're looking at Terri. They want to know about Terri, her friends, and everything. And then you've got all these women saying all these things about Dee Dee and how she would never do anything. Dee Dee has immunity and she still refuses to talk. She doesn't want anybody to know that she's a monster. Did she appear the second time? I know that she went to this grand jury hearing, and I know that she went to another one in 2013. I don't know about the second one here. I just know she was called to the grand jury shortly after Kyron disappeared. She went, but she didn't even have to talk or nothing. They ended up not even calling her up to testify. And then we know of another time that they ended up giving her immunity. We still don't know when that was. Some things are just not, we're just not privileged to that information, and it kind of sucks sometimes. So I want to talk about a couple more things here. I'm trying to put some information back into my Kyron file so that I can actually see what I have shared and what I haven't. Okay, so let me close this up and open this back up. Yeah, she did talk to the grand jury once, but yeah, she was taken in, and maybe it was just to make her shake in her pants or something. Who knows what the reason was? Maybe someone other testimony went too long, and that's why they didn't ask her to come up. This is Dan Stanton, the sheriff back at the time, the sheriff that was only sheriff for a month when Kyron came up missing, who ends up exhausting any and all people that he possibly could. And I think he did that because he was nervous to take on such a big missing persons case, Kyron's case, because he was brand spanking new. We're going to play this Dan Stanton search, and then we are going to play another video for Kyron after we talk about this, of course. But yeah, he was super, super nervous. I think when this happened, he wanted to make sure he got it right. That's why, we have Multnomah County Sheriff's Office. The FBI is called in later on that night. They've got the child response team out there, the CARD team. They have 18 different counties, Washington and California, largest search for a missing child in all of Oregon's history.
Whose office has been leading this search, and Sheriff Tim Evinger of Klamath County. Good to have both of you with us, gentlemen.
Thank you, Erica.
Thank you, Erica. As we mentioned, 1 week now since little Kyron disappeared, and I understand that today you are really ramping up efforts in this search. What is it 1 week later that now has you putting on an extra push?
The extra push that we're moving into, Erica, is just a standard process that we use in our search and rescue efforts. We put 532 people on the ground from ground zero, working outward during the first phases of this to cover every inch of terrain in this area. We also employed our canine and our air support in this process. This is the next phase. We're going to be expanding that operation even further out. We've also employed to date, we've covered every home in this specific area, and we've interviewed and spoken with families and children that go to the school here, and the community outlay and the support that we've had from the agencies, the FBI, all of our county agencies throughout the state, and the state of California and Washington are here supporting us in this effort.
There is an incredible support effort there. There are still so many questions, though, about what may have happened. Do you believe that little Kyron simply wandered off, or do you believe he may have been abducted?
We cannot put specifics on this. We have to look at every possibility. We are treating this as an endangered missing child. We're going to put every effort into this operation And
is there any concern, because this
searching
is an endangered missing child, that the window may be closing to find Kyron safe and alive, hopefully?
the longer we go on this operation, the greater dangers and risks there are to the child, and this is why this effort is continuing at the level it is currently.
Well, we will continue to follow it. Sheriff Stan Staten and Tim Evinger, thank you for your time this morning.
I had my mic mute and I almost started talking. So, there you have Dan Staten right there when they're like, is this a child abduction? He's pretty much saying we can't rule that out. He wasn't ruling out anything in the beginning. He was not ruling out anything in the very beginning. Oh, thank you, Tim, so much. I appreciate that. Was Dee Dee's immunity deal a limited use immunity or a proffer? I don't know. I don't know what kind of immunity deal it was. That information, I am sure, is just something that they cannot share with us. We've been told it was an accidental immunity. What the hell is accidental immunity? Don't know. Just don't know. And then those witches need to get the facts right about their friend. Laugh out loud. Just joking. No, you ain't got to joke around here. It is what it is, right? Yeah, they need to get their facts straight. Maybe they have over the years. She had Depends on, I bet. Funny thing about Depends, right, is the one Terri Horman should have been the one that wore Depends because she pissed herself on the Dr. Phil show. She literally did. That's not a rumor. She did, and here's why. She knows she's going on to the Dr. Phil show, and she told Dr. Phil, I'm only going on the show because or I'm only going to go on the show if you send me the questions ahead of time. Isn't that crazy? And then her boyfriend says that she practiced those questions while she was in the bathtub, while she was doing dishes, while she was doing all of this stuff and practicing, answering the questions, changing her voice as she was, answering the questions and everything. We had a woman on here. Her name was Lori. She was friends with Terry's ex-boyfriend, and he told her all of this information. So it's all second, third hand information. But it's not the first time that we've heard I almost called it a rumor. It's not the first time that we've heard this information. Okay. So what happens is, after practicing all of these questions and everything else, she goes on the doctor's Phil show, and he doesn't ask her those questions. None of them. He had a whole brand new list of other questions. That's why Terri Horman looks the way she looks in that interview. Scared shitless. Scared to death. She's worried. She's not telling the truth. Nothing. She pissed herself. It made her so nervous she pissed herself. Now, whether that was during the show or after the show, I still have yet to figure that out. But there are some great memes out there about Terri Horman peeing her pants. And yeah, good for Dr. Phil, Connie. I absolutely agree with you, because he knew that the reason why she wanted those questions is so she could practice. And why you got to practice? Why are you doing your dishes practicing questions? Why do you need to practice? Desiree Young even says in her recent interview that she was asking Terry what she was doing on her computer, and she gets all self-defensive, and everything else, but she ends up telling Desiree that, well, I'm typing out my timeline. She had to type out her timeline? Why? You can't just right off of the top of your head say what you were doing and what everything else. And then I noticed in the Kyla Boshi interview that I shared earlier too, that same thing. She said that she was typing it out. typing it out. Wow. You know, they just did a great big search, you guys. They did so much. Let's see what else we got. All right, we're moving on. This has been a great live, and it is shortly after 6 o'clock. So you guys know what time it is. We're going to put up Kyron. Tip line phone number. If you have any tips on the Kyron Horman investigation, please call Multnomah County Sheriff's Office. The tip line phone number is 503-988-0560. No tip is ever too small. Doesn't matter if you think that it is or not. It could be the tiniest little bit of clue that law enforcement needs to crack this case. You know, it's people like us that break cases like this. So just keep that in mind. The public is responsible for cracking a lot of cases just by calling in a tip. Just that one tip. You can also call 1-800-THE-LOST, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. We are so happy to be here supporting Kyron and his family. We're here advocating for him. We're here for him. He's been missing 14 years to the day. 14 years too long. He deserved justice. His family deserves justice. It's been too long. Terri and Dee Dee know what happened to Kyron, and they need to come forward and they need to say something. They need to do something. Will the guilt ever consume them enough? Will it? Will it? We don't know. We're hoping and praying that there will be a day, that there will be a day that comes and that Kyron gets justice. That's what we all hope and pray for, and we're all praying for Kyron. We're praying for his parents today. We just want, we want them to know that we're here for him today. So I'm going to put up this video, and I'm going to ask everybody again, please share Kyron's picture on your social media. It doesn't matter where. You can look it up online. You can go to our Facebook group, Kyron Horman Case Revisited. You can choose not to become a member and just get on there, grab a picture, and share him, share the story, share this live, share another live. Go over, to World Soldiers. Share something of hers. We're all here for Kyron. That's what matters. And share his face on social media. It's important, you guys. It will spread. Even if no one clicks on it and likes your post, it's still going to spread, okay? People are going to see it, and that's all that matters. If you've got 200 people on your Facebook, that's 200 people that are going to see Kyron's face. Even if they don't like your post, they're seeing it. Even if they don't share it, they've seen it. And people aren't forgetting Kyron, right? We don't want them to forget. We want the community and the public to continue searching for Kyron, okay? We want to make sure that when Multnomah County pushes forward and the new DA takes over in 2025, that the community and that they all know that we're here for Kyron, and we're not going to stop looking. We're not going to stop searching for Kyron. We're not going to stop sharing his story. We want them to know the community is going to need our support, and that's what we're here for. We're advocating. Please throw up some blue hearts and some green frogs for Kyron as we watch a video. Thanks again, everyone, for being here. LaTanya, if you would like some flyers, please come over to our Kyron Horman Case Revisited Facebook and message on Messenger. Myself, I am Samantha Brainerd, or Kaylia. I can get the information to Kaylia, or you can also message her. That's how we get those flyers out there. Definitely love giving out flyers. You know, Kyron was so smart. He loved math. He loved listening to music. He would listen to music and sing music with Desiree and Kane. He loved going fishing. He loved boating. He loved it all, everything he did. And I saw a comment on here that he was such a happy boy, curious and smart. Thank you, Carly. And it just reminded me, you know, to just mention he was a loving little boy. And all he ever wanted to do was hang out with his family. Terri betrayed his trust. She left the school with him that day on June 4, 2010, 14 years ago. That's why we're still here. You know, more pictures of Kyron could have been, but we aren't seeing any. And it's all because she decided to leave the school. It's so heartbreaking. Kyron was just a happy boy. He loved eating pizza and ice cream. You know, Kane was going to be taking him out for ice cream on June 4, 2010 when he got home, because he was so proud of him and his science fair project. And yeah, that didn't happen. Yep. How could you? He did. He trusted Terri. They could speak and they don't. But, you know, one of these days, the cuffs are going to lock up. And, you know, that's what's going to happen. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. The day will come. Just sitting here looking for some more information to share with you guys. Okay. So, WAR room. I have a video from America's Most Wanted and from the WAR room is what the room is called, where they kept all of Kyron Horman's information. Okay. And this is going to be a little bit longer of a clip. It's almost 5 minutes, but I'm going to take a potty break. I'm going to get a refill on my drink. I'm going to go get a lavender for my throat since it's starting to get a little bit sore. But I just hope everybody sticks around. Keep sticking around. Here's a little 5-minute video. If something happens along the way and it ends up pausing and doesn't play in right, I will be back. I just need a moment. We've been here live for 6 hours, you guys. 6 hours. Still going. I'm going to keep pushing through for Kyron.
Kyron was reported missing and sparked an investigation and a search and rescue process that was unprecedented in Oregon. Involved thousands of people, tens of thousands of hours of investigation and search and rescue time.
Weeks went by with no sign of Kyron, and pretty soon, all sights were set on his stepmother, Terri.
Terri Horman was the last person that we know of that saw Kyron at 8:45 on June 4, 2010. Initially, Terri Horman was cooperating with our investigators fully and was communicating with them. And approximately 28 days into the investigation, she hired an attorney and stopped talking to us altogether.
Kane says Terri failed 2 polygraphs and walked out on a third. It wasn't long after Terri stopped cooperating when investigators dropped a bombshell on Kane.
And then we got briefed on the murder for hire plot that they had discovered while looking at some of the people associated with the case.
It was shocking news for Kane. Terri allegedly tried to hire a landscaper to kill him. Kane quickly got a restraining order and filed for divorce. When the couple split, Terri turned her back on their young daughter, Kyra, and has not seen her child in more than 2 years. With more than 5,000 leads, 60,000 investigative hours, and 71 investigative binders, Kane has not given up, and he will never give up. From the moment he wakes up until the time he goes to bed, Kane is figuring out ways to keep the word out about Kyron.
Kane has organized a campaign to keep Kyron's name out in the public eye, and he's been at some sort of event every weekend.
You were invited today inside what's called the War Room.
Well, it's the nerve center of the entire Kyron Horman investigation, and it's up there on the second floor. We've wanted to actually get inside those rooms over about a year now, wanting to see what detectives have been up to. For the first time, those doors and detectives were open.
This room is where we keep the records of all the tips.
It's a rare glimpse behind the forbidden door, the epicenter of the Kyron Horman investigation. Are you still getting tips today?
Yes. We had a tip an hour ago from the state of Maine, as a matter of fact.
These 68 binders filled with those 4,500 leads, all for one boy Sergeant Keith Kraby spent 11 months trying to find. How often are you thinking about Kyron's case and thinking about Kyron, and what are you thinking about when you do?
I think about the Kyron case pretty much every day.
It's one of those things in my life. I can remember what happened to me on 9/11. I remember when I got the call for Kyron and what I was doing. And yeah, I was one of the first responding people. And, you know, it's disappointing that he hasn't come home yet, but we still believe he will.
Sergeant Travis Goldberg is part of the search and rescue team. Down the hall, their base.
What you're looking at, maps that represent what's been done.
The center point for volunteer search teams, Skyline School.
And then as you start to put the overlays on it, you start to see what was completed, who it was completed by, what type of team they were, where they searched, and then you just keep building layer on layer.
What is the effect, do you think, emotionally on them every time they go out and every time they come back without him?
It's amazing to me. These individuals are so committed to finding Kyron, to bringing him home, and I don't see them giving that up at all.
But 11 months in, it's hard for these investigators not to let those dark thoughts creep in. Do you still believe he's alive at this point?
I sure hope he is. I hold out some hope he is. We don't have any physical evidence to suggest he's deceased, but it's been 11 months, and I'm a realist, and it wouldn't surprise me if he is deceased.
Detectives tell us the case against whomever did this would be much further along if they had Kyron either alive or not. The sheriff, by the way, did tell me that he's in discussions and negotiations with the district attorney right now to see how this case should proceed. We hope to have an idea of what that plan is in the next couple of days. Live in Northeast Portland, Anita.
Okay, I'm back. All right, thank you guys, everybody, for sticking around. I appreciate it so much. Had to respond to a couple of messages. Kaylee was going to hop on for a few minutes, but then she got busy. She's probably just taking care of the boys or something. Yeah, so in this information, you guys got to see the stacks and stacks and stacks of information that, I mean, come on, stacks of information that they have on the Kyron Horman case. Did you guys see shelves and shelves and shelves of binders full of all of Kyron's information? Do you know the Detective Tabor told me when he took over, they had recently taken all of those binders and all that information and put it into a computer. And when they did that, they didn't file it up in two separate files. It just all got loaded into the computer, all into one gigantic file. And he's had to sift through it and create new files. Is that not crazy? So let me go ahead and take this down. I mean, I wasn't here to hear everything in that, so I'm kind of don't know what to say or what to talk about it. I'm kind of looking at you guys as seeing what you guys are saying here in chat. If you guys have any questions at all about what you guys just heard and seen inside that, let me know. I had to hook hubby up with getting some stuff done for my hubby so he could eat dinner. And I got a lozenge and some more drink, and I'm good to go again. There was so much information there, you know, and it's just to see all of that information that they have, to hear how many people were involved in the search, to just hear all of the information. Or, you know, we also know that, oh my gosh, I'm having a brain fart. Adam Walsh's dad, Mr. Walsh there, talking on America's Most Wanted, you know, he has said that he even thinks that Terri Horman has something to do or knows something or has information about Kyron's disappearance. And that's pretty telling to me. You know, his job is looking for missing people, or it was for a while, and then it's America's Most Wanted and looking for criminals and everything else. Play it again, never enough time. I have actually played that in the WAR room that I made live on our YouTube channel. And it talks about, well, I played that information on the live that we did. It was for law enforcement pretty much, because there's just so many rumors around. And when I had a phone call with Detective Tabor, and he was just telling me how much it hurts his feelings when people think that they're hyper focused on Terri, I wanted to do a live to prove that they weren't. And in that live, we went over a lot of stuff. And I thought today, like, you know what, I'll just go up, I'll go live, and then I'm just going to play my lives and everything. No, I wanted to do a live. I really wanted to get involved. I wanted to get involved with everybody in chat. I wanted to talk about Kyron's case like it's never been spoken of before. Last year, I did like a little candle vigil and had a candle lit and everything. But I thought, why not all day, right? All day for Kyron. That's what he deserves. That's what his family deserves. Yeah. Oh yeah. If I could get my hands on the information, I'd go in there. I mean, when this case is finally solved and that information turns into public information, if it is, I mean, it's a minor child at the time, so I don't know. Gotta charge up. I have had everything plugged in, charging up since I've been in here. Okay, what do we got? We got more information. We can go over, we can talk about. These are very important. These are Kylie Bosch's. They're just 2 short clips, and it's a minute for both of them. Really short clips, but it's stuff that people don't really know. So let's throw this up. You guys are going to find this really interesting.
For the stepmother. One, her whereabouts that particular day. There's a gap in time where they say she's unaccounted for. Made some odd purchases that day at a Fred Meyer store. According to a new book, some of those items can't be accounted for. If not all of those items cannot be accounted for.
I find this so interesting. It was just this really super short clip that talks about her purchases that day at the Fred Meyers, and that they couldn't find these purchases. Now, if she would have bought Tylenol or Motrin for her daughter, like she said she was out there doing, Well, they never did find the Tylenol. You know, and he mentions the book Boy Missing. Boy Missing, The Search for Kyron Horman by Rebecca Morris. Desiree Young helped her write the book. She's a New York bestseller. She's in our group. She's amazing. She did really good job on the book. And if you don't know, Kyron's case well, and you really, really want to get to know it, the book is the best way to do that. And yes, Sally Mae, Kyle Leboshi is amazing. He's been covering this case from the very beginning. I love using his information. He's got piles and piles and piles and piles of information. But yeah, how crazy is it? They know what she purchased, but they couldn't find what she purchased. What did she purchase?
On the day, were you there the first day when kind of you guys were hearing on the scanner, or you heard from police that he was missing?
No, so I remember that evening, though, because we were coming back from another story, and my wife had called me, and she goes, do you know anything about this missing kid? What happened? So accidentally, this was only supposed to go to Skyline parents. Accidentally, it went to every parent in Portland Public Schools.
Oh, the alert.
It was an automated message that says, this little boy, Kyron Horman, is missing, didn't make it home from school today. So a lot of people, including my wife, thought, is this from our school? Where's it? What's going on? Do we know this kid?
Isn't that crazy? The alert that goes out for Kyron Horman is only supposed to go out to the parents of the school and the community. But it goes out everywhere. And you sit and wonder why. It turns into the largest investigation in Oregon's history. It went out to everybody. Everybody gets this information. Everybody knows there's a missing child. Everybody's looking for Kyron Horman. I actually think good. Exactly. Sally Mae, I just looked down and saw you saying good too. Like, yeah, the information was put out there to everybody, not just, yeah, very, very good news for Kyron. And while we're talking about the book, I do have, let me go over here to my YouTube channel real quick and I'll find it. I have two, let me see that. I have them on my playlist, I believe. I have two interviews that Rebecca Morris does that I find so very interesting that I actually do have them on my playlist. She talks about the book. She talks about, where's the other one? There is two, but in this one, she's talking with Kyle Leboshi, I believe is what this one is. Let me share my screen here. I want to show you guys this interview. She talks about stuff I had never heard before. If you guys are hearing any noise in the background, that is my husband getting forks, getting stuff. He's making some packaged gravy and dipping into dinner. So, gotta feed the old man. Okay, so right here, let's play this.
Thank you for joining us for today's author talk with New York Times bestselling author Rebecca Morris.
Wait a minute. That is not the one I want to share. Hold on. Maybe I can look it up and find it. We're going to, whoops. I don't even care if my spelling isn't done correctly. Let me see. Fuller Mr. Boy, Search for Kyron Horman.
Talked about the fact that it hasn't been resolved, but what?
Okay. It's only 4 minutes. Good. The other one was like an hour. That's not the one I want, but there is another interview she does with a librarian. It's very interesting. If you guys ever want to look it up, oh, this one's 20. But you know what we'll do to keep everybody interested is we'll stop and talk about the things that they're talking about and just kind of go over it as the video plays. I think that would be the best bet.
Was in writing this book.
So let's pause. We're going to rewind. We're going to blow it up. Well, I can't really blow it up if we're going to keep stopping it. So here is the interview with Rebecca Morris, the writer of the book, Boy Missing. You can get it on Amazon. You can get it on audio. Yeah, I've listened to it and read it. Great book. It gave out a lot of clues about what happened in Kyron's case, things that you've never heard before. We actually reference it and go back to it all the time because it's full of great information.
So this book is fascinating, and I tore through it literally in about a day and a half. I found it really interesting because not only is it really a comprehensive look back at this case, but it's investigative in nature. I mean, you're finding out some new information. Tell me about the process and what your goal was in writing this book.
3 years ago, I wrote to Desiree.
Can you guys hear me now? I'm just noticing someone says don't hear anything. Can you guys hear me? Anybody? Am I muted? Let me go look. Nope. Okay, thank you, Avi. All right, just making sure. Here we go. We'll keep talking.
An old-fashioned letter in the mail and introduced myself and asked if she'd consider, being available to an author. She'd had some other authors contact them, but she sent me a text saying she'd been praying for the right person to come along. So that's always meant a lot to me. And
I just want to stop right here and mention for just a minute, because so many rumors and misinformation get spread about Desiree Young through these Terri supporters. Desiree Young said that all the money from this book was going to be donated somewhere. I remember that she said it was going to be donated. I can't remember where she said it was going to be donated. And, because people want to say that she wrote this book, she's just out there trying to make money. That's why she does the fundraising. That's why she does the car washes. She just wants money, 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 money. And here's Rebecca Morris saying she reached out to Desiree. Desiree didn't reach out to her. Doesn't sound like a money motivator to me.
I didn't know exactly what the book was going to turn out to be. It's obviously her story and Kyron's story. But, my background of 40 years is as a journalist. So I wanted to report, pretty much minute by minute and day by day, especially in that first couple of years, what was happening in the case and give a sense of kind of urgency to the reader, because it was a story that just changed by the minute, really. You can't do a book like this without having family cooperation. It's just impossible. It'd be a different kind of book. Lots of times, books aren't published till there's an answer or an end to the story. We haven't found Kyron, so that ending isn't there. It's still an open case. It was difficult to do because there's no case file for me. There's no interviews with detectives. There's no arrest, of course, and no trial transcript, the kinds of.
That's something else that these Terri supporters want to talk about, is the fact that, law enforcement didn't do or say anything about this. There was even a rumor, I actually reached out to Rebecca Morris about it, that Desiree Young's attorney didn't want Desiree doing the book. In the beginning, he didn't, but it wasn't like a huge big thing that she did. It wasn't something she could get in trouble for. The book was to get the story out. The book was written, because Rebecca Morris wanted to get the story out there. And she's right when she says that there's just so much information to go over. And it's amazing that she goes over the book the way that she does. You know, like she says, she goes day by day, week by week, month by month. She really wanted to tell the story.
The things that authors rely on, but I decided I wanted to tell the story of how Kyron's disappearance affected a community, because there are all these really fascinating people who became part of the story, people who didn't know Tony and Desiree, but the women that run the Facebook pages that have tens of thousands of followers of Kyron's story on Facebook, these women who signed up, you know, I mean, figuratively 10 years ago, who still are there every day trying to get Kyron's story out. The woman who was the very first, you know, it was her idea to start a wall of hope and take one balloon and a sign she made with a Sharpie and put it on the fence at Skyline School. You know, that those people all became Kyron's community, and his disappearance affected them. And then at the same time, was trying to tell, of course, you know, how this affected Desiree and her family. But I think it's Agatha Christie who said, you know, the crime is the end of the story. The major part of the story is what came before. So that was a real challenge to find out, you know, who the other members of the family were and what happened before June 4th of 2010.
Speaking of that, we've always known that the relationship between Kane and Terri was strained, but you suggest it was volatile literally the day or days before Kyron disappeared.
This is where you guys want to pay attention, because this is where Rebecca Morris talks about the big fight that Kane Horman and Terri Horman got into the night before Kyron disappeared. Here we go.
That's right. And that didn't really come out for several months when the police could examine her cell phone and her computer more thoroughly. And when they finally got Kane to admit that that was a very troubled marriage, it was very troubled that last week. They had argued the night of June 3rd until something like 3 a.m. And I think what's really important is that once police and the FBI and the DA's office was sifting through Terri's life and what she documented in emails, is that they found that she had this strong hatred for Kyron. And she had tried to send him to Desiree, and Kane wouldn't let her. And that's the only thing I can think of that I would say in Terri Horman's favor, is that she tried to send Kyron back to living with Desiree, and it just didn't happen. But
I mean, isn't it so crazy to know that she tried so hard to give Kyron to Desiree? Kane wasn't allowing it. You can't blame him. He has a son there. He's living with him. That's what's done. You know, that's what the parenting plan says. That's what the court says. It's done, right? You don't have to give up your child just because of whatever. Now, what I find very interesting is that somebody here recently in another Facebook group said something about her actually talking to Kane Horman himself about letting Kyron go back and live with Desiree. And I would really like to know if that was true. Was she talking with Kane about that too? I don't know. But Desiree mentions in her last interview that this is something that Terri was doing, calling her in the middle of the night, calling her during the day, sometimes even getting phone calls with Kyron, you know, crying in the background. And she's telling her, come get him. And then she calls Kane and says, I'm going to get Kyron. And he's like, no, you're not. So he was putting an end to it. And it's just a shame. And I think that's one of the reasons why, you know, it's spoken about that you know, Kane has even himself said how guilty he feels. You know, and I think this bears a lot of weight on his shoulders because, you know, he does feel guilty. There were times that he could have given Kyron back to Desiree and didn't. But that doesn't mean that it's his fault. It doesn't mean that he needs to be attacked for that. It just means that's not what happened. That's not what went down. So Zane Lilly says, my kids were in Beaverton School District, and I didn't hear about his disappearance until Monday when they did the first press conference. All missing children should be alert. The whole state, multiple. Yeah, I totally agree. Totally agree with you. Let's keep moving forward with the interview.
Soon after that, we know that she, as early as fall of 2009, she was thinking about having Kane killed. She was thinking about, she was angry that her son was sent back to his grandparents in Roseburg. She was angry at Kyron. Desiree thinks she was manipulating Kyron, sort of putting him in, you know, the very situations that scared this young boy the most. Kyron was most afraid of being lost. And I think that's just the saddest thing. And she was finding ways to manipulate him, hiding his favorite books and toys, having him, you know, led out to the property around Kane's house and kind of left or told that they were lost.
Are you guys hearing these horrific things that she is saying that Terri Horman did to Kyron? One of his biggest fears was to get lost. We've heard Desiree talk that he couldn't see well with or without his glasses, definitely without his glasses, but he didn't even wander off away from people when he had his glasses on because he couldn't see correctly. And here we have Rebecca Morris talking about the fact that she's hiding things from Kyron. She's taking him out on their 5-acre property, you guys, 5 acres worth of property, and leaving him places. He was scared to be lost. You know, it's even written in the book that James, Terry's son, did something to this effect of taking him out someplace and leaving him there terrified. This is horrific stuff to be doing to a 7-year-old child.
You know, we can get into the why did this happen? That took a long time for that story to come out. What it was building up to.
One detail that's been somewhat muddy over the years is who was the last one to see Kyron at school, and did anyone see him leaving the school?
Mm-hmm.
You touched on that with a fair amount of specific detail. What can you tell us about that moment in time?
So I will, you know, preface this interview as I do the book that a great deal of my information came from Desiree and Tony, who's a Medford, Oregon detective, and his friends who are detectives, but primarily what police and the FBI and the DA's office shared with Desiree. Early on, they told her and Kane that, in fact, Terri was seen leaving the school with Kyron, which disputes everything that Terri has said all these years. They pulled back on that statement for a while, but eventually Kane and Desiree were told that it was true, that at least 2 adults and a child had seen Terri walk out with Kyron, and with, of course, Terri's baby daughter was with them too. And literally one of the adults said they weren't holding hands walking out together, but they left the school together. So that's circumstantial evidence, but it's very strong circumstantial evidence.
And we know that those witnesses were Carson, one of Kyron's friends. They actually stopped in the parking lot on June 4, 2010, as he was leaving and walking towards the road with Terri Horman to go get into the truck. The other was Carson's grandmother and The bus driver, Kyron Horman's bus driver, the one that we know for a fact is going to know who Kyron is. Plus, she was sitting up in the bus. She had a good eye on what was going on. So I think she's one of the best witnesses in this case.
So Terri Horman was the last person to see Kyron. We know that she drove to the two Fred Meyer stores to look for cold medicine, that she parked a ways away where the cameras really couldn't see, into the truck. It's possible somebody saw them alongside a road or on Sauvie Island, or even her getting out of the truck at Fred Meyer. There was, at the second Fred Meyer, there was somebody, she asked directions from inside the store, but it just seems like there's no doubt that she was the last person to see Kyron, and he was in her care.
Your book suggests, and we've heard this before, that there was a lot of suspicion around Terri from the first few hours of this investigation. What you point out, which is intriguing, is the role that Kane may have played in this investigation, specifically wearing a wire.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me a little bit about that. I mean, that's an interesting detail.
So law enforcement had Kane wear a wire. It's in the book. He's wearing the wire. Terri even finds out about the wire. And then later on, when she's walking out with Tony and she's walking out of the house or something, Terri runs her hand up and down Tony's back to see if he's wearing a wire while they're having a conversation. Creepy, creepy, creepy.
Yeah. Well, very quickly, the Multnomah County Sheriff's Office zeroed in on Terri. In fact, even one of the people I write about in the book, who was involved with the school and knew Terri through Skyline School, she was interviewed on Sunday by the police, and she was asked on Sunday, so 2 days after he's been missing, do you think Terri Horman took Kyron? That is very early in an investigation to kind of ask people what they thought. So they zeroed in on her, and around that time, around the second or third day, they asked Kane to wear a wire, and he did. And the downside of that, according to some of the detectives that were there observing, is that you're sort of putting all your eggs in one basket right away by having a potential family member or suspect on your team. But of course it was okay. And by getting Kane involved in the investigation, wearing the wire, etc., they could have him more easily sign off on search warrants and the taking of his truck several times to search it, to put a GPS tracking device on the truck, etc. So,
Yeah, they talk about putting a GPS thing on the truck. There's just so much information in this particular clip with Rebecca Morris. It's so telling how fast they honed in on Terri. I feel like it's all her fault. I mean, if she wouldn't have tried spinning the narrative the way she did in the very beginning, if she wouldn't have tried to, her ego was just too damn big for her britches. That's all I gotta say, because her ego and her just thinking she's gonna get away with this is what bit her in the ass. Thank God for that.
Desiree's long time issue. I think she and Kane were very united the first several months. Their past, their divorce, and none of that mattered. They were united in their looking for Kyron and doing whatever they could, for Kyron. But Desiree's point of view was always Kane should have known that Terri was a danger to Kyron, that there were a lot of warning signs. He maybe hadn't seen her emails that were so angry and vehement to her friends, but he finally admitted, I believe in one of the court depositions when he was getting a restraining order and then divorcing her, that she'd been drinking a lot, she passed out in front of the children, and that he did miss. He admitted he missed warning signs. He missed signs that something was going on with Terri.
You touch on a number of things about Terri's behavior that seemed suspicious. Was there one thing that stood out to you as being more significant than others?
Well, Terri, of course, as we know now, walked out of the school with Kyron. It appears to me that she had been planning this because she went to the trouble of dating his, telling the school that he had a doctor's appointment that day. So in other words, she left his backpack and jacket in the room as if he would be back. And she'd sent an email to his teacher the day before saying she'd be taking Kyron for a doctor's appointment. Well, the doctor's appointment was really for the following week. But I think she planned this,
Now, I just want to clear this up. I know Rebecca Morris says that there was one the following week, but Desiree has clarified there was no doctor's appointment. So this is Rebecca Morris getting something a little bit wrong. I just need to point that out because I don't want anybody getting confused because we did talk about this earlier.
She planned, she chose a day when there was, 400 extra people at the school because of the science fair, grandparents, parents, siblings. The school was wide open. There was no sign-in system. It was a little bit of chaos. She picked that day to do this. She knew she wouldn't be taking his, I think Kane thought that she needed the truck that day to bring home his science exhibit after school on that Friday. But the science exhibits were all going to be staying for another week till the end of the school year. So that isn't why she needed the truck. She needed the truck because the red sports car she drove would be too noticeable on the roads.
And that red Mustang would have been too noticeable because she had license plates that said Red Squirrel on them. And she borrowed the truck the day before too. And I forgot to mention that earlier when we talked about the science project. The science fair projects weren't even supposed to be picked up to the following week. So the fact that she tells Kane that she's going to borrow the truck to get it is one thing, but I mean, she doesn't even pick up the project. She's not even there at the school for the rest of the day. Kane thought that Terri Horman was going to be spending time at the school, but she was only there for 30 minutes from 8:15 to 8:45. That's not a long time. You know how quick 30 minutes would go? Quick. It would go by so fast. Especially going in and out of classrooms with all those people there and everything else.
And then there's, that she's missing for more than 2 hours that day with, after the Fred Meyer visits, she's just simply off the grid. Her cell phone pinged once near Sauvie Island. Then she, there are a number of lies she told to the Multnomah County detectives. Lies are really, really important. Lies can be presented to a jury, even if a jury doesn't have DNA or a body. Lies can be very convincing. She lied about that, of course, that she left him at school. She lied about where she was. She lied about going to the gym, the time that she checked in at the gym. She was really only there a few minutes. That's before she went home. So there's a long string of ways that she implicated or implicates herself.
You've written a number of books. What was unique about this particular book, and what challenge?
Lies, 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 and lies. That's all Terri Horman does, is lie and spin the narrative to take the focus off of herself. Lies, lies, and lies.
Challenges did it present? You talked about the fact that it hasn't been resolved, but what other challenges did you face in writing this book?
Well, I realized during doing this book that I mean, it just kind of dawned on me that it was my third book about a missing person. And I think the attraction for an author is these are the ultimate mysteries, the ultimate mysteries. Where is Susan Powell? Susan Cox Powell, who I wrote about, who's the young Mormon mother missing in Utah, and her husband later killed the kids and himself. Where is Anne Marie Burr, who disappeared in 1961 from Tacoma, Washington, and might have been Ted Bundy's first victim. Doing this was even more emotionally involving. I certainly interviewed Susan Powell's parents, many times, but I didn't get as close to them. I visited Desiree and her family in Medford. She and I met a couple of times in Portland hotels to just talk all weekend. When she'd be on a flight that came through Seattle and had a layover, I took her to my brother's condo, and then she and I came to my condo, and we just would talk and talk, or I'd sit in the airport, interviewing her if she was en route somewhere. She, it was absolutely a tremendous gift she gave to me. And she, of course, wanted the book to tell Kyron's story and keep the word out there. It was also very emotionally involving. I met, her family. She met a couple of friends of mine, my brother. I spent 3 years with a photo of her and Kyron right beside my laptop. For 3 years, I looked at them all day and all night as I researched this and as I wrote this book, because, this is for them. And I just thought,
I think that it is so telling that she took the time to really get to know Desiree Young, that, like she's saying, she kept the picture of them there as a reminder. I think she did an amazing job on this book. I'm glad she took the time to get to know Desiree, meeting up with her and talking with her for so long, really getting to feel all of the emotions and everything else, just so she could do a great job writing the book and showing Desiree's emotion. I just wanted to say that.
Publishers don't like books that don't have endings, but I thought, sometimes the ending is something very vague or ambivalent or undecided. I just thought it was time to try to answer some questions about this case. I mean, 10 years is a long time. And doing all of this, I concluded I think Multnomah County could have made an arrest. I really do. And I went to some experts on what's literally called no body cases. Prosecutors like to wait until there remains or a body or a confession to bring charges. But in fact, what I found that I don't think many people knew about is no body cases can be successfully prosecuted. Exactly what the case was with Susan Powell or with Kyron Horman. And guess what? The prosecution rate, successful prosecution rate, is better than the prosecution of your normal everyday murder. So I just thought
the fact that she looks into this and talks about it in the book is absolutely amazing. Even though it's not done often, the prosecution rate on the no body cases is higher as far as finding a person guilty rather than not guilty. And like she's saying, she really believes that Multnomah County Sheriff's Office could have put Terri away. Now, Desiree Young talks about the fact that we have the Casey Anthony case and she's found not guilty. And that happens right as they're in the middle of Kyron's investigation. And I think, Desiree thinks that was just one of those things that scared the shit out of the district attorney. And that's why they didn't end up pushing forward to do this without Kyron.
I thought it was time to find some answers and to bring this back to the public's eye and to maybe challenge. I have found no fault with Multnomah County Sheriff's Office. They were criticized for the slow start. You know, the other thing that Terri did that was very smart is Kyron was missing 6 hours before everybody knew it. That she planned that. She organized that. She made sure that happened. But I didn't find any fault with the sheriff's office. I think it's time to do something. One other thing I looked at, Kyle, is what other kinds of charges could possibly be brought. Desiree started a civil suit and then dropped it because they would have needed the police case file to proceed. But there are a number of other cases, and going on right now in the United States, where prosecutors are finding ways to charge these people who are likely suspects. And I think it's time to look at that.
The book is titled Boy Missing, The Search for Kyron Horman. Rebecca Morris, thanks so much.
You know, and it's so true. Terri Horman, everything she did, Kyron was missing for over 6 hours. Over 6 hours. Rebecca Morris believes that it was planned. I believe it was planned. Many people believe it was planned. Callie Dime, nice to see you. So glad to be here. Or so glad to see you, sorry. Glad to see you here. We have been live for 7 hours for Kyron. We are on the 7 o'clock hour, you guys. You guys know what that means. We're going to stop for a minute, talk about Kyron Horman. He disappeared 14 years ago today, June 4th, 2010. He walked out of the school with Terri Horman. Terri Horman has been the focus of this investigation for 14 years. Yeah, and if you guys have any tips at all, even if you believe that your tip is too small, it's not. People like us help solve these cases every day. So if you've seen something, it's really important to talk about it. The tip line phone number is 503-988-0560. While the video is playing, take some time, download a picture of Kyron, share it on your social media. That's what's important. Spreading awareness, getting Kyron's face out there, sharing his case and his information. And social media is a great way to do it. And while the video is playing, if everybody could throw up some blue hearts and some frogs for Kyron and show everybody our love. Say some prayers for Kyron today and his parents today, his family. We know they're hurting today. 14 years, too long, gone. They deserve justice. Kyron deserves justice. It is time. We're never going to give up. We're always going to keep the focus on Terri and Dee Dee. We know that they did something with Kyron. We don't have the full story, but one day it's going to come out, or one day they'll use the circumstantial evidence. They'll proceed without the nobody, and they will convict Terri Horman, and she will spend the rest of her life in prison. And this live today is to bring awareness for Kyron, to talk about him, to let everybody know all about his case. There's so many layers in this case. There's so many layers and stories and rumors that are out there. There's a fake petition going around right now. Terri supporters want you guys to sign to get this out of the hands of Multnomah County Sheriff's Office. And it's not their right to do something like that. This petition isn't done for the parents. The parents didn't say it was okay, yet they want people to believe that the family is behind them. They're not. The family that they talk about in that petition is Terri Horman. So if you're signing it for Terri. But guess what? That petition, Terri hasn't shared it. She hasn't shared it one time on social media. And I bet you her ass didn't even sign it herself, because she doesn't care what they're doing. She just wants the information out there flying around. She's not going to stop anybody from sharing information like that, because she's hoping to get the focus off of herself. So let's keep the focus on Terri Horman. Let's keep sharing her, sharing Kyron, sharing what we know happened to Kyron. Tell everybody who the guilty person is. And let's look at Kyron's beautiful face. Take a moment to say a prayer and, really put out some good vibes for his family today. Thank you, everybody, for being here, for supporting Kyron, for helping bring awareness to Kyron, and being here for supporting me today. I appreciate you all so, so much. Hello, Halo. It's good to see you here. Thank you, guys, for the frogs and the hearts. Kyron deserves justice. Kyron, how beautiful of a boy was he in 2010? The cutest little boy with the glasses and his big old smile. I know that as soon as I saw his face, my heart just melted. What a precious, precious little boy. And you know what? Kyron is 21 years old. He'll be 22 in September. He is a grown man now. He could have a beard. He could have a mustache. He could have tattoos and face piercings, dyed hair. He could even be wearing contacts instead of his glasses. We don't know. So we're not looking for the 7-year-old beautiful little boy. We're looking for a handsome young man. And we're going to keep searching. We're going to keep looking. We're going to put out awareness. We're going to keep going. This is what advocates do. Real advocates get out there, put in the work, and, do what's right. We don't start rumors. We don't spread misinformation. There are, you don't attack Kyron's parents. That's what the Terri supporters do. Good to see you, Kim. Nice to see you, love. Thank you so much for joining. We've been live now for 7 hours, and I'm still rolling. As long as I got numbers in my chat, I'm still rolling. Thank you guys all for being here for 7 long hours. I know some of you guys have been popping in and out, and I know some of you guys have been here the whole time, like Connie. Jeez. Thank you, girlfriend. We appreciate it. I'm not sure how old Kaylee is. She's a lot younger than me, though. She's got 2 young boys. And yeah, she's a mama and she works, and this is what I do. This is my work. I'm usually researching, taking care of my house, spending time with my grandbabies. Yeah, putting together lives and doing stuff like this for Kyron, for Michael Vaughn. We've done several other children. But I just appreciate everybody being here. I appreciate you all being here. You know, Kyron's warriors are out today. Thank you so much, Kim. I appreciate that. I have still so much information to share with you guys. If you guys have any questions about this case and you've been here all day listening, I mean, we've gone over so much. I mean, wow, so much information here, and I could just keep going because, like I've said before, there's so many layers to this case that it is hard to understand Kyron's case because there are so many rumors out there. It's hard to know. Do I believe this? Do I believe that? And I've cleared up a few rumors today that people thought about, and I'm glad to do that. I'm happy to do that because that means when you guys go out to talk about Kyron, that you guys aren't spreading misinformation. So if you ever have any questions at all, let me know. There's a link at the top. Click it and join me. I would love to have you on here. Hello, Yayas. Nice to see you, hun. Thank you so much for joining. It is okay that you didn't get here earlier. Not a problem, love. I have been just going. And I'm just going to keep on going. I took the time to eat a plate full of food while listening to Rebecca Morris. So now I'm like re-energized. Terry and Dee Dee better watch out because I might just be here for another 7 hours. No, not quite another 7 hours, but I am going to keep going. Oh, right. So thank you guys all for welcoming each other in. When you guys see new people, thank you, mods, for being here with me today. I really appreciate that. I didn't know whether or not to expect any trolls to come in today, especially after this morning when, let's just, I'm not going to address that. Not on Kyron's live. Yeah, I was going to talk or show a video that I have from the haters, but they don't even deserve my attention today. Okay, so here is another clip from Kane. Let's listen to this one.
Kane also believes Terri Horman, his ex-wife, was involved in Kyron's disappearance. She was at Skyline School with Kyron the morning he disappeared.
There's probably things you know that the public doesn't know, obviously. How do you deal with that anger?
I feel that she's involved. And I think a lot of people feel the same way through the evidence and information that we have, not just through gut feel, but through what we know.
Because of the evidence that they know, the person that is privy to the information, the person that is privy to even more information in the Kyron Horman case, because he's a victim too. He's a victim because there were 3 murder for hire plots against Kane. Not 1, not 2, but 3. 3 different people at 3 different times Terri tried. And you know what? Terri also tried a murder for hire plot on another boyfriend back in 1990. He flew up here in 2017 to talk to the grand jury, and, you know, His information's also in Kyron's file. Why? Because murder for hires don't have an expiration date. So they're just keeping this information. But here we have Kane himself talking about the fact that there's evidence out there pointing to Terri. He's saying it himself.
Even through her admitted, we've talked about polygraph failures. I mean, she's told us flat out that she failed those tests. I know they're not admissible in court, but in the general discussion of things, they're perfectly admissible.
And they're used as a tool by law enforcement to tell if someone's being deceitful or not. And that's what the point is about talking about the lie detector tests. Lie detectors or tests are whatever to me too. I totally get it. But you know what? You're failing to, you're walking out of the third. You're walking out. Why? Why are you walking out, Terri, on the third?
So I kind of left it there. It was, we know there's involvement. We're not going to get any help down that path. And I just kind of left that path alone. And it's always been a focus on, well, what else do we need to go do? Who else do we need to go find? As opposed to stewing on the one avenue. So emotionally, I'd left that behind a long time ago.
Yep, he knows that Terri Horman is a dead-end road, and trying to get any information out of her is like sucking a turnip dry. Okay? It's not going to happen. She's just not going to talk. She lawyered up 28 days after Kyron disappeared, and she has not spoken to law enforcement since. She cooperated in the beginning for 24 days and then never spoke again. But yet she can go on the Dr. Phil show, and she can go talk to People magazine, and she can even befriend Blink on Crime, a blogger, and convince her of all of her terrible lies and narratives so that this blogger just keeps putting out all of the misinformation. So amazing to see so many people here. Let's see what's going on in the chat. Thank you so much, Halo, for being here. I know you've had a lot of things going on. We appreciate you. We've got Chelsea here. I wonder what triggered her to leave the third lie detector test. I would love to know what questions they asked to make her mad enough to walk out. Well, one of them was, do you know what happened to Kyron? There is information if you look for it. There really is. I hate doing that because of the D's. Desiree has spoken about questions that she was asked. And yeah, she failed them. She failed them. I don't know what it was that triggered her, but I mean, Kyron's missing. He's missing from the school. The questions are pretty much going to revolve around that, just in order to find out if she knew what happened to Kyron, if Kyron's dead or alive. I'm sure they wanted to ask questions like, did Kyron leave the school with you? She's failing those lie detector tests. Yeah, walking out on the third. And it was probably because she failed so much of it, she didn't even want to continue it. Or maybe the fact that she may have not even done them at all and decided to, screw this, I'm not even doing it. Here is a very raw interview, 4 minutes long, with Kane and Desiree right after Kyron disappears.
The parents of 7-year-old Kyron Horman sat down this afternoon, once again begging for the public's help to bring their son home.
There shouldn't be any fear from anyone to get in the middle, but we need that information.
He's a great kid. He's got a great smile. Everybody has become familiar with it. Just remember that. Keep it in your head.
It's been 2 heartbreaking months since a 7-year-old went missing.
What do you miss most about seeing him as a mother and father?
What do you think of that? Is a very affectionate kid. He has been since he was a baby. Just the random hugs and the sounds and he has a short hair. I always run my fingers through his hair.
He helps me shave my head and likes to rub my head for the 3 or 4 days while it's still short. Going out and feeding the cat together. Our morning walks down to the bus.
Police are releasing few details about the case, but the family says it's heading in the right direction.
Are there any new leads at all?
Many. Lots of
Anything
news.
you can talk about or share?
However, seemingly the most unlikely person is still the focus of this investigation, Kyron's own stepmother. Pictures she posted on Facebook would suggest they had the perfect family, a trip to Disneyland, dressed alike on Halloween, family vacations. But Kyron Horman says Terri is not the woman he married. Since the second grader's disappearance, he says Terri, who has not been named a suspect, has failed 2 polygraph tests.
If Terri did this, what could her motivation be?
I have tried to put my head inside hers and I can't. I'm a completely different person, so I really can't answer that.
You try to put a logical sense or even a thought process behind it, and the next event comes up and it completely just blows it away. It's difficult in this situation too, because you have someone who's so close to you basically betray you in this situation.
Since Kyron's disappearance, lurid allegations have emerged about the stepmother, including an alleged murder for hire. Court documents say she allegedly attempted to hire her landscaper to kill her husband, Kyron's father.
The landscaper, in fact, assisted police and either wore a body wire but agreed to have a further conversation with Terri Horman, and which was recorded by investigators.
Then came allegations from divorce filings that she was texting and sending sexual photographs of herself to one of her husband's former high school classmates just days after Kyron's disappearance. Additional divorce filings allege Terri paid her attorney a retainer of $350,000. Now Kyron Horman is demanding to know the source of that money. She claims the amount is grossly overestimated.
You believe without a doubt that Terri has something to do with this?
Yes.
Do you believe that she has help from someone?
I, as a logical person, think that. I don't have any evidence to tell me that. I just believe that.
In fact, one of Terri's closest friends, Dee Spicer, has been called to testify before the grand jury. Last week, working from information provided to them by the police, Kane and Desiree singled out Spicer, a 43-year-old gardener who they believe has been aiding and advising Terri Horman since Kyron's disappearance. Reports also surfaced that Spicer was spotted abruptly leaving her job for 90 minutes on June 4th, the day Kyron disappeared, around the same time the boy is believed to have vanished.
Does your gut tell you that she may have some information that could help crack this case?
I think all we want for her to do is cooperate with law enforcement, whether the information is related to the case or not. It just needs to bring it forward.
Just need to bring it forward, Dee. You got immunity. Why not? Where did Terri Horman get the $350K? She got half of that money from her parents. Her parents mortgaged their house to give her money. The video where she's hugging Desiree, hanging on him, and Kane, we played that video earlier, is so disturbing. It really is. I mean, you can just tell by looking at Terri Horman, she's one guilty person. And yes, Connie, evil stepmom, an evil best friend. Terri and Dee know what happened to Kyron. They choose not to talk about it. All we want is answers for Kyron's parents and his family. That's all we want for them. And it was this is one of the one and only, I've only seen 2 Kyron Horman interviews where he gets so emotional. One of them's when he talks about sitting on the bed and reading books with Kiara, like Kyron used to. And in this video, and I was sitting here with tears in my eyes too, it's Yeah, it's very hard to watch. This is right after Kyron disappeared. Their 7-year-old little boy was taken by Terri Horman, a person that he trusted, and they don't know 14 years later where their son is. Where is Kyron? And then let me see. We've got this video talking about these short emails that Terri sends to Desiree.
About emails, because Desiree Young is also talking about an email exchange that she had with Terri Horman on the 4th of June.
Right. The day that little Kyron went missing, Desiree Young says that she exchanged a series of emails with Terri Horman. Now, she says that wasn't that unusual. She says that they would talk sometimes 4 or 5 times a day over email. But she said usually Terri Horman would send her these long, wordy emails. However, that day she said she was firing off very short, one-sentence emails to her, which she now, looking back, thinks was odd.
Yeah, you'd look back on that and think it's pretty odd. You know, Terri would go on and on and on and on, and now Desiree's saying that she didn't. On the day that Kyron came up missing, short little emails. And you know what else she was sharing with Desiree? She was sharing pictures of Kyron, which was also unusual because they would normally share pictures of Kyron on a little thumbnail for the computer. All of the pictures would get sent in Kyron's backpack and sent to Desiree, and Desiree would have the pictures. But you know, there are people that talk about how this picture of Kyron was like a proof of life picture for Terri. That's why she's showing it around everywhere. And it was one of her biggest mistakes, because not only did people remember it, it was a strange thing to do. It's almost like the guy next door, the weirdo that's a peeping Tom that may come into your house and take your underwear and keep it for a trophy. It's just weird. She's taking pictures of Kyron with his friends, and she knows exactly what she's going to do to Kyron when she leaves that school. The picture thing is just so crazy to me. All right, I got more. We're just going to keep going. Like I said, if you guys have any questions, you just got to let me know what you got, because I have so much information on Kyron. So let me clear up all the videos that I've been showing. I keep going through, deleting them, and putting them back into my Kyron file so that I know that I've already showed that video. I've done this one too. Thank you guys again for being here. I really, really appreciate it. All right. Let's go. Let me see what else I had written down here before I continue. I'll play a video and then look for some other information on YouTube. I also have my own videos to show. So there is an interview with Jason Gates done outside. He was investigator on Kyron's case. Not only does this talk about Terri being a person of interest, he really just talks about the case. It is a 7-minute video. Stick around. I'll still be here, and I may even pause it here and there to talk about the information that he goes over.
My name is Jason Gates. I'm a captain with the Multnomah County Sheriff's Office.
We're here today to give a briefing with regard to the search for Kyron Horman. First, we want to dispel the rumors that have been circulating that we have found Kyron. Those are not true. He has not been found yet, and the community needs to keep looking for him.
I can't believe there was actual rumors going around that Kyron was found. There were also rumors going around that his glasses were found. Oh my, there were so many rumors, you guys, so many rumors.
Kyron, we are still looking for you. These erroneous reports have come through the social media mostly. We ask that the professional media continue to please verify any facts with our public information officer, Lieutenant Mary Lindstrand, before any releases. We don't want false rumors to harm our investigation effort, and it is harmful to Kyron's family. The search continues, and the investigation is continuing on several fronts. Although I cannot comment on what all that entails, I can tell you that detectives and searchers are continuing to follow up on many leads, are establishing and verifying information relating to Kyron's activities prior to his disappearance, as well as at the point which he was last seen. As reported in the press conference on June 14th, we are continuing a second canvass with all of the teachers, the staff, volunteers, students and parents, or anybody that came to Skyline School on June 4th, Friday, June 4th, between 8 o'clock in the morning and 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The flyer that we have produced has already gone out to the teachers and staff. Detectives' work in this case is exhaustive. They, along with Kyron's family, are asking the community's assistance regarding anyone who saw not only Kyron, but also who may have seen Terri Horman, his stepmother, and or the truck that she was driving, the family truck that she was driving that morning, a white Ford F-250. Terri is the last known person to have seen Kyron before he disappeared. We are releasing this information at this time in hope that it helps jog people's memory of that day, as we are 2 weeks from the day that Kyron disappeared. This information is being provided after discussion with the family, and all of the family members have agreed that bringing this information forward is the right thing to do for our investigators. As far as the second canvass is concerned and what that entails, all adults and children that were in the school or on the school grounds, specifically between the hours of 8 o'clock in the morning and 4 o'clock in the afternoon, are asked to complete the questionnaire and provide it back to our office, even if you've already been interviewed. Also, anyone else that we still seek any information from that day, that anybody that can remember that may be helpful to our investigation, any tidbits. We understand that the community has many questions. We can assure you that our primary goal is to not make any mistakes in this case, to be as perfect as we can in investigating this case. At this time, I would like to read a statement from Kyron's family. It has been 2 weeks since our son Kyron disappeared. For the last 14 days, we have not been able to talk to him, see him playing around the house, or tuck him in bed. Any parent would understand the grief that this causes our family. We are so grateful for the support and the work of the Multnomah County Sheriff's Office, as well as hundreds of searchers, police officers, and FBI, what they have done during these last 2 weeks. They have never met Kyron, but we know that this has been very tough on them also. To Kyron's teachers and classmates, as well as to the media and the community, thank you for your support in trying to find Kyron. Your interest and help is overwhelming. We are sorry that we aren't there today to stand with investigators, but please know that we fully support the release of this flyer. We want Kyron home, and we hope this will help do that. Father's Day is Sunday. For the first time in 7 years, we will not have Kyron around to hug and talk to. It hurts us deeply, and our heart is broken. Please help bring Kyron home. Does anybody have any questions that's not related to the investigation? This investigation, we've checked and rechecked. A lot of times, the best analogy I could come up with is if I threw a penny out in the grass, a big patch of grass, and and I'm going to look for it, and I go and I search for it, and I don't find it the first time, I'm going to look again. That's what we've done all along in this investigation, in our search process and in our investigation process. It's checking and double checking all of our leads, and it's the same with the canvas. We've done the canvas, we've done a second canvas around the school, and now we're proceeding with that. This is just part of that overall investigative process. Well, in some cases we've already done 2-3 interviews with many of the staff and or parents, children at the school, but this is a continuation of the second canvas to ensure that we're not missing anybody. It's very important that we reach everybody that was here.
Are these different questions than were posed the first time?
What?
The questions on this questionnaire. Did you previously ask these questions, the same exact questions to people you interviewed?
I don't know the answer to that.
There seems to be a lot of questions about the truck and about the stepmom on the latest survey that's been released. Can you tell us why?
We're hoping that because she was here at the time that Kyron disappeared, and with him, and I mean, it's naturally she'd be with him. She brought him to school. In developing leads, sometimes in jogging people's memories, it's other things about that day or what was going on around them that will jog their memory with anything else they may have seen with regard to Kyron.
Can you tell us why the truck?
We're not in a position to talk about suspects.
Is she a person of interest?
We're not in a position to talk about people of interest. She's associated with the case because she was the last person to see Kyron.
Why else is she about the truck?
Can you relieve some of the concerns the community has with this being a stranger to stranger?
Well, what I can tell you is that we're still exhausting every investigative parameter. I can't say for certainty that it wasn't a stranger to stranger. I can't. But I also can tell you that the need for the public to be alarmed is very low.
Can you tell us?
And there you got that interview with Jason Gates. He was the captain on the case with Kyron Horman in the very beginning for Multnomah County Sheriff's Office. And he repeatedly throughout that kept talking about Terri being the focus, even though she's never been called a person of interest or a suspect in this case. Oregon usually doesn't do that till the cuffs go on. Then they call you a person of interest. Then they call you a suspect. They don't like taking the chances that somebody is going to get really mad at them. So in between my potty break and this plane, there is what looks like some new information in the case. I'm seeing something over here about a tip 14 years later because I just looked up Kyron Horman's name and there's new information out. It looks like I'm excited to see what it is, and I hope they're not just pulling my chain, but let's share screen and check out what this information is. I almost stopped the video to say, wait, because this just came out. It just came out a couple of hours ago. 2 hours ago, a matter of fact, and it's from KGW News Channel 8, where Kylie Boshi works, so let's listen to it. It's an almost 2-minute video, but it says Kyron Horman's disappearance investigation continues 14 years later with new tips. What? Is this the reason why they started searching for Kyron again this year? Let's just take
Northwest Portland. He's never been found. Investigative reporter Kyle.
I need this.
Well, today marks 14 years since Kyron Horman went missing. The second grade was last seen at Skyline School in Northwest Portland. He's never been found.
Of course.
Investigative reporter Kyle Boshi has been covering this story since Since day one, he's in the newsroom. And Kyle, after all these years, there is still...
You know what we're going to do? We're going to pause. We're going to start this all over again. I want it to have enough time to really load up good, since it kept cutting out, because I want to hear it, especially now that I know this is coming straight from Kyle Eboshi. Okay, I think it's had time to load up really well. Now let's take a listen.
Well, today marks 14 years since Kyron Horman went missing. The second grader was last seen at Skyline School in Northwest Portland. He's never been found. Investigative reporter Kyle Eboshi has been covering this story since day one. He's in the newsroom. And Kyle, after all these years, there is still an active investigation.
Tim, the missing boy's mother confirms there have been searches in just the past few months, and police are using new software and technology. The sheriff's office even created a new website with information about the case and where people can submit tips. But after 14 years, still no sign of Kyron Horman. It was June 4th, 2010, when the little boy went missing. He was last seen at Skyline School in Northwest Portland while attending his school's science fair. His stepmother, Terri Horman, even snapped a photo of Kyron Horman in front of his science project. He had a big smile, wore glasses, and a CSI t-shirt. But that afternoon, Kyron didn't return home on his school bus as scheduled. For days, the FBI and local police coordinated what would be one of the largest search efforts in state history. But Kyron Horman has never been found. His biological mom, Desiree Young, appreciates all the people working to find her little boy.
It's hard, but you know, there's times where I just have to remember all the good that comes of this and all the people that care for Kyron and want to fight for him.
There have been no arrests in the case, although a judge referred to Kyron's stepmom as a, quote, prime suspect. Terri Horman was the last known person to see Kyron the day he disappeared. She's long denied any wrongdoing. The sheriff's office is offering a $50,000 reward for information helping to solve this case. Hard to believe it's been 14 years.
Well, today marks 14 years since...
Did you guys hear this in the very beginning? Did you guys hear this? There's been searches as recent as a few months ago. Or did he say a couple? I'm going to have to play it until he talks about the searches again, because I want to hear that information again. The last known search that I know about was in March of 2023, right after the new sheriff came in. Oh my God. And guess what? Desiree says in her last interview that she hasn't done searches the last couple of years. She's been saving her fundraising money and her donations and stuff to get a PI and to do, you know, other things for Kyron's case. So this means Multnomah County Sheriff's Office is doing these searches. Okay? That's huge. That means something is going on. Tips have came in, or they are creating more search grids or something. But Multnomah County Sheriff's Office doing these searches is a big deal. I follow this case. I know this case, and this is huge information. I just want to listen until he talks about those searches, and then I'll pause.
Kyron Horman went missing. The second grader was last seen at Skyline School in Northwest Portland. He's never been found. Investigative reporter Kyle Eboshi has been covering this story since day one. He's in the newsroom. And Kyle, after all these years, there is still an active investigation.
Tim, the missing boy's mother confirms there have been searches in just the past few months, and police are using new software and technology.
I'm so stoked right now, you guys. I just have to.
Police are using new software and technology.
Hold on.
The months, and police are using new software and technology. Mother confirms there have been searches in just the past few months, and police are using new
searches in the past few months. Searches. More than one. Plural. Searches. 14 years later, a Multnomah County Sheriff's Office is out there searching. Terri, are you crapping your pants yet? Did you hear that? There are searches going on. Wow. Sorry, you guys, that's some big information. Wow, wow, wow. Oh. Callie, she really is like so strong. Oh my goodness. She is so strong. She is such an amazing person. I got to meet her Saturday. I cried a lot when I got home after meeting her, is all I gotta say. It was so much perspective to meet his mom. You know, I even told her that I was nervous talking to her. She said, "Why? I'm just a normal person." And I get that, but like what I do, you know, I'm up here talking about her. I talk about Kane. I talk about her son. I get worried that I get things wrong. We're always getting worried that we may get something wrong. We believe that the information that we put out is correct. We always verify the information that we talk about. But it really was a so surreal moment to meet her and get a picture with her and tell her that, you know, I'm here to help you anytime you need it. And she knows that we're here. Yeah, it was an amazing thing meeting her. Amazing. Yeah. We have a message for you, Terri. Here's a message for you.
We're coming for you. Don't sleep. We're coming for you. Don't sleep.
This is from last year's car wash.
We're coming for you. Don't sleep.
Heck, maybe she even knew something then that we don't know now. She knew something was coming or something. Wow, what amazing information to find out 14 years later while in the middle of doing an amazing live with so many great people in chat. I mean, that is awesome. I'm sitting here so stoked, you guys. They've been doing searches for Kyron. This is awesome. Awesome. It is so. I am too. I am so happy that they are still looking for Kyron. I was excited about one search back in March, but yeah, to find out that there's been multiple, this is amazing news. That is awesome. All right. So, what more information do I got that I can share with you guys? I am actually starting to run out. Oh, I have this one. What's in these messages? Where I can pause. Oh, this is just information that I recently got. I did this on our last live. The latest development in the ongoing investigation into the disappearance of Kyron Horman involves Dee Spicer, a close friend of Kyron, a stepmom of Terri Horman. In an online article, Dee Spicer claims that she has passed the polygraph, signed an immunity deal with prosecutors, and agreed to tell all before the grand jury investigating the case. But it has never, ever been publicly released that Dee Spicer passed a polygraph. In October 2012, she gave a deposition, pleaded the fifth to a number of questions about the Kyron case. The questions ranged from Kyron's disappearance to whether she was a friend of Terri Horman's, and she still pled the fifth. And like Kim is saying right here, prime suspect per the judge and multiple judges. I found that information here recently too. I found information that multiple judges have called her a suspect and believe that she has something to do with Kyron's disappearance. Dee Spicer, People magazine interview. The pair also assumed they were under surveillance. Any conversations that we wanted to have, we'd go outside in the yard, Spicer says. When we were in the house, we'd talk about the kids, we'd talk about her marriage, talked about her family. Yeah, because whatever they were talking about for those 11 days that she stayed with Terri was not information that they wanted law enforcement to know. So they go out into the backyard and not talk about it, or talk about it instead of inside the house where they were being listened to. using burner phones, sexting with Michael Cook. Kane's attorney request. The court documents indicate Kane Horman's lawyer requested information from Terri Horman on the person or persons you contend have knowledge that Terri Horman was not the last person to see Kyron on June 4, 2010. This is Terri and her attorney. They've been going around telling people that they have, people that know for sure that they saw Kyron after Terri left the school. Well, if that was true, this information would have already came out. Terri would be scratched off the list, but no. They had to request this information in court documents because they weren't talking about it. And guess what? They still didn't provide the information. So what does that say? It was a big fat crock of shit. They don't have anybody that saw Kyron after Terri left because Terri left with Kyron. Yes, she signed a deal for immunity, and they still have not arrested Terri. I don't know if you know it, y'all, but in Desiree Young's last interview with Doug Bishop, we even covered it here if you want to watch it. Desiree Young says that Dee Dee Spicer led police to where the burner phones were thrown, where they disposed of them, and law enforcement got those phones, has the information on those phones, or at least some of the information. I don't know about all. And it connects them. The information on those phones connect Dee Dee and Terri to Kyron's disappearance. Circumstantial evidence and a nobody case is why this is not going forward, and it's super, super frustrating. Let's see what this is. This reporter asks Kane if he has seen the emails that allegedly talk about Terri having a hatred for Kyron. And he said, yeah, well, I have seen them, yes. Reporter says, what is in those emails? And he says, I'm not going to talk about it. It's information that's supposed to be confidential in the investigation. Did they only solidify your belief that Terri is responsible? And Kane replied with, everything that we see moving forward just adds to the pile of evidence, I'm assuming. Why are they waiting? Those parents have been waiting 14 years. The new district attorney, Nathan Vasquez, has taken over. It's not going to be long. He comes in 2025, and he's already promised Desiree to take a look at information. Or, yeah, he's already said he would look at Kyron's case. He's already called Desiree over the weekend and asked her how the car wash was doing. Like, this is a big deal to him. So I think that once he takes over, yeah, I think Terri is shaking in her boots right now, honestly. That's what I think. Desiree Young on May 31st, 2015. We have found evidence to suggest that Terri might have been trying to get rid of things connected to Kyron. They found evidence to suggest Terri might have been trying to get rid of things connected to Kyron. And this is in 2015. Wonder what that was. During a news conference at Skyline School Sunday evening, Desiree Young said a search she organized for her missing son, Kyron Horman, was successful. About 60 volunteers, 2 nonprofit organizations, and 10 search dogs focused on an area around Northwest Germantown Road and Skyline Boulevard. This is the search that is literally right around the corner from where Dee Dee Spicer was working on June 4th, 2010. It's right on the corner of Skyline and Germantown Road. Not even a minute away. She said that the search started Saturday morning and wrapped up on Sunday. We're not going to find Kyron if we're not searching, Young said. She said the search turned up a lot of things and possible evidence, but she would not elaborate on what items were found. She said the items were turned over to Multnomah County Sheriff's Office. A spokesman for MCSO said they received the items and were processing them to determine whether it was related to Kyron's case or not. MCSO was aware of the search, but was not involved. And that's what I'm saying. Not involved. These searches that she's done are crazy, okay? But Multnomah County Sheriff's Office is searching now. Oh, Kaylee is here.
Hi, everyone.
I had to unmute your mic.
I don't have headphones in yet. Is there a bad echo? How am I sounding?
I can hear you, but you're not very loud.
I just found my headphones, so perfect timing. So, anyways, wow, 7 hours and 55 minutes officially. I'm joining the party. Sorry to be late, but man, Samantha, you are a rock star.
Thank you.
I cannot even believe. I mean, how amazing for Kyron's 14th anniversary to literally spend all day dedicated to him and talking about him and things that are important. And I just want to say that is so amazing.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I even lost it emotionally a little bit earlier. I cried. I don't never cry like that on. Today's just, it's an important day, 14 years. And I did really want to do something so special for Kyron. And I think that every year, let's hope and pray that next year this date doesn't happen. But if it does, this is where I'm going to be.
Right.
Just an all-day live show. I think this was a great thing and a great way to bring awareness for Kyron.
Yeah, I agree. I totally agree. Yes, I'm sorry I'm late, but yeah, I said the same thing. I know I've listened through the live here and there. I've been in the comments here and there. And I did hear you talk about when you got to meet Desiree at the car wash. And I said the same thing to her at the car wash. I said, I hope there's not one next year, but if there is, I'll be here. And she said the same thing. She's like, we're hoping we don't have one next year, but it would be appreciated if you're here. So yeah, it's just that same thing. Like, man, let this be the last year without that closure, without those answers, or at least without the ball rolling in the right direction to get that justice and those closure, those answers and that closure.
Right. And with Nathan Vasquez, did you just hear what I just played?
Yeah. Oh no, I joined when you were reading this, but I didn't see what you played before.
Oh, no. There is news confirmation. Oh, we got to play it for Kaylee again, y'all. We just got to do it. We'll remove this and play it again because I want her to see what Kyle Aboshi just said. Oh, my God. You have to hear this.
I can't wait to hear it.
Let me rewind it.
Kyle Aboshi, you're the man.
Right? Here we go.
Well, today marks 14 years since Kyron Horman went missing. The second grader was last seen at Skyline School in Northwest Portland. He's never been found. Investigative reporter Kyle Aboshi has been covering this story since day one. He's in the newsroom. And Kyle, after all these years, there is still an active investigation.
Tim, the missing boy's mother confirms there have been searches in just the past few months, and police are using new software and technology. The sheriff's office even created a new website with information about the case and where people can submit tips.
Did you just hear this? There have been several searches for Kyron.
Oh man, I have goosebumps. That is so amazing to hear. Like, Kyron's case is not cold by any means. That is amazing. 14 years later, and they're still out there dedicated to finding him and finding what happened to him. That I didn't see that Kyle Aboshi even did an interview, and I've been like waiting for this.
This was just 2 hours ago.
That's why.
Found it Yep, I went over to YouTube and was just clicking around to share more information, and it popped up, and I'm literally like, oh, wow.
I've been waiting. Oh,
Yeah,
that's
and she
awesome.
says in her last interview that she hasn't done any searches for a couple of years. So this is law enforcement doing these searches. This isn't
Right.
Desiree. This is huge.
Yes.
But,
oh my goodness, that is
yeah,
huge.
the interview is not that long.
I'll catch up on it for sure. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
definitely.
Oh my
That
God.
I knew Kyron wouldn't pass by an anniversary without saying something, so I've been kind of peeking around on
looking too.
Facebook. But yeah, okay, I'm gonna watch that once we're done here. That's probably the first thing I'll go watch.
That is awesome. All right, so it has been almost 8 hours exactly, and you guys know what it is. We got the top of the hour. It is time to play Kyron's video, and just taking the time to let everybody know, if you know something in Kyron's case, no tip is too small. The tip line phone number is 503-988-0560. That's Multnomah County Sheriff's Office. You can also call 1-800 The Lost, which is the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. No tip is too small. It only takes one tip. Call it in. If you have a tip, please. Kyron needs justice. While I'm playing the video, I will say it again. Please take the time to download a picture, download a story, share his story, share this live. Share something off of the internet, just share it on social media, and you know, everybody can do their part. It takes an army to advocate for a missing child, especially one that's been missing for 14 years. So while the video is playing, take the time, share Kyron, especially today. 14 years, he disappeared from Portland, Oregon, with his stepmother, ex-stepmother, Terri Horman. He left the school between 8:45 and 8:50, that Skyline Elementary School in Portland, Oregon, on June 4th, 2010. He's been missing for 14 years. Let's just watch his beautiful face, and everybody send prayers and your warm, good vibes to his parents today, because we know they're not having a good day. They're probably reliving June 4th, 2010 all day today. It's just really disheartening, but let's take a look. Thank you guys all for being here. Some of you all day long to help bring awareness to Kyron, to support him and to support his family. We truly appreciate it. And I know that his family does too. I know that they are so thankful to have so many people care about Kyron and love him so much.
Yeah.
Thank you for doing this. I feel so bad I wasn't here earlier. Oh, honey, you don't have to feel bad. I know you've got some health issues going on. No worries.
I'm impressed with anybody that was able to stick around the whole day. So yeah, I would say don't feel bad at all. We
Connie
honestly
has pretty much been here all day. Hurrah, hurrah for Connie.
Dang, Connie, you're a rock star just like Samantha. I would have if I could have. I kept popping in here and there, and then my phone died, and then XYZ, but I'm here. Like I said, I'm glad to have made it. And really, honestly, thank you again, Samantha, and every single person that did share the live, joined the live, commented on the live, because every bit of that shows support towards Kyron and his family. And one thing that is clear through Desiree's advocacy is she does appreciate all the support that is out there and all the people that will never forget Kyron and make sure of it, post about him every day, show up to lives like this every day for Kyron after 14 years. And I get asked all the time by people in my life, like my personal life, why do you do this? Why do you advocate for missing kids? And why do you care about Kyron so much? Why? And I literally say, if I were in Desiree's or Kane's shoes, if anybody cared about my son after all these years, you know, that would mean so much to me, because it just shows, like, I mean, we will never, ever, ever, ever give up until he's home where he belongs. And there's justice for the time away that he had to spend from his family. And yeah, just, I'm getting emotional too. I haven't sat down and actually like processed everything. So
it's been an emotional day for me, especially going through all these really heartfelt, like first news reports that they had to do. I mean, you see Kane break down a couple times, but you hardly ever see you seeing Desiree. We have had people crying in our chat. Avi has been the mod here all day long, besides like she's saying like an hour and a half. So thank you so much, Avi, for being here. Like, we truly just have an amazing family here. We love you guys so much. Avi is amazing. She is. Thanks to everyone has been part of Kyron Army. Absolutely. You know, I didn't know if I was going to have people stay during the whole day. I didn't know if I would drop down to 0 people or whatever. I would have kept going one way or another. But yeah, it's been amazing to have, you know, the community pull together. Kaylia, I'm going to hand you over the stage for about 5 minutes. Maybe less than that. I'll be right back.
All right. Sounds good.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I agree with Samantha, what she was just saying. I also, when we were talking about it, about doing the live, I was like telling her, you know, if you do have nobody that's watching at that time, you know, there's still a lot that can be talked about, even if there's not like engagement coming in. But the fact that people sat with Samantha and were there, you guys were there all day long, only missed an hour and a half, those types of things, like, I'm not even Kyron's family, and that uplifts me, being somebody that cares a lot about Kyron, you know? So that goes a long way. But Samantha's idea of having an 8-hour live, I was like, girl, you are dedicated, because, I mean, I don't know, I couldn't do it. So, I mean, we sit down, we do 3-hour lives, but 8 hours, that is dedicated to making sure Kyron's face is out there on the day that his and his family's life changed forever. You know? Connie says, I wouldn't be anywhere else. I love that. That's so sweet. AV too, I wouldn't want to be anywhere else. Thank you for those kind comments. Samantha is amazing. I'm so lucky to be her friend. We met through the Kyron Horman community, and we've become friends, you know, beyond that. And it really has been a blessing in my life. She is an amazing person. So when she said she was doing this, no other person in my life I think that I could think would do such a thing and would be capable of doing such a thing but her dedication is strong. Oh, we love Sam. I love the heart hands. I'm so glad they added those heart hand emojis there. Unfortunately, I don't have like access to like put things on the screen or anything like that, unless Samantha is there to approve it. But
I'm back.
Oh wow, that was super quick. Yeah, I was just going to say, just keep talking about Kyron, about things off the top of my mind. I was doing research. I did find some things that I'm excited to talk about in the group. I'm going to wait until tomorrow though, because I don't want to take away from just focusing on Kyron. But I did find some articles written from Willamette Week early on that I do think people that care about Kyron and his case are going to find interest in. So find us
I'm
on Facebook.
excited. Send me the links.
Oh, I already have. It's in our group
okay.
chat.
I'm like, I need to know what's going on. No. Yeah. I am.
Kim says beautiful tribute. Truly, Samantha, that was a beautiful tribute that you played there. That was very, very sweet. Played it on the hour every hour. That is a good idea.
Yeah, I just, because I just want to make sure that we're talking about Kyron. I mean, I know we're talking about Terri and Dee Dee a lot and everything else, but we've got Dee Dee or Desiree and Kane and their victims too. Their story is important. It's just all important to combine it. And, I don't know that you could sit here and do 8 hours of just Kyron. His whole story needed to be changed. Like, I don't know how much information you listen to or whatever, but we've gone over so much. So much information.
Well, that honestly, I feel like, 8 hours probably, and that is still only scratching the surface. You could probably still go another 8 and have more to talk about, because there is just so many layers in this case. There's so much information, and it's so crazy that there hasn't been an indictment. I mean, when you think about all the that war room live that we did, a month or two ago, that was super eye-opening to see just how extensive the investigation is. And I mean, we still can't comprehend it. We still just can't.
They talk about thousands of cell phone pings, and that tells us that they're looking at cell phone pings not just of Dee Dee and Terri, but probably all of the parents, the teachers, employees, people in the area close to Skyline Elementary Schools, what that talks about. So yeah, I mean, there really is just so many layers.
LaTanya Allen here in the comments says she's also been here all day, and that is amazing. Thank you. And B, I don't know if I recognize your username as being somebody that's joined our lives before. If you have, I apologize, but if not, thanks for being here. Nice to meet you.
Oh, Kim?
No, LaTanya.
Oh, yeah. I didn't see her till today. She actually has sent me a message because she would like to have some flyers.
Oh, great. Awesome. Thank you so much. Yeah, we'd be happy to get you some, because that means a lot. Thank you so much.
Kim says, I was a single mom with a 3-year-old son when the story came out, and my heart immediately saying, can't stop praying that Kyron will be found.
Right. Neither can I. Every day.
Yeah. It is so crazy. The whole entire thing has been crazy since it started. Terri Horman spinning her narrative every chance she got. Her timeline doesn't fit. Where she said she was and what she was doing doesn't fit. Kyron Horman left with Terri. That's an undisputable fact. It's just, as far as I'm concerned, 100% been proven by not only eyewitnesses' accounts, just when she left. I can say in my opinion or whatever, but that's what I believe. I know that's what law enforcement believes.
Yeah, it's so I really hope with this new website that MCSO put out, I'd like to hear maybe some commenters and your thoughts, Samantha. You might have addressed this already, but what do you think the like their prime motivation for doing that? Because Kyron is their only person on that website. Excuse me. And what
Are
do
you
you
talking about Multnomah County sharing that link today?
Yeah, what was their reason? What do you think that was their motive for creating that link after 14 years? Like, what was their thought process primarily?
Well, I know on the link they can probably send pictures. They can
Yeah.
probably, you know, we've
Just
got
put
Terri
it right on
Horman
through.
talking. Yeah, we got Terri Horman talking in a Facebook group. If people want to take screenshots and send it to them or whatever, I mean, maybe
Oh,
they can send all different kinds of information that they may have seen
that's
either
a
on the
good point.
internet or something that Terri has said or seen or so. I don't know. I
I
really
don't
don't
know either
know.
because I mean, they do have the tip line. There's several ways to report tips regarding Kyron, and his case is very well known. So, I definitely wonder, what were they thinking what were they talking about when the team was like, hey, we should do this and it should be because XYZ and XYZ, I would love to be a fly on the wall in a meeting like that and see like could they be using it, I mean, not necessarily like could they be using it to like surveillance or not like that, but maybe I was thinking they're gauging public interest, they're seeing how much it gets clicked on, how much traffic does it pull in.
Right. Well, I know on that KGW thing that I just showed you with Kaliboshi, the name of that actually said something about new tip. And if they're out there searching for Kyron, and we know they did all the way back in March of 2023, now we
Right.
know there's been several recent searches done. Excuse me.
You're right. Maybe it's because they have tips and or they're following up on things. Who knows?
Like if tips came in and that's why they're out there searching, maybe they're like, damn, there's still people out there that's got tips. Let's, create this website so people can get a hold of us and talk to us. Plus, websites is the way to go these days. Let's just face it. Like who calls in anywhere anymore?
Yeah, right. I mean, everybody, who even answers their phone? You really only use that part of your phone if you really have to. I mean, actually, unless you're Samantha and I, we still can have phone conversations for quite a while too, I guess.
Yeah.
But
oh, go ahead.
As far as I'm concerned, they created this website for Kyron, at least right off the bat, because there's no one else on there. It'll be interesting to see who else they might add over time when they add them, what kind of cases, like what is their criteria for putting him on there. But yeah, I definitely loved seeing that Multnomah County did that. Like that was
the first thing I noticed when you posted it in our group this morning.
It's like, man, yes, they're still on this. They're putting effort in. There is things happening behind the scenes and we have no idea. And I have a great feeling for Kyron and his family for the upcoming future. I really am hopeful for the future that they find what they're looking for and they can slam those jail cells doors closed finally.
She says she has watched every single thing that we have done on Kyron. Well,
that's so awesome, LaTanya.
So much.
That does mean a lot to us. We would do it regardless, but knowing that it's reaching people that care, and that matters so much. Like, yes, all of us together are going to help bring Kyron home. That's so awesome.
My feel bads when I got done, we watched one of the video of Kyron and stuff, and everybody kept putting up the hearts and frogs, and that's what got me crying earlier out loud because I was just feeling so overwhelmed with the support for Kyron, for the support for us. So we appreciate that. We appreciate you watching. That's amazing. You don't have to be a member. Just show up. Be here for the kids. we love having everybody here. It's been a great community, and we've been welcomed with open arms here. So we love having everybody here so much, so much. We're so thankful.
So, did you go through all the information you had?
I have not finished going through this information, and this question here is a perfect question for you because it talks about the grand jury. Wait, gotta back it up.
Back it up.
We have talked about the grand jury being an investigative tool. Maybe you can go into a little bit more detail about why grand juries are used as an investigative tool versus throwing out indictments.
Yeah. Well, a grand jury was convened in Kyron's case super early. I mean, July, maybe early July, mid-July. And at that point, I mean, Kyron had only been missing 6 weeks. You have still to this day people that believe Kyron is still alive. So what crime were they even considering charges at that point? Because they had no idea. I don't think they were even looking at a charge at all because it was way too early. They were just collecting information. They knew that they had to keep looking at Terri. They knew that that was the direction that it had to go. But the grand jury is super secretive. Up until 2017, everything that was said in grand jury rooms was basically, the only record of it was grand juror notes, handwritten notes. And then the states, they don't keep a recording until 2017. Then the state law changed where now they keep a recording and they actually offer the recording to the person that they press charges against, so they can listen to what was, the evidence they have against them and what was said in the grand jury testimony. But regardless, back before then, when Kyron's case was in its infancy, only 6 weeks, probably 6 to 8 weeks after he disappeared, again, I don't believe they were looking at charges at all. I think what the detectives were doing were calling people in and using the grand jury system secrecy to their advantage. There are powerful investigative tools available to the grand jury. The grand jury members themselves can request searches. They can direct the investigation if they're because they are part of the investigation. They aren't like detectives, but they're hearing this testimony.
Order things like subpoenas and
yes, right. They hear someone say this, right? They hear, let's say they hear Miss Porter say something. Well, then they can go and say, well, we need to go and subpoena this, and the grand jury secrecy means that all of that record is all secret. It is all done where it keeps their case really, really, really tight. And the law enforcement, they went to court, and I'm fairly certain that they got an order where, like a gag order, where the media wasn't even supposed to be reporting outside the courtroom because they didn't even want people to know who was coming in to talk to them.
That's
they
right.
They wanted it to be completely secret.
Yeah, only a few people got leaked out a little bit. We know about people from Starbucks that went in. We know about Carson, the little boy, went in, the one that witnessed Kyron leaving with Terri. The bus driver. We know that Kane, Desiree, and Tony all went and talked to the grand jury. We know that Dee Spicer went in to talk to the grand jury. I mean, women that knew Dee and a couple of women from the gym where Terri had talked to them and shown them the picture. One saying that Terri Horman had dropped a weight on her leg when in actuality she had like this big gash on her. Gash is not a bruise, is what would be left if you drop, a weight on your body. But several did get leaked, but you're talking 300-400 people there at the school. You can't tell me that there wasn't more than that in front of the grand jury. And let's remind everybody, Terri Horman has never been crawled into the grand jury or testified for the grand jury.
Right. And I wonder why that is. You know, people like to say she's never been a suspect. Well, it doesn't take a lot of reading between the lines to know that she is the prime suspect. She was never called to testify to the grand jury, and she was reportedly the last person to see Kyron and spent a lot of time with him. That's, yeah, you can't, that's just ignorant. I mean, not ignorant. That's willful incompetence. That's what it is. But anyways, I digress. Yeah, the grand jury is super powerful. So the grand jury was meeting for several years. We don't know if they ever actually went for a charge against Terri. My personal belief is that they never did. And I believe that because Oregon has only ever gone after 2 no-body homicide cases. And Multnomah County in particular, actually, they have a long-standing history. You can go read news articles about this. Multnomah County in particular has a long-standing history where they try to, just like Desiree says, hit their people hard, who they're, you know, the people that they're trying to charge with these violent crimes, and they try to hit them with all these charges all at once and all this damning evidence, so that way the person who did the violent crime feels like a plea bargain is a better deal. And they do that because then they can secure a conviction, and they don't have to go to trial. They don't risk a jury finding anybody not guilty. This person just gave a plea deal to these violent crimes instead. And I believe that could be even the strategy that they're hoping to take until they have a DA that has the actual balls, just like Desiree said it, you know, taking the words right out of her mouth. Someone that has the balls to go after her, because that's just not the way Multnomah County operates. Even with a normal homicide case, they would rather have a plea deal. But now we have one of the most highly contentious, probably the most expensive investigation, and they're going to risk a trial, you know what I mean, which are also very expensive, very drawn out. It's complicated. So I personally don't believe they ever went for charges when they were going through the grand jury process. I believe that the grand jury was always...
I think if they would have gone for charges and they would have been denied, I think that would have been screamed by the rooftops by Terry's attorney.
Oh, heck yeah, right? Terry's attorney. You don't think Terry's attorney could go find out if they had no charges against her? I think in 2017, because that's the most recent time that we know of a grand jury being impaneled. At that time, that was when Terry's life was really rocky. She was going through a lot, and that's when she had a restraining order brought out against her from a man, when she allegedly held a knife up to his neck over Kyron.
That's actually information I did not share today, and information that I had written down to talk about was Terri Horman in California, and this, gun theft and car theft and her threats against her ex-boyfriend and stuff.
Yeah, she was 2015 to 2017 was a very rocky time. I feel like that was one of Terry's probably low points throughout the last 14 years, definitely, because there was a lot of things going on, and she, like Samantha said, she stole a gun and somehow was found not guilty over that. But anyways, I digress. Back to the grand jury. I think, again, they were using the grand jury secrecy in 2017 because by that time they could record what was being said. You know what I mean? There would have been recordings of that grand jury, so they weren't seeking an indictment, I don't believe. I think they were trying to go get that laptop in secrecy. Go get a warrant to go get that laptop. Go get a warrant to go search where she lived with that boyfriend. you know, that kind of stuff, because shit was happening, and the police were definitely interested in it, and they definitely traveled down there to talk to him and probably more people. And they probably got all kinds of warrants to obtain information of what Terri was doing at that hard point from that 2017 grand jury. So I don't think they were asking the grand jury, hey, will you press charges against her for all this evidence we already have? Meanwhile, we're still going to go collect more evidence against her. No, I don't think that's what was happening. I think they were just saying, hey, we need secrecy. We need to go get this information. And they were using the grand jury to do so. So that's just my speculative theory about that. When you think about it as a whole, it's been mentioned and referred to as an investigative grand jury several times, even by Dee Dee Spicer's attorney. He called it that. So we know that there was knowledge of it being an investigative versus an indicting grand jury.
He even says right here, Staffley does, I would be frankly surprised if Terri Horman did not eventually face charges in this case. I'd be surprised if the indictment didn't come down. And there is other information. Let me see. Oh, this is huge. This was the search that they did off of Cornelius Pass, and it was a mile from the school. This was them going back to that Jim Kelly eyewitness account that I told you guys earlier. They went back and searched in August. That's what this information is. But there was something I wanted to show you. That is Jim Kelly's event. We've already talked about him. I have something where it talks about the judges. Video released.
While you're looking for that, I just want to talk about one thing.
Here it is right here. Law enforcement officials have informed
during
me.
That 2017 time, I want to make sure to tell everybody that also another thing, Terri had stolen that gun, and she had it while she was living with the boyfriend that she pulled the knife on later on. She allegedly asked him if he would unalive a very outspoken Kyron Horman supporter. So who knows if that's also a charge against her. Sorry, I just ran down the road.
Oh, no. Yeah. I mean, yeah, that was against another Kyron Horman advocate that we learned about. This is what I wanted to tell you. Oh, my goodness. We have a new member. Thank you, Kim. Thank you so much for becoming a new member. You have decided to become a whisperer. This is our first member for today. Let's do it again. Whisper. Thank you so much. Kim, I really appreciate you. You have been here since the very, very beginning. Okay, Leah, this is information, I don't know if I shared with you, but this is information that I found while, searching around for the live you were putting together. It says law enforcement, and this is Kyron Horman speaking October 25th of 2010. Law enforcement officials have informed me that more than one circuit court judge has determined probable cause exists to implicate respondent, which is Terri Horman, in Kyron's disappearance and in the murder for hire plots. Respondent and her attorneys are also aware of this.
Wow. And the first part, I had heard that before. The second part, I had not heard that before. Respondent and her attorneys are aware of this. Dang.
I have heard little bits and pieces of it and never saw the whole thing together like this. And what I like about finding them in this kind of style is Like in this one, there's 2 different links. They're both for OregonLive.com, Portland. There were links that that used to exist. Sometimes you can click on those and you just get like the 404 error or whatever. But to me, I don't care what haters want to say, but to me, this is a legit website that was out there a long time ago. I actually found this on the old discussion group. Unfortunately, I'm one of the only people left that's still in that group. The bullies bullied Desiree right out of the old. But I just think that that is so crazy to hear that law enforcement officials have informed Kane, that more than one court circuit or court judge has determined probable cause exists to implicate Terri Horman in Kyron's disappearance and in the murder for hire plot. And this says plot, but now we know plots. We've talked about this earlier too. There were 3 different people. One happening just a week before Kyron came up missing.
Wow. Yeah, that's crazy. And you want to know something? Now that you say it's an Oregon Live link, that link might still be alive, because Oregon Live is one of the few news stations that have kept, I would say 99.5%, maybe even more. I agree with you. So we might be able to go find that link to post in our group. But yeah, that I believe that. I believe that wholeheartedly. I believe they all believe that. I think they do, but they just don't have the final seal of the approval of the prosecutor, who is the DA. The DA hasn't felt that way. I really, really feel hopeful for the new DA. He's been working for Multnomah County for a really long time. Like, Mike Schmidt is so much younger, and his career is so much younger than this new DA that just won him. And not only is this great for Kyron's case, but this is so great for Multnomah County in general, because Mike Schmidt was a horrible DA for the county. He was horrible. And that there is a big reason why there was a landslide win from Nathan Vasquez. It wasn't because of all of Kyron's supporters. It's because of that county. Multnomah County was sick of him. He needed to go. He was crappy. So this next 2025, I'm so hopeful for. It'll be awesome to see how how this case does get handled from here on out. And the old discussion group you were just talking about, I wanted to say something about that, but I can't remember now.
We do have some people saying that they're lost a little bit. They're wondering, what does it mean when there's more than one of these circuit judges saying and determining probable cause exists to implicate Terri Horman in the disappearance or Kyron's disappearance and in the murder for hires?
When they get warrants and things like that, they have to have them signed off by judges. They're not just like the law enforcement can't just pull it out and be like, all right, I want to do a search now. They have to take why to the judge, to the court, and say, hey, we need a warrant to do this, and this is why. And that's probably why multiple judges said that, because these things were done in secrecy. We have no idea. All of this is all in Kyron's case. One day we'll be able to read all this. One day. But
even though he was only 7 years old when he disappeared, because we were kind of talking about this earlier, because he was a minor when he disappeared, will we, when this case finally does close, will we be able to have access to the court?
Yes, 100%. When Gannon Stauk's case was closed and Letitia Stauk was found guilty, I hate to say it, but Vulture YouTube went and ordered the case file, and there was one particular YouTuber who released his autopsy photos. That's how detailed it was. It doesn't matter if he was a minor. There might be some redacted information, but I mean, in general, it becomes public information at that point. And there's nothing they can do. So
find out that somebody would share that kind of information, though. That's disturbing.
Right. It is disturbing. And that person, rightfully so, was canceled like crazy, and I don't believe they ever recovered. But yeah, I mean, I was just using that as an example because I couldn't believe that that was even in the case file. But yep, every detail, every police report, everything that they have would be able to be read. But it's going to cost a lot of money. It's not free. It costs us this much money.
Halo's even saying that she
Oh,
even
yeah.
put them behind a paywall.
I heard that before. I heard that. That's crazy. I
just
couldn't even
let
tell
you know,
you.
I don't know where you're at or what you're doing. I know that you're doing something, but you're cutting in and out. I just want to let you know. So if you drop off, it's probably because of Wi-Fi.
Okay. Can you hear me a bit better now?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, good.
I could tell you were traveling. I could hear out the window.
Yes, I am. I am traveling. I hopped in the car. I had to go. That's why I switched to my phone. But I wanted to be part of this. As you know, Kyron's important to me. In 14 years, I mean, I remember last year we did the candle lighting prayer session. You know, I can't believe that, Samantha. I can't believe that we've been in each other's life over a year now. That's crazy.
I was just looking at that the other day when I was looking at my admins and my mods because I was getting ready to share something, and you guys were all like there, and I'm just like, oh wow, Kaylee is being there already a year, because it doesn't seem that long ago.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't at all. But that's awesome, and you know, it's sad for Kyron. But I do like I did say to our members, since you know we met through Kyron, and I'm grateful that we did. I'm grateful to have you in my life. So.
I am absolutely so thrilled to have you a part of mine, to have you on my team. Like, we've debunked so much misinformation in Kyron's case and finally got ahead of the game. And, you know,
Right.
Bun here is, do you think the new DA will have the balls to move this case forward? I absolutely positively do. He's already contacted Desiree over the weekend to find out how the car wash went. He's already told Desiree that he promises to look into Kyron's case when he takes over. I think he's already looking into it as much as he can, but I do believe in the new district attorney, and I do think he's going to make a difference in Kyron's case. Whether he helps close it or not, he's going to take some of these milestones and make them huge, big. Just it's going to be a good thing, a great thing.
Right. I agree. I totally agree with you on that 100%.
Yeah, there's just something about the Nathan Vasquez thing, and he's also a friend of Detective Tabor's. He is the main lead investigator on Kyron's case, and I like that too.
Right.
You know, because this case is really important to Detective Tabor, and if they're friends, I know Nathan knows that because Detective Tabor takes his work home. You know,
right, and you know, the sheriff being married to a detective at the time, she also has a unique close connection, and it just like these connections make it so these people really, it's not just a case to them. Husband and wife team now have dedicated time to this case. Same with now, you know, same with what you just said, Detective Tabor and the new DA. It's like another level now. It's not just Kyron's case. It's you know, this is something we are both passionate about. Let's get this done. Like you and me and our team. You know what I mean? That's kind of the vibe I'm going for.
Yeah, I hope we don't have to be here this time next year. I, you know, would much rather be going over Kyron's case and have privy to all of that information and know that it's done and over with. I mean, even if it does move forward and Terri gets arrested, it could still take a long time.
It most likely will. Yeah.
And wrap it up. That's fine, but you can guarantee that if I can have a spot in the courtroom, I'll be there every single day. Every day until it's over. Like,
you'll need to like get like some of those, like, you know, Ray-Ban glasses that just record.
Heck, they probably have stuff to like detect stuff like that. Who knows?
Oh yeah, I'm sure. Oh yeah, they're, they have to make sure that nobody's bringing weapons in and stuff. So they make you take
Yeah,
that
it's
off.
not
It
like I
goes
can
through
bring
an
in a
X-ray.
recorder or a phone or any of that, but I can bring in my notepad and I can
Hey,
keep notes.
you
And I
never
can do that.
know. They may, because they may let it be televised. It's up to the judge. Like Jodi
That'd be awesome.
Arias, her trial was televised, and Casey Anthony's, I'm pretty sure, was televised. But some aren't. It really just depends on how the judge is.
Right? That would be amazing. That way you could really like keep an eye on it, record it, share it, have lives about it.
Kyle Aboshi has said that if it goes to trial, he'll be there every day too.
Oh yeah, you're not keeping me away from the courthouse if Terri Horman is arrested and it's there at the courthouse. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go. If you guys see Dee Dee or Terri, ask them where Kyron is. I explained to them the whole situation with the woman that saw Dee Dee Spicer at the Outback restaurant here in Vancouver earlier. Yeah, that is just some
Oh my
funny
gosh.
shit. Like, what is she doing 4 or 5 hours away from home? And could you imagine sitting in the next stall over from Dee Dee Spicer while you're going to the bathroom asking her what Terri and her did to Kyron? She's in the bathroom by herself with Dee Dee Spicer. What? I don't know about that. That's kind of creepy vibes. Retro Girl. Hey, I know your profile. I see you everywhere. I know you. Hello. Thank you for being here. You're going to watch from the start? We've been here over 8 hours. It's a great live with lots of really good information. I hope you enjoy. We're just continuing to sit here to bring awareness to Kyron, to talk about him, talk about the case. We can get into some more devious stuff. Like, we know for sure that Terri has done some very, very scandalous things, okay? She stole a gun from her roommate. She'd never got in trouble for it. We were told that the reason why, though, is because the jury thought that she borrowed the gun. Not the case. What is she doing with a gun? She's carrying one around for a year. They had to give her a warrant for her arrest after she didn't show up to court. And she gets pulled over in a stolen car. And guess what's in the glove box? The GUN. I'm sitting here saying that word over and over again. Oh, well, I'll just dispute it.
Yeah, exactly. Get over it, YouTube.
I'm going to dispute anything YouTube throws me this time around because I've used so many clips from so many different people. I've already been worried about it. But here, let me throw up my fair use.
There you go.
I've done this a few times throughout the live show. I haven't done it in a minute. So there's my disclaimer, YouTube. Don't come after me. I'll dispute anything they send my way. Thank you, Retro Girl, for coming over. I have seen you on so many other YouTube channels. I love that you're here in mine. Thank you so much for being here. Chelsea Diaz, Lori Vallo's case in Idaho was no camera in the courtroom. I had to listen every night after court released the audio for her entire trial.
Oh, they did the audio. Wow, that's crazy. See, that's the thing, is that I think it like adds a level of like craziness. Like when they did the Letitia Stout trial, they did have it recording, but they purposely had it so you couldn't really hear it. I think they had it where you couldn't hear it very well, and they had to re-angle the camera a couple times because they just were, I guess it was just causing a lot of issues, like whatever. I mean, it adds a level of like craziness to it. that another level of something they have to worry about. And I think that's just like, I just don't want to worry about that. So nope, no cameras. So I definitely could see that. I guess
Especially with Terry's attorney. Terri ain't
Yes.
gonna want nobody listening to that, and she's gonna make her attorney not allow that to happen. She's not gonna want anybody watching her because she has to portray herself as this like great mom and whatever. You know, even her grown son, her flesh and blood, has said that he's only seen his mom a handful of times since Kyron's came up missing. He has abandonment issues. He talks about the abuse with his mom. She has given up custody of her daughter in order not to talk to Kyron, and she, you know, has done something now with Kyron. She is not this good mother. I don't believe she has a mother instinct in her entire friggin' body. Okay?
Yeah.
Not one.
I don't either. Yeah, James says he used in his own words, she abandoned him. And she also abandoned her daughter, Kyron's younger sister. Yeah, so I totally agree. I am a mother, and that to me is one of the most damning pieces of evidence that Terri is guilty, is that she completely had no regard. I mean, maybe I don't want to say she had no regard. I believe that was a very, very hard decision to make. It probably wasn't something that she came to easy, because she did fight tooth and nail through the custody battle to really try to convince the court that give me custody without letting me have to talk about myself. But no, they were not going to let that happen. But she tried for 4 years, and 4 years after Kyron disappeared, finally she settled and never did the stipulations. And I believe that was a hard decision. And I have put myself in, like I said, if I could be a fly on the wall in that room where Terri was talking to her attorney, and her attorney told her, you have a choice to make. You either do what they want and you talk about Kyron and you incriminate yourself and you spend the rest of your life in jail, or you walk away from your daughter and you hope that she comes back to you after she's 18. And that's the route Terri chose that route instead. And to me, as a mother, I don't care. If I'm innocent, there is nothing going to keep me away from my freaking child.
Yeah, and like Callie Dime is pointing out here too, it's annoying because you want to see their faces and their body language during their, the court.
Right. Yeah, that's important. That's so true. It's a totally
watching Jodi Arias and watching, oh goodness, what was it? Casey Anthony. Oh, yeah. Wow.
Right.
It was so telling. And then to see the look on Casey Anthony's face when they found her not guilty, she was shocked.
Yeah.
Because of her own lies.
Yes.
Because of her own lies. Oh, it's crazy.
Yeah, truly.
So crazy.
I mean, Casey Anthony is sickening. I still, like, I will sometimes, I'll be scrolling on TikTok and I'll see a video where they're like, oh, look, I saw Casey Anthony today. And I'm just like, WTF. It's that pit of that stomach feeling of like, dude, the justice system is so backwards sometimes. In fact, that's something that I watched this video recently, and I took a screen recording. I'm going to also share that in our Facebook group here soon. It was a documentary about Gabby Petito and what happened, and how Brian Laundrie's parents are getting sued, and now it's getting proven that they definitely they all had knowledge that he had killed Gabby, and even the attorney for the Laundrie family knew.
Too. I don't know where I saw that information at. I can't remember, but I recently just saw that too.
It's so bad. And this YouTuber that did this documentary said this so well, where he said, what the hell is wrong with our justice system, where we really do protect guilty people like crazy. Like, I was reading comments today in a Kyron thread where somebody said, in the UK, they have one more shot to get somebody if they were found not guilty the first time. If they find new evidence, they can try one more time to get them. In America, it's not the case. When you're found not guilty, that's it. Well, the reason the UK changed that law is because someone was found not guilty and then went and bragged about it and confessed to everybody. And the mother of that victim went and petitioned and got the law changed. And he ended up going to prison after all. So it's like, why do we have, I mean, I know our justice system's been around for so long. It just sucks to see that some, you know, like a missing child is, somebody's missing, and I get that everyone has rights, but really, how does Terri's rights, a grown woman, override Kyron, a vulnerable person? You know, he's
Well, why
he's
has
a
she gotten
child.
away with so much for so long? The murder for hire plots, even the one against her ex-boyfriend in 1990. Why has she gotten away, you know, with all the circumstantial evidence and everything else? I mean, like, I feel like, I'm sorry, I do. I feel like I could convict her with the information that I have, and I don't even have all of the information.
Well,
it's crazy
to be
think
fair, that's
how
why
much.
I've
Go ahead.
looked into that murder for hire on Sean Ray in 1990, and the police didn't know about this until 2011. There was not a police report created for this until 2011. So all of these violent acts against Terri happened post Kyron. And we have heard Desiree say it with her own mouth. They want to hit her with all barrels. And that's just like Multnomah County. That's exactly how they do things over there. You, like I said earlier, you can go
Right.
and look and see how they do it. That's exactly how they like to do it. So it
Well, the
makes
way you put
sense.
that makes so much sense too. If you're saying that that's how they do it, and I never really understood it until you just said it, post Kyron Horman's case. All of the stuff she has done post. So yeah, I'm assuming that they are just collecting as much information as they possibly can. That makes so much more sense to me now. Another one of those aha moments.
Right. That's what I feel, because everything happened after that. So like we were talking about on the phone, I think we were on the phone when we were talking about this, Samantha. All those would be wrapped into one. It would be the state of Oregon versus Terri for murder, attempted murder, conspiracy to commit murder, all of the things that they have against her. You know, they wouldn't do them separately. It would be all at once.
Yeah, and like Callie Dime is saying, Casey Anthony's case, my opinion, changed the way some defense attorneys defend their clients now. Gosh, I hated that case. And that case came out, and all of that stuff was going on during Kyron Horman's investigation after he came up missing. And Desiree Young says that that's one of the reasons why they didn't want to push forward without a body in Kyron's case. And now that nobody cases are finally starting to push through. And like we just heard earlier when we were talking or watching Rebecca Morris's interview with Kylie Boshi, she says after looking into the nobody cases, they are usually, the people are found guilty. They are actually do really good in court. Now, see,
Yeah.
I thought it was just the opposite.
No, I
So
think
hearing
they
her
have
say
a higher conviction rate. Yeah, they do. But the thing is that they have a high appeal rate.
Yeah.
Two of the people that were, you know, tried for in Oregon for nobody cases, I know for sure one of them was released. He won his appeal, and he was able to get released over it. So I see it from all angles. I mean, I see I'm frustrated too. I hold the same frustration of why has it taken so long, but I also have faith. If Kyron's family is happy with how the investigation is handled, and I wholeheartedly believe they would let us know if they weren't, especially Desiree. She has a massive platform of Kyron supporters.
Right.
If they were unhappy with how the investigation was being held and how they would let us know. But since they're happy with it, I can only have faith that it's going well. It's going the way that it needs to go, at the pace it needs to go.
Yeah, and we, the people, we're frustrated. The public's frustrated. But could you imagine being the parent of Kyron Horman being the parent of any missing child 14 years later, knowing, I mean, being so frustrated with all of the information out there. Oh my gosh, when we say we're frustrated, imagine how they feel. And we're super frustrated, you know, and they're even privy to more information and they're still frustrated. That's so great.
Yeah, they're frustrated, but they also have the patience because at the end of the day, they also understand the bigger picture of why they haven't gone after Terri. You know, you don't hear Desiree saying all the time, why hasn't NCSO gone after Terri? She's just she understands the picture. We need somebody that has the balls to do it, which is what we've all felt is the case. Desiree said it in this last interview. So that just confirms it to me that we just really need the right DA to push forward. We either need the right DA or we need to find Kyron. Those are the only two ways because Terri will never confess. There's no way.
She's never going to confess. Dee Dee has immunity and she's still not talking. She doesn't want anybody to know the monster that she is. We're at the top of the hour again. It's 9 o'clock. We've been here for 9 hours. If you have a tip for Kyron Horman, you need to call it in. Doesn't matter how big or too small, too big it is. Please call it in to Multnomah County Sheriff's Office. The telephone number is 503-988-0560. You can also call 1-800-THE-LOST, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. Today was about Kyron. The fact that he's been missing for 14 years. He disappeared June 4th, 2010 from Portland, Oregon. He walked out of Skyline Elementary School with Terri Horman. Witnesses saw him leave with Terri. We know that Terri picked Dee Dee Spicer up at West Wind Farms. We know that she's involved too. She took the police to where burner phones were thrown, and they were able to find those burner phones. They were able to collect information from those burner phones. We know these women are involved in Kyron's disappearance, and those are the facts. Kyron deserves justice. His family deserves justice. They deserve answers, and Kyron needs to be brought home. So Dee Dee, Terri, tell Desiree and Kane where Kyron is. Tell them what happened to Kyron Horman on June 4th, 2010. We appreciate everybody for being here. Please take this time, please, to throw up some hearts and frogs for Kyron and to take a minute and download his picture and share it on social media. If you've already done it today, thank you so very much for doing that. If you've got 90 people on your Facebook and you shared it, 90 people saw it. If you've got over 1,000, that means over 1,000 people saw Kyron when you shared him. So share Kyron today. It's a good time to share him from now, June 4th to September 9th, his birthday. This is when the most tips come in. This is when the most information is shared about Kyron. So yeah, we can just keep sharing his story, keep talking about him. We're not going to let the community forget. We're not going to give up. Desiree and Kane aren't going to give up. They're still going to fundraise. They're still going to get their donations. You know, they're still going to search for Kyron. Multnomah County Sheriff's Office is still currently searching. We just watched the news, Calaboshi saying that just in the last few months, Kyron searches have been going on. This information is huge. I can't wait to share it in our group, Kyron Horman Case Revisited, where we do discussions, where we post everything about Kyron. I feel like it's an amazing group. It's full of information on Kyron. Let's go ahead and play this video for Kyron. And yeah, throw up those hearts, throw up the frogs, and just show Kyron some love while the video is playing, or take this time to go to your social media platform and share Kyron. We love you so, so, so much, Kyron. We really, really do. Thank you guys so much for being such amazing, amazing members and subscribers here in the chat. You guys bring me to tears. Really, really, really do. We work really hard, and today was a very special day, and it is so unbelievable to see so many people show up. You guys showed up today. Thank you.
Really, that does mean a lot. That is so awesome to see, and feels great to be part of a huge community of awesome people that really care, especially after so long. We'll never give up, and it truly shows. I don't know if you got to go, Samantha, but my phone's on 1%, and I just wanted to say to everybody, thank you again. Thanks for letting me join for the last hour or so, Samantha, and justice for Kyron.
Thank you,
Hope
Kaylee.
y'all have a good night.
Here. You
Of
too,
course.
hon. Good night.
Bye.
Bye. Got a little bit choked up. You watch that video and you got your earphones on and the music's playing in your ears. It can get you super emotional. You start seeing all the frogs in the hearts. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you guys for showing up. Kaylee is signing off. I think I'm going to sign off. I have been here for 9 hours and 8 minutes. This has been an amazing live. Thank you all for being here. Thank you to my mods for being here. Thanks for just showing up, being Kyron's warriors, being his army, helping us fight for justice for Kyron. Yeah, I cannot express to you guys how much it means to have you guys all here. Thank you, Halo Art. Thank you. That means so much. Kyron, is where I started. That is where I started. He has always been like our number one guy. And hi, Kathy. Good to see you. Good to see you. Yeah, we've been here for 9 hours. Maybe you were lurking in the back. I don't know. If everybody could go over and hit that thumbs up, it helps get, it helps get that live out there, helps awareness for Kyron. I really, really appreciate you guys so much for being here. Thank you, AV, for moderating all day long. Girl, I owe you. If you guys don't know it, AV does some of the most amazing personalized cards. You should go over to her channel, sub up, check her out. I have already gotten cards from her. They're so amazing. She's even made me like little videos for the cards that I've gotten. Thank you, Yaya, for being here today. I really appreciate it. Kathy has been here for 7 hours. Well, you was just a lurker. See, I need to make a new member thing and call it the lurker, because I have Whisper and Screamer, and I need a lurker membership, I think. Thank you so much, Susie, for being here. This is one of our admins from our Facebook group. Thank you for all you do for helping me with information. You've been around a long time. You've got a lot of information. We appreciate you so much for being here. Yeah, I love you guys all so very much. And I appreciate you all being here. I'm going to play this video one last time. I am exhausted. My butt hurts. My throat is starting to hurt. This hard office chair is horrible for 9 hours. Just saying. I'm going to enjoy my night. I'm going to finish eating my dinner. And yeah, I'm going to relax for a little while. I've been doing a lot of hard work for a while now, and now I'm finally going to be able to relax and go visit my grandkids tomorrow. They showed up on panel today, or not panel, but they showed up in my chat today, my daughter, and with my grandson Harrison, and I got to say hi to him, and he was absolutely so stoked to hear his grandma talk to him from the computer. It was the sweetest thing ever. Oh, Oh, thank you so much for subbing up for that card. I am telling you, it was really inexpensive and it was personalized and it was awesome. Thank you, Zane, always for being here. This is a moderator from our Kyron Horman group on Facebook, Kyron Horman Case Revisited, an amazing research, an amazing friend. I finally got to meet her on Saturday. Thank you so much for always being here. We love you. Thank you for being here all day. Yeah, I wasn't the only one here all day. Y'all made this happen. You know, I can't do this without you. So please say some prayers tonight as you're going to bed for Kyron and his parents. I'm sure today is a very hard day for him. Please call the tip line if you have any tips. Multnomah County Sheriff's Office phone number is 503-988-0560. You can also call 1-800-THE-LOST for the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. We love you, Kyron. We love you. We love you. We're never, ever, ever going to give up. Thanks again, everybody, for being here. This was amazing because of y'all. This was amazing because you guys stay here to support Kyron. You guys stayed here to support me, and I really appreciate everyone. Thank you guys so much, and I'll see you guys on the next live.